Live. How's everybody doing today? What's up, everyone joining up the stream? What's up? What's up? What's up? We're gonna start getting some debates here in a second. Do give us a minute. We're on earlier today. Good to see everyone earlier today. We're back onto the normal schedule. Where during the week time we have a lot of early lives, and during the weekends we do later lives. But what's good, everyone? Make sure to tap that screen if you're on YouTube or on TikTok. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everyone. Helps get it out to more people. As always, let me let Instagram know that I'm live here in a second. I'm gonna type this in my YouTube comments. Alrighty, so early. Yes, we are super early. Welcome. Cheney, what's good? Patterson, how you doing? Brittany, what's up? Jamie, Bones, how you doing? Kay, John, Wombly, how you doing? Vendora, Trump's 68th crash out. I know, right? Actually, instead of putting Trump as Matt, let's put Trump crashes out. Let's do that. All right, Trump crashes out. He literally did. He literally crashed out on Truth Social, posting a million times. And has. There we go. Has a. There we go. That works. So we got everyone joining up. Sorry, everyone. I was just setting up the stream completely. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. And if you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Helps get it to more people, as always. What's up, everyone joining in the stream? It is earlier today. We're going to start getting some people up here in a second. Getting the debates going. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen, everyone. We're gonna start getting the debates up here in a second. Do give us a minute, everyone. We're on the 30 count today, so it might take us a little bit longer. I honestly am getting
Hi there.
A phone line in. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi there. I'm 19 years old.
And what's your birth year?
2004.
Okay. What month?
1997. I'm just trolling. Sorry about that.
Okay. Well, it did sound like you were wrong anyway. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? Oh, okay. Alrighty. Well, everyone joining in right now. Again, Trump literally posted, I think it was 100 times last night. Something like that. Something like 100 times. Or some crazy shit like that in an hour. It was nuts. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Dean's still not unblocked me, Park.
That's so unfortunate. Yo, L Dean in the comments section. That's crazy. That is crazy, dude. That is crazy. Can we get some L Dean in the comment section right now? Not acceptable. Not acceptable. How could you do that, Dean? How dare you? Eldine, we have no guest requests right now. Do give it a second for people to join up. We're going to give it a minute. I guess I could pull up some of the Truth Social posts that this guy posted. It's actually unhinged. Dude, like, there's just like a million. I can't even scroll through all of them because there were so many posts. It's actually crazy. There's so many. So diabolical. Yeah, it's all like 12 hours ago. Holy shit, dude. Alrighty, let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Alrighty, I'm just going to go on my main account and then block the people I typically see in my guest box. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Anyway, we could play Farm Sim, Parker.
Diabolical. Let's go on the next individual. Again, only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay. Give us a second. Do give us a second, everyone. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Why won't you play Farm Sim, Parker?
Okay. Hey, everyone. Just letting y'all know, I don't want to have to block people. I'm actually going to do it today. I just want to let everyone know, it's really annoying to have to do like an hour plus every single day of just dealing with trolls. Like, seriously. Every single day, there's like an hour plus of dealing with trolls. Please leave me alone. I am so done dealing with it. It's so annoying. Like, actually, like, please stop. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
33.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Okay. And if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Oh, Donald Trump.
Okay. And why do you support Donald Trump?
Because he's getting rid of all the illegals.
Okay. Why do you want
And
to?
he's making them scared to be on the street. They're worried about being here. They don't feel so at home anymore.
Okay. And why do you think that's a good thing?
Well, because they don't belong here. They don't share the same values. They don't know our history and our culture. That's why. They don't assimilate very well.
Why only
don't celebrate
undocumented immigrants?
Thanksgiving. What's that?
Why only undocumented immigrants? Do you see that same thing as
Well, because there's a reason why we have
on.
immigration laws. There's a reason why we don't have open borders. This country would go to shit if we just let all these poor people in. We don't need to increase the underclass.
Okay. Hey, dude, pause. Okay, so you're saying they shouldn't be allowed in the country because they're poor? Is that your view?
Oh yeah, without a doubt. Why would you allow extremely poor people into this country?
Oh, because I think that it
doesn't
doesn't matter whether or not they're quote unquote poor. Throughout history, would you say the same thing about people who have immigrated to our country historically? Would you say anyone who was considered quote unquote poor should not have been allowed to immigrate to our country?
No, I'm talking about the current period of time.
So why was it okay in the past that people who are poor could come to our country, but not now?
Because we needed huge amounts of labor. It was pre-industrial time period. We still needed huge amounts of manual labor.
Pre-industrial? I'm sorry. After the industrial revolution.
Pre-mass automation.
Okay, so
in the early 1900s, we still had a primarily agricultural economy. Okay, our economy was not what it is today. We're looking at a mass loss of jobs going forward due to automation and AI. Why would we bring in low-skilled people? Okay, there's a reason for immigration policy. There's an entire theory behind it.
I don't consider people quote unquote low skill, and also the idea that we don't need a growing population, I think, is ridiculous. Do you think a growing population because of birth rate would be a bad thing?
A selectively growing population. We don't need an
Answer my
open door
question.
policy.
Answer my question. Do you think a growing population through birth rate would be a good thing?
Oh, without a doubt.
But we don't need them anymore because of AI and automation.
Yeah, but you can't restrict people's right to have children. It's good to grow. I mean,
but you
that's
wouldn't
just
want people.
What we need.
But you wouldn't want people to have more children, right? You wouldn't want.
I think it's good to have children. Yes.
Okay, so it's good to increase the birth rate, but you just said that because of AI and automation, we don't need more people. So why would it be good to increase the birth rate?
Okay, because increasing the birth rate is good for the society and families and people. Okay, we need a well-balanced society.
How so? How is it good for the people?
Because a well-balanced society has children, it has old people, it has middle-aged people. You can't have things unbalanced. It changes the entire fabric of communities and societies.
Well, then I'll tell you this. So it is unbalanced right now because of the fact that there has been a lower fertility rate below the replacement rate for the past 50 years. So actually, we're going to see a significantly smaller portion of young people able to fund the system to afford people who are older the benefits that they require, right, in terms of Social Security, Medicare, etc. So this idea that we don't need more people into our country is actually a ridiculous idea, and that you even disagree with it because you're totally okay with increasing the birth rate. So this idea that you're bringing up, that it's specifically just about them being quote-unquote poor, or just them specifically come to our country, these are completely bullshit points that you don't even.
Do you understand why we have immigration policies and a visa application system and background checks, and we investigate people and who they are? Do you understand why we do that?
Yeah, and I think that we would have a greater vetting process if we actually provided a vetting process for undocumented immigrants that have not committed a violent crime or bad crime, right? And we would actually be able to ensure not only that more people are vetted, but we'd also be able to ensure that more people coming to our country are vetted by making the legal process go significantly quicker. So your argument here does not lead to a greater amount of vetting. My argument here does.
We would be better off if we had a smaller, low-class, underclass in this society. It would increase.
So then use policy to do that. Don't say that people shouldn't be allowed to immigrate.
That's what our policies do. That's what our immigration policy is designed to do, to not allow open door policy of just poor, unskilled people from all over the world to come here.
You keep claiming that, but really the only person who's unskilled is you at making this argument. So would you like to actually provide a legitimate argument here? Because I've already responded to those points you just made, and it was ridiculous. Would you like to respond to my points?
What are your points?
I've
I
already
just made
responded.
a
Oh
very
my
valid
Jesus
point.
Christ! The whole argument you had about poor people, you don't even believe, right? Secondly, right, in terms of the
Yes, I do
increase.
believe what poor,
Yes, you do.
I don't want poor people coming into this country that are just
Okay,
random low-skilled people. It's hurting
no, low skill.
Americans
So then
and
you
the
wouldn't
low
want
class
yourself,
especially.
so then we should get you out of the country because you're low skill.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
I'm not low skill.
Yes, you are. You're low skill. Get him out of the country. He's low skill. This argument is dog shit. This is a low skill argument. Okay.
I was born in the country, so therefore all points are mute.
Oh wait, so you believe in birthright citizenship?
Of course I do.
Okay. All right. Interesting. So then here's my question. So someone born to an undocumented immigrant, are they a citizen?
Yes, they are.
Okay. Interesting. Should their parents be allowed to stay?
No.
Would you
shouldn't have
separate
any
them as a
effect on their
family?
parents' style.
So only the
Yes.
kid can stay, but you would separate them.
Yes.
Why?
That's what because the undocumented immigrants have no legal reason to be here.
Well, if they haven't committed a violent crime or bad crime, I believe they should be allowed to stay.
No, they shouldn't have come here in the first place. That's the point of having immigration policy and vetting process.
But their kid's a legal citizen.
What does that have to do with them?
They're the parent, genius. They
That's
have
not
to take
how
care
our
of their
citizenship
kid.
process works. You
Well,
don't
I believe
get
it should work
citizenship
that way.
from your parents.
I
works
believe it
in
should
the
work that
reverse.
way. I believe it should work that way. Right now, our current right now our current immigration process allows for people to come into our country.
You need to look up immigration theory and read a couple books about it, buddy.
I have.
because
I
you
know more
not-
than you.
don't
I know more
understand
than you, Skippy.
concepts of theory.
I know more than you. I guarantee it. I've just argued against every single point you've had. You've given me no responses.
I've argued against your points too, buddy.
On what? What specific point did you give me an argument
Every
against?
point I've argued back at you. That's why I'm still up here on this live.
You didn't actually give me an argument. What was the argument?
I just argued back and forth with you, okay?
All you said is that you don't want quote unquote low skill people in the country. How does that benefit the society that we live in?
Because low-skilled poor people hurt our country.
Okay, so then you want to get rid of all U.S. citizens in which meet that criteria?
No, I don't want to do that. I just
So
don't
do you
want
want
to
do you want to
bring in
invest? Wait, I have a
low-skilled
question.
poor
Do you-
people that have no
do you
right
want-
to be
do you-
here.
Do you want to invest in education? And also, you say no right. I think that they have a right.
You believe foreigners have a right to come here and become citizens?
Absolutely.
Buddy, you are so off base. Do you understand why we have borders and nations and countries? Have you
Yeah, you've
read
asked
the
the same
history of the
question
world?
3 times now. Yes, I do understand why we have borders.
Do you know about? Do you understand the
You
new
tell me.
world
Wait,
order?
I have a question. What's going to be negatively impacting the society living? Actually, name one way an undocumented immigrant that has not committed a violent crime or bad crime coming to our country undocumented harms you.
Because below a certain income threshold, you take more from the government than you contribute in the terms of taxes. Okay, that's why.
How do you know
You
what their
become a
income
herding.
threshold will be in our country?
Because we look at where they came from and what they have and what their abilities are, and we make a determination of how they're successful they will be in this country.
You can't do that based upon that. That's a ridiculous assertion. Secondly, if you want to look at like the income,
That's what our government
Hold
does.
up.
That's what the State Department does. There's entire agencies devoted to it.
I don't think that you have a legitimate process of being able to identify what specifically someone's going to be able to achieve given the level of social mobility that exists here comparative to other places around the world, right?
So a poor farmer that's in debt from Kenya that has no skills, okay, and makes his own
wait,
clothes and
you
shits
just said
in the
they're a
mud,
you
he's
just said
gonna
they're
come here.
wait, you just said they're a farmer. You said they have no skills yet they're a farmer? Isn't
That's
farming
unskilled.
a skill? Wait, farming
No, it's
is
not.
Wait, farming is definitely skillful.
Farming would be considered an unskilled laborer according to the classifications of the federal government, okay?
Yeah, but I don't consider that unskillful.
Well, then why do they come on H-2B visas instead of H-1 visas?
One, because you're referencing specialized labor, whereas
H-2 is for unskilled laborers.
you're crashing out, dude. You're so crashing out. Just because it's classified currently right now as unskilled does not mean it's not skilled. I do think that farming is a skillful job. I doubt you could farm.
So you just disagree with the
Wait,
classification?
do you farm? Have you ever farmed in your life?
Probably a lot more than you.
Have
I
you?
own a landscaping company.
Do you farm?
No.
No. So then shut the fuck up. You're unskilled. You can't farm.
horticulturalist.
How about you go out and farm? Go out and farm. Could you grow anything? I doubt you could. You don't even have that skill.
I live in the highest real
You're
estate area of
unskilled.
the
You're
country.
unskilled, bro. You don't know how to farm. You're unskilled.
Farming is not a skill.
Farming definitely is a skill, genius. That was the dumbest thing you've ever said. Tell me,
You
what's a
have
skill?
to Google it. Picking vegetables is not a skill.
One, farming isn't just quote unquote picking vegetables. Two, can you tell me specifically what you consider a skill?
Something that takes years of training, classification, education.
Farming.
You know, No, it doesn't. You
Yes,
can
it
pick
does.
vegetables
Yes, it
and
does.
you're considered a
Farming does
farmer.
take. Wait. Farming absolutely.
What do you
does.
call someone who picks vegetables then? A
Wait,
vegetable
I'm
picker?
sorry. Are you not understanding that farmers don't just grab or harvest the crops that they grow? They also have to grow them. They also have to know the soil. They also have to
Okay,
work
so
and
I'm
operate
talking
the
about-
machinery.
I'm
Hey, stop
talking about
talking. Stop
vegetable
talking.
pickers.
You're obviously not skillful at this argument. You don't even know what a skill is, right? I just explained to you what a skill is. You landscape. I think farmers
I'm
are
talking about
definitely.
farm
Wait, by the
laborers.
way, in the context of farming, they also landscape. Okay, so they do your job within the context of farming. So if you think that they aren't skillful, then you aren't for shit.
My job is not landscaping. I own a $1.7 million company. That's not my job is not.
And I guarantee it's dog shit. I don't give a shit if it's considered 1.7 million. You're a fucking dickhead. You're a dickhead. You're an idiot. You have no clue what you're talking about. You didn't even know what a skill was, right? I just explained to you that farming is a skill. You didn't know that before. That's embarrassing.
What do you call the guy that picks vegetables? They're classified as farmers.
Why do you
okay?
keep saying
That's what
that?
they do.
Why do you wait? By the way, why do you keep saying that?
That's an
Why are you saying that?
unskilled
Do you think that's the
job.
only? Do you think that's the only aspect of farming?
Farming's pretty unskilled. We've been doing it since we were fucking cavemen.
Okay, so okay, that doesn't mean that we can't. Wait, by the way, that doesn't mean that farming doesn't require skill. Could you farm?
It doesn't. It just requires a lot of money.
If I specifically put you on an island if I put you on an island by yourself, would you be able to farm?
Yes,
You would?
easily.
Okay, so explain to me how to grow crops.
How to grow crops? You plant seeds in the ground, and you don't even have to water them most of the time. They just grow. Then you wait till they're ripe, and you pick them.
Okay, so again, you know nothing about how long it would take to grow them. You don't know anything about the soil it would require. You don't know how much water each plant would
You're a
require.
clown,
You don't know
dude.
anything about the
Shit grows.
conditions that
Have
would
you ever
prevent.
had a
Wait,
garden?
I like how he didn't bring up anything about insects or rodents or anything about like different type of animal life that would specifically be taking away those crops in the very first place. So one, you don't know anything about this. Isn't a
Indigenous
fucking
people
house plant.
don't worry
By the way,
about
this
fertilizer.
hey dude, this isn't a house plant. Okay, this is not a house plant. Okay, this is in the outside. You're dealing with literally getting crops so that people can eat. You don't know anything about farming. You just assumed you did. You know nothing about that. What about equipment repair and maintenance and being able to maintain this and actually utilize that machinery in the first place? You don't know anything about what you're talking about. What do you mean this is unskillful?
Okay, I'm talking about if you drop me on an island, that would be sustenance farming. Have you ever looked at how homesteaders raise crops? There's no equipment.
So then why didn't you describe any of the ways in which I specifically talked about? Are you not going to have any mechanism to limit rodents or insects? Or are you just going to say, oh, I'm just going to put the seed in the ground and watch it grow? What is this, Minecraft?
No, because you don't. What do you think you do when you have a farm?
Dude, you think the only aspect of farming is Minecraft, dude. Your idea of farming is Minecraft. That's actually nuts.
I'm way too old to play Minecraft.
Yeah, well, by the way, age
Not
doesn't
everyone's
limit
20 years old, buddy.
age doesn't limit you from playing Minecraft, genius. But I'm talking about the fact that you think you plant it and it just grows. Like it's Minecraft. Like genuinely, that's your idea in your head. Like, that's absurd for you to say, okay? One, this isn't unskillful. Two, right, we need farmers. We actually really do need
Parker,
farmers.
have you ever grown a garden in your backyard?
Not myself, no.
Okay, so who's the one that can't farm?
I never said I could farm.
You said you're a better farmer than me. That was said on this live.
I don't even know if I said I was
ridiculous as it sounds.
I don't even think I said that I was a better farmer than you.
Well, you did. It's crazy, but you did say that.
Okay, well, I didn't mean to, I guess. I don't think I know farming.
Okay, well, you're the one trying to lecture me.
I'm just claiming
on how
that you
to
don't
grow
know
sustenance
farming.
You've
Wait,
never
I'm
had a
just
garden.
claiming that you don't know farming.
I
You're
don't claim
literally
to. I know the
crashing out.
basics, and apparently you do not.
You didn't. I had to mention all of them to you.
Dude, when
You said put seed in the ground and watch it grow. You don't even need to use water. That's what you said, dude.
I have a garden in my backyard that I do nothing to all year. It just rains. Okay, there's no rodent problems. Okay, sometimes the squirrels eat a couple tomatoes. I harvest it in the fall, and that's it. That's
Okay.
how it works.
Okay, I just want to let you know
If you want to increase yields,
Yeah,
and
if you have to increase yield if you're taking care of all of your food needs. You're not taking care of all of your food needs with that level of crops, okay? And also, not all crops
know
are
the
grown in
first
that
thing about
context.
sustenance farming.
How many plants do you have?
I can't count them. I have no idea.
You don't know how many
I'm not
plants you
trying
have?
to sustain off of
Wait,
them.
you have a garden?
No.
You don't know how many plants you have? What?
Yeah, that's
what
correct,
type of,
dude.
What type of pesticides do you use?
I use no pesticides.
No
It's
pesticides.
a home garden.
What type of what type of crops do you grow?
Tomatoes, eggplant, zucchini, blueberries,
Okay. Tell me
carrots, watermelon.
all of those in your backyard?
Yeah, Parker.
Okay. How about this? Go in your backyard and turn your camera on and show us.
Okay, great. It's November, so I mean, everything's dead. Show you my nice garden.
Also, by the way, you need to grow more than that to be able to like literally survive. I just want to let you know. Secondly, I just want to let you know.
I'm not trying to survive off my garden.
Don't crash out. Don't crash out. It's okay. Secondly, if you wanna look at this again, one, that's a skill. We already clarified based upon your definition of a skill. That's a skill. Secondly, when you specifically say quote unquote low skill individuals, you don't want them into the country. Again, you provided no mechanism how they're negatively impactful to the economy that exists if you consider them to be quote unquote low skill. Because I can consider you low skill. And you said it was based on some income threshold. You don't have any
I'm
any
trying
argument.
to turn on my camera. It won't let me.
No, you don't even have the ability to turn your camera on. Now maybe you lack that
I
skill.
walked all the way out here in the rain.
You lack this. Oh, you walked out in the rain.
Yeah.
Good. I'm glad that you had to walk out in the rain for nothing.
I have a serious
Low
garden.
skill. He's low skill. He didn't even know that he didn't even have the ability to turn on his camera. Low skill. Look at that. Look at that. Low skill. Okay. No, genuinely though, like you have no basis for saying that the amount of skill specifically that you're going to be referencing, or what skill they specifically need to have in order to be considered skillful, right, would be reason to say that they are negatively impacting the economy. You have no basis in evidence to indicate that they wouldn't be negatively impactful to the economy. You couldn't even name one way in which they harm you.
The entire basis of our State Department immigration policy is based off this.
I don't want to hear about our current State Department immigration policy. I want to hear, name one way an undocumented immigrant who has not committed a violent crime or bad crime harms you.
Because they take more than they contribute to the
Wrong.
community in
Wrong.
terms of taxes.
Legal immigrants and undocumented immigrants have a higher labor force participation rate than natural-born U.S. citizens, meaning that they're going to be providing more into the system than they're going to be taking out of it, especially because on average their age
That's
is younger.
not what that means.
Wait, on average their age is younger, so that they're going to be receiving less benefits than people who are older. That's actually exactly what that means. If you knew anything about economics,
I'm talking
apparently
about
you don't.
someone who works.
Have you
someone
studied
who works
economics?
their entire
Have you
life
studied
making less than
economics before?
$60,000 a year. Can you not talk over me?
No, I'm going to. Have you studied economics before?
Yes, I have.
You do? You have?
I took
What-
intro classes.
Okay, what's market equilibrium?
I don't know when the market is meeting the needs of the consumers naturally.
Okay, so you don't know anything about economics. You didn't even know market equilibrium is the intersection between supply and demand. You didn't
Bro,
even
you're
pay attention
fresh
in your
out of
intro
college.
class.
Of course, you're going to know.
I'm not fresh out of college. I've been out of college for over a year at this point.
You're asking vocabulary words.
And you learned that in your first class for intro to econ. That's market equilibrium. I learned that
was
in high school.
16 years ago.
I learned that in high school. Okay, you don't just because you learned it 16 years ago.
And I
doesn't mean
did
you-
answer the question.
You didn't. Market equilibrium
Yes,
is the
I did. I said
intersection
it's when
between
the-
supply and demand. You didn't know it was the intersection
Yeah,
between
when the-
supply and
when the-
demand.
When you have what capitalism strives to create, that's a market equilibrium.
Okay, you didn't even tell me it was the intersection of supply and demand. You don't even know what you're referencing. So explain to me, how does an undocumented immigrant come
Buddy,
into our
I
country
explained it
harm
very
you?
clearly.
No, you didn't. I had to tell you. And then you complained about the fact that you
I
didn't remember
I
because it's
repeated
been
what I said.
and then you complained about the fact that you didn't remember because it's been too many years since you've been in school. You want to unmute yourself, man? I don't know why you just muted yourself.
I'm back. My phone's all wet.
That's a
Couldn't
skill
quite
issue.
get my finger on the button.
Skill issue. So would you
Well,
like
we're better
to...
off with less immigration, especially poor people
No,
that
we're,
have
no, we're
not
not.
been vetted.
No,
because
we're better.
we
We're
don't
better
need
off.
to increase our
We're better
lower
off with
classes.
more immigration. I can send you a paper from the National Bureau of Economic Research that indicates that the immigration that we've seen, we've actually seen an increase in wages, right? And we've seen an increase in employment rate for natural-born U.S. citizens, and which meet that criteria of quote-unquote lower skill that you particularly defined as. Did you know
I
that?
can find data that says the exact opposite.
Then go
okay?
ahead. Provide me some. Because I
I'm
guarantee the
not going to
study that
waste
I
my
just
time
mentioned.
doing it.
Well, go for it. No, you could try because I guarantee the study I just mentioned not only references that, but shows that how it builds upon that and actually provides better outcomes in terms of what the model would show in terms of estimations
realize
of
what type
whether or
of
not it's
people
going to have
do
a
these
positive or
studies?
negative impact on wages, employment, and GDP. Because all of those see a positive impact. I know that you didn't know that because you haven't studied economics at all, but you can't even mention a single way in which it harms you. The ways that you mentioned it, quote unquote, harms you, were actually not even true. So provide a skillful based argument, please.
An argument of what?
That actually demonstrates that undocumented immigrants who haven't committed a violent crime or bad crime should be kicked out of the country.
Oh, because they're a burden on our community and our
No,
society,
they're not.
especially.
No, they're not. They're actually
Okay, so-
taking care of our communities.
Why are school districts going bankrupt from having to provide ESL language classes? Okay, why is that happening?
What school?
Lakewood Township,
Okay.
New Jersey.
Okay, let's look. Lakewood Township.
ESL classes. Look at that.
Township going bankrupt because of just ESL classes, by the way. Not any
What else
other
came
class.
up on Google?
Let's
What
see.
came
let's
up on
see.
Google?
I'm pulling it up. Actually, no, it's not even because of that.
Oh, tell me what it is.
It was
Be
actually
honest.
it was actually because they didn't have a separate funding stream to accommodate special education. Okay, so
And where are all the special education students coming from?
no, wait, by the way, there's no evidence that it's specifically immigration. Wait, I just looked this up. There's nothing for that. You just made that up.
Google ESL classes, Lakewood, New Jersey.
Wait, I just did. And
Well, that's
again,
what's going
literally,
on there.
It doesn't say that. Could you give me a source?
The Lakewood Scoop.
No, what's the title?
That's the name of the publication.
I need a title, not just a publication.
Oh, I don't have a title. Just go on their website, search ESL classes.
Yeah, I've already looked this up and I don't see this at all.
The chat really is liking my videos, getting the views up.
What are your videos? People don't spam the videos in the comment section unless you've done something crazy.
They've been spamming saying video for like a couple minutes now. They're accusing me of things.
Yeah, I mean, I literally click on and I literally see he's just. It looks like he's probably going to be anti-Semitic because that's why people are spamming that in the comment section. So we're just going to go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. List in the TikTok screen. So disgusting, dude. No, by the way, he had no argument against immigration at all. All he has is AI slop that's trying to be anti-Semitic. Is that the position? Like, that's it? That's so fucking gross. Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
How old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Push the hand hard. What's your birth year?
Sorry?
And what's your birth year?
2004.
And what month?
June.
What state do you live in?
I'm from Ireland.
Oh, okay. I am just looking for some debates for people who meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Please provide a better argument than the last guest. He clearly had nothing. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
24.
Do you support Trump?
E.
What's your birth year?
2000.
What month?
Like February.
Okay, you'd be 20.
I said 20. I'm 20.
Yeah, well, I know that you're wrong. So. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. List in the TikTok screen. Like February is crazy too. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 20.
Do you support Trump?
Sport is immigration policy.
What month were you born?
July.
What year?
05.
Okay. And if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Alrighty. So why do you support Trump?
I just support immigration policies.
Do you support the what?
Like having less immigrants in the country than more immigrants in the country. And I don't.
You want less immigrants in the country rather than more. Why?
Yeah, so I mean, like, I think he had a big point. You were kind of just cutting him off a lot. Like, I think it's called, like, scarecrowing. Like, you were just kind of coming up with an argument for him and then smashing it when that's not what he was saying. But,
You mean
yeah,
straw
dude, when it
man?
comes to, like, yeah, straw man,
Okay.
straw man.
So what was the straw man?
Like, well, you put me on the spot here. I don't remember. I just remember thinking that. But,
Okay.
you know.
Well, you remembering thinking that is not reason that I did that. Okay.
No, you're right. Yeah, I can't remember. You got a point. Yeah, regarding just like national unity and things, do you think that nations should have like a lot in common in terms of its people?
I think that having some things in common is beneficial, like thinking that murder is wrong. You know, like just in typical. I think that, for example,
Okay,
that's
so-
important.
Well, do you know that like some nations, depending on their customs, like they don't think murder is wrong at some points? Like some immigrants are coming that believe
Name
in
the
like
country.
sacrificing. Well, like I just know that there are people with customs out there.
Name the
When you
country.
bring it-
What's the country?
Well, dude, like you think you're pinning me in a corner by what? Since I can't name a country, this doesn't exist.
Yeah.
Like,
What country are you referencing? I don't know. I don't think you even know. So what claim are you making if you don't even know?
I mean, I could look up a country where there's like a sacrifices made for like religion.
That doesn't mean
there's
everyone. But by the
multiple-
way, say that there were sacrifices in that country. That doesn't mean everyone within the country specifically believes that murder is okay. That's a ridiculous assertion. Okay.
Well, I know, but more people that believe murder is okay is better than less in terms of like the average. So if you're gonna bring in people that you don't know their customs, like you don't know their traditions, you don't know their
Wait,
values.
you said more people who believe murder is okay is a better thing? I think you missaid that.
Yeah, my bad. Who don't believe murder is okay? But when you bring in people from all different, all different countries, they have different customs. You don't know who you're bringing in. You know what I mean? You don't know the values. You don't, because like.
Well, I think that
you
they're
can
more in
argue-
accordance with our values than MAGA.
See, but now you're just distracting because like
That's
that's
not
not really. Well, I mean, sure it is. We're talking about the immigrants. Now you're just trying to pin it back on MAGA. I'm not even talking. I'm
No,
talking
no,
about the
because you just said
immigrants.
that they have to be close with our values. I don't think MAGA is anywhere near our values. I think that the
Well,
average
you're the one
immigrant, I think the average immigrant coming to our country is way closer with the values of this country comparative to MAGA. Like the average immigrant coming to this country cares
I mean,
more about the
like,
rule of
now
law,
you're-
about our
like, we're not-
democracy,
we're not talking
about our
about-
court system,
That's-
about all these things that MAGA doesn't give a shit about.
They're hardworking people. Like I get what you mean by that. They're contributing to a capitalist society. So I mean, yeah, I guess we're providing jobs for them and they're working hard. But that's kind of what they need to do. I mean, when they're low skilled individuals, they have to work. So, but like you saying that MAGA doesn't have those values, that's like the same thing as saying some people believe in murder in America. Like the point is moot. We're talking about immigration. So I mean, look, in terms of like.
Well, MAGA is a huge
you-
portion of the American public.
Right, but like it's the same thing applies. We're talking about the immigrants. We're not talking about people born here because they're citizens. We're talking about the leeway that we have to choose who comes into this country, to choose the values that are going to be poured in, surrounded by our children that we're raising in this country. The communities that we have, the type of culture that we're going to breed as a nation, and that should be something that's unified. And when you bring when you bring people from all different cultures, all different aspects of the world, and you don't check their values, because there's no value check, right? There's just a crime check. You bring those people in, you're taking a lot of risk, right? Because
Not
now
really.
we don't know the type of you don't know the type of society that we're gonna be, and so
I
when you
think
don't
I
have
think that we'd
unity-
be better off with the greater levels of immigration. I don't see any reason to believe that the values are incompatible with our ability to continue
how
our.
are we better?
Can you
how are
answer
we-
this question? Name one
Go ahead.
country in which has values that you think should not be allowed into our country.
See, but now you're pinning me into saying something.
I'm just
that
asking you.
potentially
Name
be
one
racist.
country that this is applicable
You're-
to.
You're trying to like clip farm because when I say
This
this
isn't a
country,
clip. I'm not going to even clip
Well,
this.
hold on. Let me say my point. I'm gonna say a country. You're gonna be like, oh my gosh, you think this? Oh, you think this, that, and you're gonna blow it up. Like I'm not. This is not. I don't really.
You just say clip farm to not respond to my argument. I'm not going to clip this. Okay, Anthony, you're not cool enough for me to even clip you. Okay, actually respond to
not.
my argument. This is so embarrassing that you can't even respond, and you're just going to sit there and say,
You're blo-
"Oh,
you're
you're
blowing
just
it- you're
clip
blowing it up.
farming."
You're blowing it
Respond
up.
to the argument, dude. This is embarrassing.
This isn't an argument. You're telling me to
Name a country. Name a single country in the world that meets this
Well, dude,
criteria of not having values that you specifically think should not be allowed into the country. Because
There are
if you
countries
can't-
in the Middle East that their practices include really horrible things, and I wouldn't want such as exploitation of younger individuals. You can look this up. This is real.
So hold up. So, but I'm asking you, such as which country? Because again, I don't think you're going to say because a country has particular laws, that means that you should view every person coming from that country that way. Let me explain why.
No,
right? Let me ask you this question.
No way.
Can I ask you this question?
Sorry, go
right?
ahead, sorry.
During the Holocaust, do you think that Jewish refugees should have been allowed to immigrate to the United States, even though you heavily disagree with the values of Germany at that time?
Well, I mean, that's different. That's like
That's different. But there was
that's a response to a genocide. What are you talking about? Yeah, I mean, like that would.
But they're coming from a country in which their values you think is somehow different from America.
Well, I think in a lot of ways, you know, look, we're supposed to be a country that's united by a lot of things, and originally that was also Christianity. So yeah, in a way, I don't think that Jewish people align with Christianity. You know what I mean? And you know, I'm not gonna pin Jewish people and say, oh, like they're the reason for a lot of things. I'm not gonna do that. But like, does it help to have more people that are in alignment with, you know, believing in Christ to form a more unified nation?
Okay, so Christians. By the way, I'm not Christian. Okay, I don't believe that they need to be Christian to come into our country. We're not a Christian nation.
Then where do you? I know you probably saw this clip, but I mean, dude, where do you? Because you're saying as long as we have a society where, you know, most people, I guess most people, I don't know how you quantify it, believe murder is wrong. So I want to ask you, where do you get your moral ethics from? What's your moral code?
Such a pivot. It's a description of my psychological preferences. I believe morality is subjective. I believe it's subjective under your view as well, as it's going to be a description of God's psychological preferences about morality. Now, can I please continue?
Well, okay, yeah, you got it.
Please continue with my point.
Yeah, you got it.
One, we're not a Christian nation. We live in a secular nation. Okay, so it's actually antithetical to our values that you think it should be based upon Christianity. If anything, you are against our values.
Look, we can tolerate other religions, but the main
it's freedom of religion, not just tolerate. It's freedom of religion.
Well, I'm not saying that we're gonna, you know, kick people out that are citizens that are, you know, of a different religion. Like that doesn't make any sense.
Would you be okay with a complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country?
Well, hold on. Just let me say this point. Like, do you think that a nation that has more in common is better, or a nation that has less in common is better? What do you think?
It depends on what you're referencing is in common.
Well, I mean, unified
I believe diversity is so great in so many ways. Like, for example, diversity in food. Is that great?
Dude, that's like
Answer the question. Is that good?
Bro, that means nothing. Yeah, it's good. Like,
okay, so you making this claim that across the board either like diversity is bad or something is ridiculous. Okay,
I didn't
so obviously
say
having
that. You said that. I didn't
no,
even say you're putting words in my mouth.
Be quiet and listen to what I'm saying. You are acting like a child right now, cutting me off every single time that I speak, dude. When I'm making a point that's relevant.
Let me make a point after this.
Okay, make your point and then I'll go. Jesus fuck.
Hey, jeez, don't bring.
I will if you keep doing this. Shut the fuck up.
Okay. So obviously with like food diversity is good. Like nobody just wants to eat the same, you know, food every day. But like if you're on like a sports team, let's say, when you want to bond with your guys and like be good at the sport, you're gonna do the same things as them. Like you're gonna go to, I don't know, the same church if you guys are Christian. You're gonna go to the same spots to eat. You're gonna have similarities, same hobbies, because that breeds unity. Unity breeds success. Unity brings nationalism. It brings a nation. A nation comes from the unity of people. So I mean, that's sort of my point. I'd like to. I guess you think diversity is a good thing. That's kind of like the opposite of what I'm saying. I'm not gonna lie. I do think that people,
which is the very point I was making, and you said, "Oh, I was never even making that point." Oh my God, you're so embarrassing.
Well, now I did. I didn't make it before.
Be quiet, and let me make my point now. Okay? So you say unity breeds success. I don't think that we have a more unified country when we have someone like Donald Trump who's undermining our rule of law, our constitution, our core American values, our court system. That undermines unity in our country, which brings less success for our country. Do you agree?
Dude, you're talking about Trump. I'm talking about immigration. Talk about immigration.
Yeah, I understand. I'm wrapping this into immigration. If you can actually follow the conversation.
Oh, okay. So you're saying Trump doesn't breed unity?
Yes.
That's what you're saying? Okay.
Do you agree?
You're good. I like. Not really, but like that's not really
Wow.
what
Okay.
we're
So you
talking
don't you don't agree that he's undermining unity, even though he undermines the Constitution, our court system, our democracy,
Dude, where
our
are you
rule of
going
law.
with this? We're talking about immigration. Why are you talking about Trump's Like
I am wrapping
we're-
this in. Dude, chill the fuck out. I'm wrapping it in. Holy shit. Dude,
Okay,
I'm
okay,
wrapping
okay.
it in. Can you like wait? Do you have patience?
I'm not a very patient guy. I'm not gonna lie.
I can
but yeah,
tell.
I'll
I
be
can
patient.
tell.
I'll be
I can
patient.
tell.
I can tell. Like, give you on, but go ahead.
Is this like your mechanism for rage bait or something?
No, I'm not trying to rage bait you. I'm sorry. Okay, you were saying Trump doesn't breed unity. I don't know. That's like up or down. Like I can't really give you a direct answer. Does it matter that much? Like, do you need me to say yes?
It does matter because I'm wrapping it into the conversation about immigration.
Okay,
You'd
so
like to
rap. Do
actually
the
engage
rap.
with the conversation.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here for it. Do the rap. Yes, sure. Trump brings unity
You think Trump brings unity? Okay. So what?
through
what
his
is
immigration policy.
Then
Yes.
let's okay. Just through his immigration policy.
Well, I mean, yeah, that's what I can think of, and that's
Okay.
also
So
exactly what
is
we're
calling
talking
for the
about.
death of your political opponents, right? Like some Democrats who called for people to not uphold unlawful
Dude,
orders.
what a
Do you think
veer.
that brings unity?
What a veer, bro. We're literally talking about immigration. Why are you talking about random shit Trump did, bro?
Hey, I'm wrapping this in. We just have to clarify that we both agree that Trump does not uphold unity to the very first point, and then I'm wrapping it into immigration. You just need to track the conversation. You're not doing so, and I'm trying to show you this is on topic
Okay.
because you brought up
Okay,
unity.
I'm trying.
Okay.
I'm trying. Okay, I'm gonna do this thing. We got this. Okay. So I have to agree that Trump doesn't breed unity. Like, I don't believe that though.
Okay.
So I guess your point.
If you don't
falls,
believe
I
that,
guess.
then we have to talk about that so that we can establish that before we can continue with the conversation. Then.
Okay,
What do
okay,
you
that
think-
sounds good.
Do you think calling for the execution of your political opponents who just said that you shouldn't uphold unlawful orders, do you think that's unity?
No, I don't think that's unity.
Okay, so that's clearly not Donald Trump bringing unity, right? So if
No,
he's not,
but
okay.
if I cheat once, does that make me a cheater? Nah, I'm kidding. But if I cut hair once, that doesn't make me a barber, right? So, I mean, 1 point of that.
By the way, yes, if you cheat once, you're a cheater. Yes. So I
No,
don't know why you
that-
used that as an
that was-
argument. That was like you literally
was a
dunked on
joke.
yourself.
That was a joke. That was a joke. No, but if you cut hair once, that doesn't make you a barber just because he did one
Because
instance.
barber's for employment. Okay, you're misunderstanding how these terms are used.
You're quantifying something that can't be. You don't. That doesn't. Like, whatever.
Yeah, barber is a position of employment, genius.
So that's what
Yes.
quantifies when you do it once.
Yes,
You are
yeah.
that thing.
Like,
just
yeah,
employment.
if you steal things, are you a thief?
This is like. I mean, sure. I guess.
If
I
you
guess
if you go rob a bank, are you a thief? But I just did it once. I just did it once. I can't be a thief because I just did it once. You sound ridiculous.
Let's go, bro. Let's go back to immigration, bro. Like Trump. Like, yes.
Hey, chat.
sometimes Trump-
One second, real quick. Chat, stop spamming Skip. This is one thing I genuinely want to say. There's one person who keeps spamming it, like 2 people. Okay, stop doing that in my comment section. I keep up people who I want to keep up. Stop telling me who to keep up on my live stream, unless there's something specifically like say that they've done that, like their videos, the last guess. Please stop telling me in the comment section to skip people. It's actually really frustrating that I have people telling me to skip people all the time. Let me have a conversation, please. If you don't want to watch it, skip. You skip. You scroll. Okay. I
just
genuinely, it's getting to a point where it's like, please let me have my own stream. Let me be the controlling person of who determines who's on the live stream. I don't want people in the comment section to be telling me that. Okay, please, thank you. Appreciate the guys. I don't mean to be so assertive or aggressive. I just genuinely, it gets to a point where like, I have to establish a boundary with that because it's getting a little bit ridiculous.
I just gained respect for you. That was cool.
Okay.
Not that matters or anything.
Yeah, I don't really care. So again, if you want to talk about bringing unity, right? Again, your argument here. doesn't bring unity. If you think unity brings success, well, then you're not supporting success by supporting Donald Trump. Okay?
Okay. I think in terms of letting less immigrants into our country, you are breeding unity because the percentage of people that have similar values are higher.
Okay, so you want people to have
that's
similar values. So again, what similar values are you referencing? And then how are you going to limit people
Dude,
based upon
yeah.
how are you going to limit people based upon the certain values that they have? Like what questions are you going to ask them to
That's
see
the
what
thing.
values
You
they have in
can't-
order to let them in the country?
That's the thing. You can't do that with immigration. You just can't.
So
you
we should
can't
just
have,
get rid
like,
of
a person-
immigration?
Well, I mean, limited. Like the Trump's policies on immigration. Like that's
Wait,
what
wait,
you're
wait.
supposed.
But this wouldn't this also be applicable to legal immigration?
Let me think about that. I mean, I think that there should be like extreme vetting and scanning for people that want to do it legally. But for the people that do it illegally, I don't think we should have any sort of. Bro, I'm Cuban, bro. My
Hey, I have a
family
question.
immigrated.
What value-based vetting is there going to exist for immigration?
Yeah, that's the thing. That it's a risk. It's a risk. There is no value-based assessment. So
Okay,
like,
wait.
yeah,
Wait, so then your argument here is null.
you gotta let me just say this. When
Go
it
ahead.
comes to people that do it legally, I think we should have some leniency. Like at least some, right? When they do it legally. But I think when they do it illegally, there should be no leniency. There should be no, because there's no chance to vet them at all. At least from their track record, you can see somewhat the values that they have, the things that they've done. And if there's crime, don't let them in, obviously. But when it comes to people that do it illegally, they're not only they're just disrespecting the country. They're disrespecting our systems, what we have in place. And people like that shouldn't be walking around in America if they don't respect America enough to do it legally. So, yeah.
Okay, so then you must think that Donald Trump needs to go through the legal process of deporting them, correct? Because apparently he doesn't respect America if he doesn't follow the legal process, right?
They came in through illegal processes.
Wait,
so
stop.
if he has-
But they still get due process according to the Constitution. So you have to deport them using the legal process if you're saying that not doing it through the legal process would be disrespectful to the country. Because then you're arguing that Donald Trump is disrespecting the country by violating immigration law and deporting them without utilizing due process.
Yeah, I think it's gotten to a point where, sure, like everybody gets due process, but there comes to a point where it's like so much illegal immigration has happened where you have to go through when you got to fight fire with fire here, bro. If something's not going to be on paper, then it's okay to fight back with things that aren't on paper. You got to eliminate the problem however you can, because that's the thing that they do. They, immigrants come into this country, they, democratic ideals, they want a lot of government benefits, so they come to the country. They don't give a shit about the unity, about the American flag, about the whole thing, apple pie, baseball, whatever you want to call America, right? Or what it used
Hold
to
up,
be.
hold up. How
They
old are
don't-
you,
they don't-
Anthony? Anthony, how old are you?
Dude, can I say the point first?
No, because there's people in the comment section spamming following lists. I gotta clarify.
I'm 20.
How old are you?
I'm
You're
20.
20?
Born in 05.
Do you follow any high
July-
schoolers?
July 16, 2005. Do I follow high schoolers? Yeah, I mean, I probably do.
Okay, so. Oh, Jesus Christ, dude.
What? What is the issue here, bro? I'm 20 years old, bro.
Yeah, I understand. And it's just like, it's just annoying. One, because I have to be the one to clarify while the live stream is happening. Two, right? Stop talking. Two.
Okay, jeez.
Oh my God, dude. Can you just be quiet for a second? I'm trying to clarify something for the stream. I'm running a live stream here, okay?
Okay.
Okay. I'm just clarifying, all right? Go ahead.
Yeah.
Continue your point.
Okay, yeah, no, it's good on you. It's your stream. I don't, mean to come off as disrespectful in any way. I'm sorry, my apologies if I know you're the one running it, so. What was I?
This is what I mean, chat. Like, it's like I can't verify when I'm on the stream. Maybe I need specific people that verify. It's really annoying because it's like I have to like do 4 separate things while on the stream. I have to worry about what the chat's saying. I have to clarify what's happening. I have to respond to the arguments. I've got to ensure that I'm actually engaging. Right? Like there's so many things I have to do at once. I need specific I can't do this all at once. This is ridiculous. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I mean, dude, where was I, bro? Yeah, so just you can't go through value screening through, legal vetting, right? Like you gotta
Hey,
just
hey
not
everyone,
take
by
the
the way,
risk.
everyone, I'm just saying that I'm overstimulated. I'm not mad at anyone in the comment section. I'm just saying that I'm overstimulated. Jesus fuck, dude. It's like people are going to constantly misinterpret what I'm saying. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
bro, that's the internet, bro. That's what happens. But
Thank you for telling me that.
I'm just trying to be nice, bro. But yeah. So look, with all these people coming in, we don't know their values. Like we don't know where they come from, and they're disrespecting the country when they're doing it illegally. If they don't respect America, why should they be here? They come in here, they reap the benefits from democratic policies that the government will give them due process, will give them all sorts of benefits just for being here and being poor and being low skilled. And dude, there are houses, bro. I live in Miami. There are houses here where there's like 15, 20 people, and they just want as many people in the household to get as many government benefits as possible because the number of people in the household, it helps with those benefits. So they're literally just taking advantage of our government, taking advantage of the systems. They don't try to learn English. They literally just shit around. And so people like that, I don't think we should let in. And if it takes, off paper processes to get those people out of our country, then like I don't see the problem with that. I don't think that that's deunifying anybody. I think it's eliminating an issue.
Okay. I don't think that deciding not to learn English is going to be a reason to kick them out of the country. I don't think that's
That's
something you
not
have
what I
to do
said.
to stay in the country. I do think that it's important specifically to uphold due process, and you still didn't respond to my whole point. If you believe that undocumented immigrants need to go through said legal process to be able to get in the country and they're disrespecting America if they don't, then why don't you believe the same thing is true about Donald Trump when he undermines this?
I said that because when you do a lot of things illegally, it's okay to combat that. You got to fight fire with fire. It's okay to combat things that are off paper under the table in ways that are off paper and under the table because that's literally what they do. When they come in here, they touch foot on the soil. They're literally just relying on these benefits that they get, and they're like, "Oh, I'm untouchable." And it's Parker. There is a group of entitled people that come from these countries that they literally just want the better. Do you
This is
think that
so
that exists?
embarrassing, dude. Okay.
Do you think that exists?
You're not answering my question. I am going to ask you it one more time, dude. I'm not going to ask you
Okay.
again. This is ridiculous, okay? Does Donald Trump need to go through the legal process if undocumented immigrants need to go through the legal process? Not a complicated question. That's the third time I've asked you the question. I want an answer.
Answered it though.
No, you didn't. What was the answer?
If he is combating illegal immigration, yes.
So you're saying he
That's
does
my-
need to go through the legal process, or yes or no?
No, no, no. If he is combating illegal immigration, then I don't see the issue with him going under the table and doing stuff like that. No.
Okay. So you think that because someone has violated the law, that justifies Trump violating the law?
I mean, like, you can't apply that to every single circumstance of the law. But
Can you
in this
listen to
specific
yourself?
circumstance,
You're
yeah.
saying Trump's above the rule of law. That's what you're saying. Trump can violate
No,
the
these
law,
immigrants
but
think
undocumented
they're above
immigrants
the,
cannot.
these immigrants think they're above the rule of law. What do you
Okay.
think of that?
If you think committing a crime means that you think that you're above the rule of law, which is what we're prescribing here, because there's a difference, right? Because we're saying that like they specifically won't be held accountable. I don't think an undocumented immigrant is claiming that they won't be held accountable or like they shouldn't be held accountable in a particular circumstance.
That's
right?
not
But
what
I'm
makes
saying
it.
that. Hey,
Okay,
dude.
okay, hold on. Yeah, you got it. Sorry. I'm sorry. I get animated. Okay, so now I get what you were saying. I thought that I did and I didn't. So you're saying being above the rule. I don't think Trump thinks he's above the the rule of law. You know what I mean? But I mean, I think if he runs down and he's speeding on the highway and he's speeding, I think he'll be fine with getting a ticket. I don't think that means he's not going to get a ticket. So I don't think that means he's above the rule of law. But I mean, immigrants come here and they don't see the repercussions. They don't care about the repercussions. It exists. So I mean, like this whole thing of like every single person is amazing. We should live in Pangea, Kumbaya. Like that just doesn't exist. People are different. They have different set of values. They work together a lot of the times better with people that they're similar to with each other. That's why we have nations to begin with. That's why, I'm Hispanic. When I see other Hispanic people, I like to vibe with them. It's just kind of how humanity works. So the fact that this whole diversity, whatever, like get as many people from everywhere, like ABC macaroni, I don't know, but it's like that's just this idealist sort of fallacy that doesn't hold up in any real world circumstances.
Okay. I'm going to repeat this again, okay? If you think it's an issue and disrespectful to the country, if an undocumented immigrant comes to the country through a process in which is illegal, then you must also think the same thing about deporting them without due process. Secondly,
No,
stop talking
I don't
and cutting
think
me
that.
off. I let you speak. Stop.
Okay.
I'm serious. I will mute you every single time you do this. Do you
I
want
get it,
me
I
to
get
do
it, I'm
that?
sorry.
Okay, I'm going to do that. I'm going to do that. We're going to do that from now on. Every single time I speak, you're going to be muted. This is absurd. I'm not doing this anymore, okay? Again, if you think it's justified for Donald Trump to violate a legal process to deport them, well, then you must say that it's not disrespectful for undocumented immigrants to violate the law. You're claiming that they're entitled. They think that they can violate the law. Wouldn't that same thing just be applicable to Donald Trump?
Okay, sorry. Okay. Yeah, so not in this circumstance, no.
So it's not. So why only in this circumstance? Because I could say the same thing about an undocumented immigrant, right?
Well, I'm sorry, bro. Can you just repeat the question again? I
Yeah.
was trying to. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah. So you could say the same thing about an undocumented immigrant.
Right, that they're doing something illegal, right? Okay, sorry. Yeah, the thing is that the immigrant did it first. So if like it's not okay to punch somebody. So, but if somebody punches me, I'm punching back.
This
So
isn't
it's
like
kind
a
of-
self-defense case. That's a ridiculous assertion. Would you punch them back while they're detained? If they get
What?
detained by the police, would you punch them back then?
Well, no, but these
No.
immigrants
Okay.
aren't
So
being
then you
detained. That's
give
the
them
whole
due
point.
process because they've already been detained.
I mean,
If you commit a crime, you get due process. Otherwise, people who commit crimes in the United States who are U.S.-born citizens, they wouldn't get due process either
well,
because they
what's the
committed a
point
crime
of-
first.
What would even be the point of due process when it comes to illegal immigrants? They
Wait,
did a crime by coming here illegally.
Stop. Would you say the same thing for U.S. citizens that commit crimes? Do they deserve due process?
Absolutely.
Okay, but they committed a crime first. You said it was basically self-defense, so wouldn't it be self-defense for a U.S. citizen that commits a crime as well?
I can't. I don't really know what you're getting at here. The thing is that if illegal immigrants, why do they get due process? They're illegal. They did the crime. That's
Hey,
the
dude,
crime. They
I'm going to
can
keep
leave.
repeating this for you, okay? When you commit a crime, you get
Trump,
due process.
yes, Trump-
How you determine that
Uh-huh.
someone committed a crime is you give them due process. I'll apply the same point again. Respond to this point, please, okay? A U.S. citizen commits a crime. Why do they get due process?
Because they're U.S. citizen, and it's a right of the U.S. citizens.
Oh, it's a right of U.S. citizens. Well, it's a right of anyone within the jurisdiction of the country according to the Constitution.
Okay.
Okay? So
didn't know
if
that.
you
I didn't know
extend
that.
this right to U.S. citizens, well, then you got to extend the right to everyone within the jurisdiction of the country because that's what the Constitution outlines.
Yeah. No, that's a big deal. I'm not one to step over the Constitution at all, and I know you have points where Trump did that. So,
This is an example.
yeah. So, okay. Yeah. So I do think that. Yeah, I guess you're right. To prove that they're illegal, that's why they should have due process? Because you think that we're kicking people that are illegal? Is that are in fact legal? Is that what you think is happening?
Yeah, you're not utilizing due process for people who are in the country undocumented. That's literally what I'm saying is a violation of the law. So again, if undocumented immigrants need to go through the legal process to get in the country, well, then Trump needs to go through the legal process of deporting them. And if you think it's justified for Trump to violate the legal process, well, then the same thing would be true specifically in this context.
I just don't get it. If they're undocumented, that means that they're here illegally, which means that they've committed a crime. So that alone should be enough to kick them because due process is to find out if they did the crime. If they're undocumented, they did it.
Yeah,
So
which means
I
that
don't
they
see
have
the
to go
point.
through a court process, which they're not being granted under Trump's administration.
You said, I'm sorry, can you say that again? I was coughing.
It's not being granted under Trump's administration, the due process, so that you can actually determine that. It's only clarified specifically by the administration's claims. So then the Biden administration gets in office, they can just claim things about people and then deport them if they feel like it. Plus, Donald Trump's been talking about denaturalizing legal immigrants.
No way.
I'm not
Really?
joking. He said that on
Well,
Truth Social.
I think people who did it legally, I think that's a,
Yeah,
that's a
he's-
whole different
Yeah,
story.
he said people who undermine domestic tranquility, right, they are going to be denaturalized.
Oh, so I mean, that's the thing. You got to have, I think, in order for a nation to run well, people got to trust the president, which I think that hasn't happened where the whole nation hasn't trusted the president in a long time and it leads to turmoil. But look, dude, if the president says, hey, I want to kick out people that commit domestic violence or domestic threats, I don't know, whatever you said, I don't like.
That's not what I said. I said he
Okay.
said uphold domestic tranquility, which is
So I
incredibly
mean,
vague.
that to me, yeah, no, you're right. It is vague. I think that when he actually does that, or if he actually does that, I'm having faith in the president to implement systems that I would agree with in terms of the people that we would kick out of the country with that process. Because since it's so vague, I think it's hard to tell exactly what he's going to do. So I mean, I don't think it holds much relevancy now until it's done. But yeah, I don't think that if you're undocumented, that's it. You committed the crime. You're here illegally. You're here undocumented. I don't think that there should be. I don't think there's a point for dual process there if they did. But what you're saying is that Trump, he's just kind of feeling it out, and then whoever he feels is illegal, they're kicking. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that would be essentially based on whatever he feels like, because he is just going to claim anything, because it's an extremely vague term that does not have a definition that's clarified.
Well, not that. I'm talking about like this, like what we're talking about now, like
The
illegal
denaturalization.
immigration.
Okay, so if you're referencing undocumented immigrants, what about undocumented immigrants are you referencing? Because I didn't understand what you were saying.
I mean, you were saying that Trump is going to kick people just sort of not fully knowing if they're undocumented or no.
I was
You were saying that
denaturalization.
Right. You were saying that he's going to kick people that actually did it legally, but as long as they had those circumstances. So I mean, I don't disagree with any of that. I agree with all of that. I just think that when you have a nation, it's better to have people that are unified, and this whole thing of this like Pangea concept of like how we should be as a society. Like there are reasons that we are separate. There are reasons that there are nations. There are reasons that certain people work better together. There are reasons that when for example, when people from different countries, when they come in from like India, right? There are whole neighborhoods, townships that are just Indian people, and it's like, why do you think that is? Do you think that they're racist, or do you think that they're Indian supremacists? Like, no, bro. It's because people like to be within their own people, and that's just how it is. So why can't we have the same thing for Americans, for
Hey, dude,
white guys?
Are you Cuban?
Mm-hmm.
Couldn't the same thing be said about your parents?
Absolutely. Like,
So do you think your parents shouldn't have been let in the country because of that reason?
I was getting a call. I'm sorry. Can you say that again?
Do you think your parents shouldn't have been let into the country because of that reason?
Well, you got to understand that Cuba had a regime. People were getting killed, and it was. And I'm not saying that's not happening.
I don't dispute you there, but that also happens in other countries, right? It's not just specific to Cuba. And I think people from other countries where that happens, they should also be allowed to come to our country, right?
Yeah,
Even
I guess
if you're saying they quote unquote come from a different country and they don't have the same cultural background, I don't care. I don't have an issue with people having different cultural backgrounds. I think that's a great thing. I think that's a good thing about America, that we have so many different cultural backgrounds. I don't think one cultural background is what we should just have. I don't believe the U.S. has one cultural background. I believe the U.S. is a melting pot for cultures around the world, which is a good thing. It's not just good because it's a melting pot. It's good because it allows for a diversity of thought. It allows for a diversity of values. It allows for a diversity, right, of people engaging with whatever they choose to do so, which is great. I think that's a part of the exceptionalist nature of American culture, is that we can allow for so many different cultures to be within the purview of our culture.
Dude, that's a beautiful sentiment. Like that's real. I think that that's true to an extent. Do you think that there's risk in that mentality?
No.
You think there's no risk? Come on, Parker.
Well, I mean, I think that there's no specific extra risk from this comparative to any other mechanism. There's risks
But
with every single perspective, but what you're not understanding is that there's no greater risk that we would be undergoing here specifically by ensuring that we have a multicultural society. I think the idea that we just need one specific culture is such an absurd idea. Such an absurd idea.
And I don't believe that. I don't believe that. I don't think that there should be nobody from different countries. That's not what I think. But I think that the majority.
Well, then could someone say to your view that you're causing that there's a risk to your view?
What do you mean to my view?
That you're allowing for some difference in culture to exist. Is there a risk to your view because you're allowing some difference in culture?
Well, yeah, but a very mitigated risk. Yeah.
Okay, well
absolutely.
then couldn't I say the same thing?
Well, actually, hold on. Let me clarify that. It's not really because under my view, everything would be legal. Every illegal immigrant wouldn't be here, and people that were severely vetted, and those would be the people that would enter this country, not illegal immigrants. So I mean, under my view, ideally, I would eliminate those risks, right? in a perfect country, if we were to restart, right?
Okay. I'm gonna say thank you to a few people, and then we'll continue on the conversation. I do need to catch up. I didn't actually do so from prior.
Do you think, bro? Do you think?
Alike, thank you so much. And also, I just want to say to the chat, I apologize for earlier. I just genuinely was overstimulated. I really do apologize. There's just a lot going on, and I'm honestly not getting elevated too. So it is a lot dealing with people genuinely who are on the live, like the debates and type of mechanism of debating that happens on the stream, alongside seeing all things in the comment section. I just got overstimulated, and I apologize. So I just wanted to say that as well. Alike, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5 as well. Thank you so much on YouTube Super Chat. Dave's World, thank you so much for the $5 as well. Thank you. Andy with the $15. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Honestly, because they know that they're scared. I think that's really the reason. I know that they think that they're wrong, and that's probably why. Pama, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $2 as well. Thank you so much. Phyllis, thank you so much for the $10 as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I definitely made sure to mute them myself earlier. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it, Phyllis. Peanut Butter, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5 or $2. Thank you so much. Alike again with the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Phyllis again with the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Madden, thank you for the $20 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much, Madden. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Good some W's for Madden in the comment section right now. Kitten, thank you for the corgi. Thank you so much, Madden. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Good some W's for Madden in the comment section right now. GC, thank you so much for the $2. Maverick, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Noel, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Gianni, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $12 as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Jay, thank you for the $2. Thank you. Lucian, thank you for the $2. Thank you as well. I really appreciate it. For people asking, I'm not 100% quitting 100% off the top right now. I'm just trying to do less. In the long run, I definitely want to, but I don't know if I'll be able to. Is kind of my thought right now. Megan, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $1. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. I think that might have been actually I could ask them for this one because I think that is for this guest. Give me 1 second. Jalen, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $4.20 for the Parker Colt dues. Thank you. Barbara with the $20. Thank you so much, Barbara. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Liv, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Good to be back on early. Good to be back on. Christina, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Casey, thank you so much for the $3. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Literally though, that wouldn't be just be a civil violation, and even then, that's that's still I think someone should be allowed to stay in that context. I don't see that as a reason to kick someone out. Libby, thank you for the $30 on Venmo. Probably do, honestly. Thank you so much, Libby. Marie, thank you so much for the $5.55. Thank you so much. Good some W's for Marie in the comment section. Kyle, thank you for the $1. Juliana, thank you so much for the $5 for shout out to my friend Grace. Absolutely. And then Judy, thank you for the $15. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. And Melissa, thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal. Thank you so much. Good some W's for Melissa in the comment section right now as well. As well as Parker, thank you for the $5. Nicolette, thank you for the $5. Vanessa with the $2. Cedric, thank you so much for the $3 as well. Thank you. And Judy, thank you for the $15. I really appreciate it. Thank you as well. As Gregory, thank you so much for the $10. I don't think it's that. I just think I was just overstimulated. I'm not burnt out or anything. But yeah, everyone, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It'll help get it out to more people. Alrighty. So, why do you support Trump? Or sorry, I apologize. Muscle memory. Go back to what you were talking about vetting. So I have a point about vetting.
Wait,
I
hold
do-
on. Before you start, did somebody get a gift from me? Was there a gift from me in there? I heard there was a gift from me, maybe.
No.
Oh, I thought. Oh no. Okay. I thought it worked that way. Okay. My bad.
Anthony, why would you get a gift, Anthony?
I don't know. You said something where like this was for this guest, right? This could be for this guest. Or something
It was a question. It was a question, which actually you reminded me. I got you.
I got you.
And Kyle, by the way, thank you for the $1. I would have to, but I think that the way that I was using it wasn't bad. I can definitely use a different term if that's what you're referencing. Tori, think of the gold mine, and if you'd like to send me a message, go for it. They said, "What's your tolerance for error in deportations?"
Errand?
Error.
Error?
Mhm.
Oh. Like if somebody gets it wrong, basically. Like if we kick a good person out of the country, is that what you're saying?
They meant like for me, one wrong deportation or deporting to the wrong place is too many. And that's what I'm saying. The
deporting
important
to
due process. So that they're just talking about like in deporting people. If you deport the wrong person, right?
Dude, yeah. It's tough. That's a horrible circumstance, you know, especially for, you know, families that are torn apart unjustly. Does that happen where people are legal and they get, because I know, you know, a lot of, for example, like a lot of his, like my uncle gets stopped every time at the airport because of his name. So I
That's crazy. That's crazy.
well, that's when bro, his name's Jose Lopez, bro. If you if you know any.
So
Well,
that should
no,
not mean that you get stopped every time.
I'm saying that you can get there's a lot of Jose Lopez, is what I'm saying. That's all I'm saying there. I'm not saying that like being Hispanic is inherently, you know, raises eyebrows. I'm not saying that. But at least legal, right? But
Do you
You
think
were
Mike
saying- okay,
Smith?
so
Do you think
people-
Mike Smith is going to get stopped?
no, you
Okay,
said
but there's a
American
lot of
accent.
Mike Smiths.
Well, yeah, because there are a lot of Hispanic criminals that have that name.
Okay,
That's
wait.
it.
So couldn't you say the same thing about Mike Smith? Because I don't know why there'd be more people who specifically have that particular name that would be criminals than Mike Smith.
Well, because Mike Smith is a citizen. We have everything for him.
Oh, okay. How do you even know that Mike Smith's a citizen?
I mean, bro, what are the odds? He's got like an American ass name. I mean, like, what do you mean?
Couldn't you be Mike Smith from a different country?
Dude, how many Mike Smiths do you know from like Uruguay? You know, like that's, I don't, you know, but what do you
I mean, I don't know people. I don't know a lot of people from other countries because I've only stayed in here in the United States, and the people I know from other countries would be like online. So
Really?
Yeah, I haven't gone out of the United States other than I've been to Mexico when I was younger.
Okay. Yeah, well, yeah, so there aren't a lot of Smiths, you know, in places that aren't America. Usually, you know, America's where the Smiths usually reside, right? So, yeah, so I mean, Jose Lopez is just like a very common Hispanic name and a lot of undocumented, maybe criminal, you know, people that they wouldn't want on flights, basically.
I just think that's a ridiculous reason to like literally like detain someone or something. So the point that I'm making is that, like, there are plenty of people who are detained without due process who are legally in this country. For example, Mahmoud Khalil was detained for over 100 days without due process, and he's a legal permanent resident.
What happened?
He said free Palestine.
Dude, what?
Yeah, literally. Like his First
that's-
Amendment right was undermined.
Free Palestine. Oh, come on, really? Because he got anti-Semitic, basically. That's why, dude. That's a whole different problem. Not gonna lie, but yeah, that's messed up, and that shouldn't happen. And that's honestly one of the reasons that I'm like, I agree with his immigration policy, but Trump has kind of been pissing me off regarding the support of Israel. I'm not gonna lie, but whatever. That does, you know, that's not important. Yeah, but I mean, it is, but like not for this conversation. But like,
Wait, did you say
Yeah,
that free
so-
Palestine was anti-Semitic?
hold on, maybe let me not sound like a dummy
Yeah,
here.
saying free Palestine's not an anti-Semitic. Sorry, I didn't even catch that.
Well, I mean, like, I don't mean like, I'm saying going against Israel is what I'm saying.
Going against Israel is not anti-Semitic. I want to clarify here.
Sure.
Being
Yeah, yeah.
anti-Zionist is different from being anti-Semitic. There are anti-Zionist Jewish people. Did you know that? There's a lot of Jewish people that are anti-Zionist.
Of course, I agree. There are plenty of them that live that live in the same place as me and similar places as me. So, no, I agree there. The whole thing about immigration, Parker, I want to make this clear. It's not like I think every single person from a different country is bad. That's not what I think. I think that there is risk. It's like the same, reason. This is gonna sound dumb, but same reason you get fire insurance, right? It's a risk that you're trying to avoid. So because the farthest risk is better than the farthest good a lot of the time, especially when you're dealing with illegal immigrants. So it's not to say that I'm here thinking we're only going to kick bad people out because only bad people immigrate illegally. But I'm saying that we need to mitigate the risk by, unfortunately, kicking some potential very good citizens here,
So
that
if you wanna-
just did it illegally.
I have a
That
better
did
way.
it illegally, specifically.
I have a better way to mitigate risk, and it doesn't require that process. Would you like to hear?
I mean,
So
I'm an open-minded guy.
I think the process to incentivize a greater level of vetting is by providing a legal pathway to citizenship for undocumented immigrants that have not committed a violent crime or bad crime, because over 70% of people that are detained by ICE have no prior criminal record, which means that they're not a threat to our safety and security as a community. If border enforcement can focus on people who have had a prior criminal record, have committed violent crimes and bad crimes, who are actually a threat to the safety and security of our communities, rather than focusing on people who are not a threat to the safety and security of our communities, who have no prior criminal record, well, then our community will be safer as a whole, because, again, law enforcement will be more focused on those who are actually a threat to safety and security.
Okay. Yeah, no, that's a good point. That's a good point. I think that if you're kind of wasting time on people that don't commit crime just because they have a last name or whatever, or I mean,
They are in the country undocumented. It's just the point that, one, they have less of an incentive to identify themselves to authorities or go through the vetting process if they are already in the country undocumented, meaning that if we continue this process of mass deportation, they're just going to continue to stay in the shadows and not identify themselves to authorities, and they're not going to be vetted, yet they'll still be in the country. So
But
we can
that's
vet
where-
more people, and
Uh-huh.
we ensure that people who know that they're going to go through this process, they're going to only go through the process if they meet the criteria, if they haven't committed a
Right.
violent crime or bad crime. So it makes it so much easier for us to identify those that actually have committed bad crimes or are a threat to the safety and security of our community, because if they're coming to the country undocumented after that point, that means that they probably don't meet the criteria for being let into our country
right.
in terms of not
Okay.
committed a violent crime or bad crime. Does that make sense?
I see what you mean. I think that there's value to your point. I just think that the amount of resources we would need to allocate, like the amount of immigration that would increase, I think that doing that would also increase illegal immigration as well, because there's just more leniency overall on immigration. And I don't agree with one of your points when you said that just because they haven't committed a bad crime, or you said something like a violent or bad crime, you think that they're not a threat or not a potential issue or potential negative to society. I don't agree with that. So,
Why?
I mean, just because they haven't committed a violent crime or bad crime doesn't mean that their values might clash with American values. You know what I mean? So, I mean, there are plenty. Just because somebody sits on their ass and they don't.
How can
do
you
crime
identify that?
doesn't- Huh?
How can you identify whether or not they're a threat based upon values? Is there like some sort of value check
you,
that you're going to have?
You can't. That's what I'm saying. You can't.
So if it's impossible, then how is that any different than the current legal immigration process?
Because when they do it legally, you have at least a taste that they do things right. They do things on paper.
Wait, hold up. So we do have a legal process that I'm testing that they should go through here. So they are going through a legal process.
But
They are going through a vetting process. The reason why people aren't going through the vetting process and legal process right now
Yeah.
is because the current process takes too long and costs too much for many people.
Well, that's the price of entering what should be the greatest country in the world. You know what I mean? They shouldn't just be, oh, here's your red carpet or whatever. Here's this, here's the background check when you enter in. Welcome into the United States of America. Here are your benefits.
We want to give them a quick pathway, yes. And again, it's not just benefits. Most people who come to our country, they're working, right? They have a higher labor for immigrants who come to our country, legal or undocumented, have a higher labor force participation rate than natural-born U.S. citizens. Did you know that?
That's you can assume that.
That's not an assumption. That's a statistical fact.
No, I know. I'm saying, yeah, like I believe that, yeah.
Okay, so what's your point?
Yeah, so my point is, first off, just because they do, immigrants tend to do more low-level work, that doesn't mean that, dude, that job is going to get filled. Whether it's through, sure, it makes it maybe easier for construction companies or different situations where there's higher labor involved, low level labor. That isn't
I have a
necessarily
question. Do you
legal.
think that your parents went through the level of vetting you think everyone else should have to go through?
So my parents were born here. My grandparents were
Oh,
born here.
grandparents, I meant, sorry. I thought you said your parents
Mhm.
earlier. I apologize.
No, you're all good, bro. You're all good. I mean, my grandmother was a kid when she got here. She was like 12. And then my grandfather's Puerto Rican, so he's in the U.S. already, or not
Yeah, but do you
territory,
think
right?
that they went through the level of vetting that you think everyone else should have to go through?
No, no.
So do you think that they shouldn't have been let into our country?
I mean, there was Pedro Pan. There were different processes where there were legal actions taken. Even they Cuban people really started coming in when it was the wet foot, dry foot policy of, as soon as you touch land, you're a citizen. So even that was legal because it was on paper. They were told they can do so. But these illegals now aren't doing
Wait, so then
that.
my process would be that, right?
I mean, it would.
So
I'm
I'm
not
just
saying
trying
it's
to
not.
extend the same process that your grandparents got to other people, and you think that's bad.
I don't think that should be a thing anymore. I think that for the time being, dude.
So,
it's
so
the
as soon
regime.
as soon as your family gets in, pull up the ladder so no one else can.
Dude, I mean, it's a vastly different world that we live in today, and I think that
Wait, no, I just
because
genuinely like you're essentially arguing that.
dude, hold on. Just
Go
let me say this real quick. I apologize. So America in the '60s was a completely different America than the America now. The America in the '60s was like 90% white American. Like it's just a vastly different scope. And I guarantee you, if you would have told the leaders of America in the '60s, I guess Kennedy, I don't know, but whoever was running shit, right? If you were to tell them, hey, by letting all these people in now, you're planting the seed for American-born citizens to be like, 70% of the country. You know what I mean? I don't know what the rate is, but like natural-born American lineages to be, the minority instead of the majority. He'd probably tell you, hold on, let's think about this.
Okay, well, I don't think I would want to go back to the 1960s to ask people in government what they thought, because I think that they, again, a lot of white
segregation
men
was
were
a thing?
vehemently racist, yes.
Because segregation was a thing. Yeah, I mean, there's some bads in everything that we're doing. That doesn't mean you can't take away anything from that time period.
The point I'm making is that even if it was the case that most of the people in the country were not like born in the country, I wouldn't mind. I don't think
Dude,
that's a big
what?
issue.
And
What's
you don't
wrong with
have
that?
America. You don't have America. You just have a continent. There is no nation without.
What do you
some
mean
sort
by
of
America?
union.
What do you mean? I think America
That's the
is,
thing.
hold up. I don't think America is going to be a certain, like, necessarily like people group. I think America is within a designation of time, a certain area of land. That's what I think
No.
a country is. I don't think you can define a country as anything else than that, because otherwise than that, it sounds like you're going to be arguing, right, that like literally, like, this is the same argument that white supremacists use for why they want to keep the
Okay.
country over 50% white.
Well, what argument is that? National unity? You think that's the thing, bro? You see,
That's what they claim, which I don't think is true.
A white supremacist says there should be more white people because I mean, like, America's color originally was white. Like we were majority white.
No,
What-
it
is
wasn't. Originally, right, Native Americans and
Okay, but the
Indigenous
country-
Americans, which, by the way, there are Indigenous Americans where there are literally ICE officials that are going up to them and literally saying that they don't believe their IDs are real because they're Native
That's
American
crazy.
and because
I
of
don't
their
agree
skin
with
color.
that.
So I just want to, that's happening in the United States right now
I
because
don't
of
agree
Donald
with
Trump's
that. I don't
racial
agree with that.
profiling.
So, but still, regarding, dude, I'm such like I literally forget things like so easily when it comes to conversation. But regarding regarding white supremacists, bro. I mean, obviously the people that think that just because of the skin tone that somebody has, they're inherently less valuable. I don't agree with. That's racist,
Yeah,
right?
thank you.
But
Yeah, it absolutely is. But like, you understand that like the same argument you're providing, right, is the same
Yeah.
argument they're providing, unless you provide an actual legitimate empirical basis for your position. right?
Well,
For like,
well,
these certain values are necessary, right, in order for our society to become better. Like, for example, I talk about the fact that when people commit violent crimes and bad crimes, that's a threat to our safety and security as a community. That's a legitimate argument, okay?
right, yeah.
Or if you were
So
to
I
actually have an
think that
economic basis to it, which there isn't, by the way. There's no economic basis for saying it's negatively impactful to our economy.
well, that's somewhat debatable. That's a kind of a very strong statement you just made. That's somewhat debatable. But
I can send
look,
you a
regarding,
paper from the National Bureau of Economic Research that goes over a bunch of the different papers that you would be referencing and shows and builds upon them and shows actually how it leads to better outcomes in terms of wages, employment rate, and GDP.
yeah, I'm glad you think I'm on that level to bring up papers. I'm not exactly there, so I wouldn't really. I'm just saying. I mean, I don't think it takes papers to discuss why it might not be beneficial to our economy. But yeah, I mean, if you want to send that over to me, I wouldn't mind taking a look at it for sure. But regarding the white supremacist argument, like I don't think that everything there is like, if you're legitimately racist, that's one thing. But if you say like, I want to live around my own people, I want to be in a country where we're unified by original American values. Because if you agree with the Constitution,
That's literally exactly what white supremacists say.
why is that an issue? That's like the same thing as like Indian people being like, I want to live amongst Indian people. They do that.
Wait, no.
But when they do it-
So you have no issue with white people being like, yo, I just want to live around only white people, and I don't want the country specifically to be less than 50% white. Would you be okay with that?
It's not a white thing. It's a value thing.
No, I'm asking you. Would you be okay? Would you be okay with them saying that?
So right now, I'm Cuban. I live in a neighborhood where it's majority Cuban people. Do you think I'm like a Cuban supremacist for wanting that? Is that what you think?
I also think there's a distinction between, especially because white people, we're talking about white people specifically, who have a mechanism of power, right, that they've historically utilized to disenfranchise other groups. That same thing does not exist for Cuban Americans in terms of just because they're associated or around people who are also Cuban, okay? That's not the argument I'm making. The argument I'm making is because they're doing so based upon skin color. They're not doing so based upon, say, culture, right? Or like some sort of fact that there's like a other basis to it. They're doing so because of skin color.
Well, that's typically how, especially like, and they don't.
I don't think someone's skin color is culture.
Well, they don't think it's culture either. They're not letting like.
That's what they do
freaking
think.
European-
Actually, white supremacists do think that's culture. Actually.
How many Slovenians come in and they're like, "Oh, welcome, my white brother." Like, I don't think that's the majority of it. Like, I think it's mainly.
I never said it was the majority. I just said that there's a lot of white supremacists out there who think that. I'm just saying that this isn't a good argument, right? This argument you're providing isn't good. That's what I'm saying.
It is good. It is good because I'm not mentioning the inherently unethical part of it. I'm mentioning the part that holds some ground and that other communities agree with. You're saying just because white people have power, they shouldn't have the same privileges as like Cuban people, like. That just doesn't make any sense, especially when it was, white Americans that kind of low-key the one. Like, that's
it's
what the country was built on.
historically how like the systems of oppression have been used by white people. Absolutely, I do think that it's viewed differently because
Dude, that's
there are
like the
different
same thing.
there are different motivating
Parker.
factors. If your motivating factor was specifically just because of a skin color, not because of a certain shared, like maybe the fact that there's like some sort of marginalization that existed,
Parker.
right? Then obviously if it's just based upon skin color, I would think that's ridiculous. But there are oftentimes
Parker.
other reasons outside of the context of that situation for individuals who are not white. And for individuals who are white, especially within the United States, that is true. People are specifically doing that because they want to uphold that particular type of systemic discrimination that's existed.
So you're saying because white people have used oppression in the past, we should label white, goals or whatever as unethical and
I'm gonna look at other as a white guy myself, I'm gonna look at other white people as weird for specifically only wanting to live around white people. Yeah, I think that's weird.
Well, that's so, but like,
Is that
Cuban
okay for me to
people do
think? Is that okay for me to think?
Dude, it's fun. Cuban people do that. Indian people do that. They're playing. I was just in New Jersey. Do you know Parsippany, New Jersey? The whole thing.
Wait, by the way, those are all nationalities that you're referencing. You're not referencing race.
American, white American, whatever. White American. That's what I'm referencing.
Wait. That's a race now. Now that's a race. Why is it just white American? Why wouldn't you just say American?
Why isn't it?
Why wouldn't you just say people from the United States? Like you brought up specifically other nationalities.
Because there is no. That doesn't mean anything anymore. If I say people from America,
okay. What do you mean? That doesn't mean. I think it does mean something. In the same way that you're referencing someone who's Indian means something, or someone specifically from Cuba that means something. In the same way that would be an American in the United States, that would mean something as well.
So I mean, dude, when you say when I say Indian, do you think of like the millions of white people that live in India? No, because there's not that many white people that live in India. Like it's way more of a unified country than we are. So I mean, like, yeah, when you say Indian, you can basically assume like their lineage is actually from India to an extent at least. Where it's like if you say American, it's like with the amount of like immigration, it's totally just there. It doesn't really exist to that same extent.
Hey,
So I
let
mean,
me give
yeah,
you
I
an
do have
example.
to
Let me give you an
specify.
example. Let me give you an example. Say you go to
Uh-huh.
Spain and you're living around a lot of people who are from the United States. That would make sense. That would make sense. It doesn't make sense to say you only want to live around white people, okay? That wouldn't make any sense at all. Saying that you want to live around Americans does not entail that they are white. Does that make sense?
I get what you mean, but it's because of the amount of immigration that has happened where it's like I'm you know there are immigrants here that have immigrated legally that are American citizens, but they don't have the values of America. They come from different places that don't share those values.
What are these
So I
values?
mean,
Actually, tell me, what are these values?
dude, every nation has, they're supposed to have some sort of unifying set of values.
So tell me, what is our unifying set of values?
I don't know, be just very God-based
God-based.
things. Like, yeah, dude, we're a nation grounded in Christianity and in religion.
No, we're
So
not.
okay, so not in Christianity, but in religion, right? And we believe in
No,
the Christian.
we're a
Okay.
secular nation. So go ahead, try again. What are the values of America?
Okay, so a lot
Secular,
of
secular,
huh?
secular is a
Secular.
value of
So,
America. Okay, so
like,
give me a
I'm
different
not-
value of America because that's not. That's actually not
What do you mean by
the value
secular?
of America is.
Are you saying that we have freedom of religion? Is that what you're calling secular?
Separation of church and state and freedom of religion.
So that's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying that those values don't exist and aren't in place in our nation. That I'm not saying that we go outside and there are crosses everywhere. Like that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that this nation was built by Christian men. So the values, the way this government was built, the documents, they were all grounded in faith-based
Well,
doctrine.
there are a
So,
lot of
the-
deists. The founding fathers literally said that this is not a Christian country.
Well, I think they meant that way more in that there would be, freedom of religion. That's why it's in the Constitution. I don't think that means that
No, it's not just freedom of religion. It's that this country, the laws should not be defined by a particular religion, right? And also,
Yes,
again,
they
if you're
came
saying
from
you're
England,
saying
bro.
okay, if the only value that you can mention of America is just religion, that's ridiculous. There's so many other countries around the world that have religion.
No, dude. Religion comes with a whole set of values and like moral
Be,
ethics. I'm just
be
saying it's
specific
grounded
then.
in that.
Wait, so would you be okay with people coming from majority Christian nations?
Like what nations would you be talking about here?
Wait, you just said that it should be values of Christianity, right? So then
I mean,
people
like-
coming from majority Christian nations, they should be allowed to immigrate here, right?
There's still risk in that. That's what you're not. You're
Oh,
not
okay.
getting
So
from
now
it.
it's not about religion. So tell me, what are these values of
No,
America?
no. It is, dude. There are good people that aren't being led into this country. I'm not saying there aren't. I'm saying that
What
there's
are these
risk
values?
involved.
What are these values? Tell me. I'm waiting.
Dime. Sorry. Okay, love you. I will soon. I have to change my tag on my car. My grandmother's coming. Dude. Unity. I don't know. Love your brothers, yourself. Just very, I think, Bible-based things is what I think that America should run on. Honestly. So when you have people coming in from different backgrounds, different religions, I think it could potentially skew that. And that's the risk that I don't want. And I think that a lot of Americans would agree with me in saying they don't want that risk. So for me, it's just kind of like a very simple no-brainer when it just comes to risk and kind of decentralizing America. Because like, if you look around, we are decentralized. We don't agree on a lot of things. And you could blame that sure on like the political climate of America, but like what provides more grounds for that? Like, bringing in more people that have even more differentiating opinions and values to mess it up even more and make it more of a weird little bowl of ideals and values, or like less of that.
Okay. So all you've really brought up is religion. Okay. So would you be okay with Christians entering our country?
No, they're doing it illegally. No, because then they wouldn't have respect for America. So why would we give?
How about a higher scale of immigration? Wait, actually, how about if Jesus came into our country undocumented? Would you deport Jesus?
Dude, what are you talking about right now, bro? What
Would
are
you
you
de-
saying?
would you deport Jesus?
What is this rage bait, bro? What?
This isn't rage bait. I'm actually asking
This
you a
is-
legitimate question. If Jesus
Okay,
came into our
sure.
country undocumented, would you deport him?
Dude, that would be the second coming. Nothing would matter. Actually, I should remind
Wait,
you.
so then you wouldn't deport him, right?
Dude, this is like a crazy, weird argument that like does
You
not hold
can't
real
answer
ground.
the question.
Also,
You don't know
low-key-
whether or not
low-
you would deport your Lord and Savior?
Dude, what are you doing? Dude, this is so irrelevant. By the way, repent, bro. Repent. You should
No,
go to church.
I'm
with
good.
him, bro.
So-
Jesus loves you.
Yeah.
He's
and-
dodging. What do you mean? That's my Lord.
Yeah, Parker loves you. Peasus loves you. Okay, I can do the same thing. Can you answer my
Wait, what do you-
question?
Pieces.
Yeah, Peasus loves you.
Okay, so even though if I say yes to this, it holds zero value in our conversation whatsoever. Like there is no value. It doesn't add anything to your point or not. No, I don't think I would. I don't think that I would have the jurisdiction to attempt to deport my Lord and Savior. I think that's just a weird argument that doesn't make
Okay,
any
so
sense.
you wouldn't. So, but they came into the country undocumented. They violated the law.
Dude, what is this? What is this? This has got to be some fallacy and debate that's going on here, bro. What is
Christina.
going on?
So, are you saying if they're not a threat to the safety and security, they only will benefit us? You let them into the country, even if they
Parker.
came here undocumented.
Well, guess what? Guess what? Jesus did everything right, so he's gonna come in legally. So that's irrelevant. Like, is that what you want me to
That's
say?
actually not true. He literally violated Roman law, didn't he?
Oh my gosh, this guy's.
Wait. I'm sorry. Do you think that Jesus didn't violate Roman
Are
law?
we okay? So let's decide. Are we pivoting to the God is real debate, or are we staying on immigration?
No, I'm just asking you the question.
What do you mean he broke Roman law? According to the Romans, he was a Pharisee and got crucified for it. Like, what are we talking about here?
Yeah, that's my point. Like, so just because he violates a specific law, right, doesn't mean that he's like not God from your perspective. So if he came to our country undocumented,
No, I'm, not right,
right,
now,
would you let
I'm,
them stay in the country?
Hold on. Sorry, Parker. No, voy ahorita. Perdóname. Voy ahorita. Dale. Gracias, bro. Okay, perdóname. But, sorry, you were saying, yeah, bro, Jesus wouldn't be. Oh, you're saying he broke law, and yeah, because according to, and that's exactly what I'm. It's so funny. You just gave me this right now. But it's like values of other nations that conflict. Like if the Roman people were still like here today, we're like a traditionally like Christian nation. We would.
Someone who
not-
was in this country prior could have said the same thing about you speaking Spanish. You know that, right?
Well, we did it legally. I'm here legally.
Okay, wait. Now you're okay with it. Okay, so then it's not about values conflicting. It's whether or not it's legal. Is that your view?
Parker, I said this, man. I said that there's needs to be extreme vetting done to legals, but my strong stance is that illegal immigrants have no place in this country. That's
Okay,
what
so
I'm
then
saying.
if Jesus came here illegally, you would deport him.
Jesus wouldn't come here legally. Jesus would come
Yes,
here
he
legally.
would. Yes, he would.
How do you know?
How do I know? Because he violated Roman law.
You don't know. It's Jesus, bro. And he didn't. And what Roman law was.
Wait, do you think Jesus is going to apply for citizenship before? He's going to wait in the line?
See
He's
how
going to
you're
apply
laughing?
for
Like, what is-
citizenship?
Bro, you see how you're laughing at this hypothetical? Like, what is this?
Yeah,
Can we move on to the next
Jesus
point?
Christ is going to wait in line to get in the country legally, yeah.
So do you believe in Jesus or do you not? Because you're kind of sounding like you
I
believe in
believe Jesus existed as a person. I don't believe Jesus is a god.
So you don't think he would come back, so it's irrelevant.
No, this is a hypothetical because I'm trying to demonstrate that you don't think that every single undocumented immigrant should be deported. Hell, I don't think that you think that Elon Musk should be deported, even though he
Bro,
violated
you
immigration law.
You can't just say Jesus, bro. Like, of course, like, it's my religion, bro. Like,
I know
that's
that the point I'm trying to get to you is that just because someone came to the country undocumented does not necessarily
nobody-
mean that you would want to deport them. Okay, that's the point I'm
Nobody
trying to
is
get
like
to.
Jesus, though. You gotta name me a person that
hold
isn't
up,
a
hold up.
divine figure.
You could say no one's like Jesus, but the point I'm then going to make is why would Jesus be let in, but not other people? Like what specific qualities about Jesus would
Dude,
exist
I don't think
that would
you're
mean that he'd be
qualified
let
to-
in, but not
Dude,
other people?
you're not. I don't think you're qualified to talk about this. You don't believe in Jesus. You're just using my beliefs against
Hey,
me.
dude,
When you
I
don't
grew
even
up in a Christian
truly
household. I
believe it.
probably know more about the Bible than you. I don't want to hear it.
That's fine, but you don't believe in Christ. That's what matters.
So?
You don't. So why do you have the grounds to talk to me about my own religious
Because I understand
beliefs?
your religious views.
But you sure I could read up about Hinduism. That doesn't
I'm
mean
not
that in a
a-
debate
I
I'm
don't
gonna
believe
say
in
if
Hinduism.
If Vishnu came through, like what? What are you talking about? They would probably find that offensive and a little bit insensitive. I'm not gonna lie.
You
But
think
when
it's
Jesus
offensive for me to
Christ, it's like,
say? You think it's offensive for me to give you a hypothetical that if Jesus came into our country undocumented, that you wouldn't deport him?
dude, because
You're such a sensitive little snowflake.
Well, I mean, isn't that what a lot of Never mind. I won't go there. I won't go there. But
It's literally a hypothetical. I grew up in a Christian household, bro. This is not offensive.
Okay.
Get a grip, dude. That's so embarrassing that you
grip
just tried
on.
to say that.
Hey, Grip Gotten. Okay, I'm here. Yeah. So, no, I wouldn't deport Jesus Christ. Like, what are we talking about here? But it doesn't hold your argument up. It's just it could, I guess, but like it's just
Okay, so the point I'm asking is essentially what qualities exist within Jesus that would say that even though he's come into our country undocumented, you think he should be allowed to stay?
dude, he's the Messiah. What are you like? What are we
So
doing
it's just
here,
his
bro? Get a
divinity?
different
I would ask,
person.
what about his divinity?
What type of question is this? What about his divinity?
Like, is it that
You
he's not a
can't-
threat to our society?
Dude,
Is that he's only
'cause I would-
beneficial to our
Jesus-
society?
Jesus isn't even human. He's fully divine and fully human.
So he is human. And by the way, that makes no
but he's
sense.
not. Dude. That you're saying you know more about religion. This is literally religious doctrine. Jesus is fully
Yeah, but
man
that's
and fully
incoherent.
divine.
That's incoherent.
Dude,
wait,
you're literally
me
saying
saying
you
I
know
know more about religious
about
doctrine does
religion.
not mean that I think all religious doctrine is coherent.
Dude, this is like basic Christianity that you just
I
claim to know more
understand, and
about
I think
than
that's incoherent. There are different interpretations
What's-
of these views, by the way. There are other views that I think you can make
okay,
sense of.
okay, I think that you were okay, sure. But no, I don't think there's something about his divinity. It would be the fact that he's my Messiah, my Lord and Savior. I got to read my Bible more lately, honestly. But yeah, I mean that would be the qualifications. However, no man will ever meet those qualifications. So just because I say that Jesus shouldn't be deported, that doesn't mean that I have some leniency towards people that are on earth
But
as
like the
humans.
point I was trying to get to is that like, is it because he's only going to be beneficial? Because he's not a threat to our society? Like, would those reasons at all be relevant?
Dude, no, because it's you're dude. We got to move on from this. This is not. It's Jesus Christ,
Okay,
man.
dude.
He's-
Okay, dude. You can't even engage with the point. Like, I'm just
Hold on,
trying to
okay.
get you to engage with the point,
Uh-huh.
to then understand your perspective, to show you that the same very reasons why you'd think that it'd be okay in that context, right? You would think it's okay. Okay, so that's ridiculous. I'll
You're
keep
lining
going.
up the yes questions, and I'm not. I don't agree. So you can't put me in the.
No,
in the
you
thing.
just don't want to engage because you're
Dude,
such a snowflake, and you think that's such an
Dude,
issue for me to bring up
bro.
Jesus. No, I'm serious. You're literally just being a snowflake and not wanting to answer the question. Like
Okay,
that's
sure.
really what it is.
I wouldn't deport Jesus on the basis that he is divine and is my Messiah.
Okay. Alrighty. And again, I kept asking you about what about that, but I'm not going to ask you anymore because you're not going to answer. So,
Because none of that can apply to humans. It's specifically a divine nature of Jesus Christ. So you can't
yeah,
really.
I said
you can't apply
what
to
about
humans.
his divinity? Okay, I'm not going to ask anymore. How do Elon Musk? You know that Elon Musk violated immigration law?
Yeah, I mean, he probably did. He probably violated a
Do
ton
you
of
think
laws,
he
but
should have
he's
been
really
allowed
bad.
to stay?
I mean, like, no.
No, you think Elon Musk should have been deported?
I mean, like, bro, like, yeah, but Elon Musk is a really rich guy. Like, that's what you have power when you're that wealthy. You can just do it. You basically do whatever you want. So I mean, like,
Okay, wait. So you're okay with him staying in the country because he's rich?
no, I'm not okay with it. But I,
Oh, so you think he should have been deported?
I mean, like, if he broke law that under our jurisdiction would say he should be deported, then yeah. I don't think that's a crazy. Why is this like an eyes going wide moment? This is like a very, I think, common sense moment. You just asked if he broke an immigration
It's
law.
common sense to call for Elon Musk's deportation. Okay.
Dude,
Okay.
you just told me he broke. I didn't even know the law you were talking about. You just told me that he broke an immigration law. Should he be deported? What am I going to say? No? Like, yeah. Like, I think
Well,
that makes sense.
I mean, I was just saying. if you want to deport him, that's
You know how
okay.
many?
All right. Hold on.
I mean, you know how many laws
Hold on.
like
Can I ask you this
people.
question?
Go ahead, bro.
Okay. What do you think is the limit of the amount of legal immigrants you would allow into the country?
As minimum illegal?
Legal.
Oh, legal. Oh, geez. Like I'd probably aim to have the nation be like as probably like obviously if you're born in America, then it is what it is. You're born in America, then you're not getting booted, obviously. But like I'd probably aim for it to be like 90%, or maybe not 90, but like 80% people born in America. 80% of our population born in America. And then maybe 20% immigrants. Where before it was like 90% American-born people and like 10% immigrants. But like, you know, we were a young nation that I think that, you know,
So you want less?
You know,
Wait. So what was the percentage?
I think it was, like back then or what I just said now?
No, what you want.
Oh, I guess like 80% of people in America to be born within our borders.
Okay, well then you'd be okay with increasing the foreign-born population, because approximately 15.8%
I mean,
currently.
that's what you. I mean, like, that's just a part of our jurisdiction where if you're born in America, you are maybe that will change in the future. I doubt it will, but when you're born in America, you are a citizen. You're granted citizenship.
No, so
I mean,
are you okay with increasing the share of the population that is foreign-born? Because we're currently at 15.8%.
I think that if we foreign born, like you're saying that immigrants from other countries, it's only 15%.
15.8%, yeah.
Oh wow, that's like less than I thought. I mean, yeah, I guess we just look a little bit more immigrated because of like I guess past immigration. Wow, I did not think that was. I guess yeah, because people have families when they immigrate and stuff. But yeah, I mean, I honestly,
Wait,
I'm
do
not
you think foreign-born is the same as just people who have some type of like ancestry of immigration?
No.
Because
No.
it means that they were foreign-born, the person who is foreign-born.
Yeah, no, I know what you mean. I know what you mean. I think that's just. I think that ideally we wouldn't have let in the amount of immigrants that we would have let in to have our nation be the sort of numbers that it's at right now.
Wait, you just said that you want at like 20% of the population to be foreign-born. So you want to increase the share of the population that's foreign-born.
I don't know the numbers. That was just a random number. I have not looked specifically into these details to know what 20% looks like or 15%. This is just me just coming up with a number basically. But I mean, I think it should be less than what it is now. I think it should always.
Oh,
be.
now he's saying it should be less than what it is now. Okay.
Well,
so
dude, you asked
why?
me to throw out a number. I don't even know the actual.
Why do you
number.
want less of the so you want less of the population to be like your grandparents?
Foreign born? To be foreign born?
Yeah.
To be wait, hold on. Foreign born.
You said
Okay, so look.
your grandparents were foreign-born, right?
Hold on. I was hold on. I'm saying that people that are illegal and foreign born, there should be a lot less.
Wait.
of those.
We were talking about legal immigration, okay?
And I was.
I'm talking
I was
about
on
increasing legal immigration.
One. Yeah, I was on one. No, because I don't know why, but that slipped over my head that we weren't talking about illegal policies. I mean, like, dude, like legal immigration, there should be. Oh, so you're saying foreign born legal? Okay, immigrants. I mean, yeah, I think there should be somewhat of a cap. Like, I think we should be pretty selective with whoever we bring in from other countries, you know. But my thing, like I've been saying, is like really the illegal. That's the illegal immigration. I don't
Do you
think
think
should
that
be
same
happening.
sort of selection process should have existed for your grandparents?
I mean, like, it was like I said earlier. It was just a different America. America was way more, you know. It was due to like way more in unity to an extent with its values, with the amount of people.
Are you
that
saying
were
the level of
born in
immigration that
America.
allowed for your grandparents to get into the country made this country less unified?
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. I'm not, dude. Parker,
Dude,
you're acting
that's
like I'm
crazy,
saying,
bro. That's
dude, bro,
crazy.
you're
I'm sorry, you're
Parker, let me
talking.
say
You're
this.
talking about.
Let me
You're
say,
talking
let me
about
say
the
this before you blow
no,
this
stop,
up, bro.
stop,
You're
stop.
about to
You're
blow.
talking about the type of immigration that allowed for your family to get into this country, and then you're sitting
Yes,
there and
I think-
saying
and that's
that
the
your
thing.
family in this country made this country less unified. That's what you're saying right now. You're saying your family
I'm
and
not-
people who got into the country through the same process as your family. You're saying that that makes the country less unified. I disagree with that. You know what I think makes the country less unified? When you support people like Donald Trump, not immigrants coming to our country.
Oh, come on. Parker, look, I never said, I literally have been saying this the whole time, that when you lower illegal immigration, yeah, and also my grandparents came here
talking about
legally.
legal immigration right
sorry,
now.
so sorry. I'm sorry. I'm catching up. Okay. Dude, like, I'm saying that immigration has its risks. That doesn't mean that immigration is all bad, but I'm saying to mitigate these risks, we should have a way more strict policy. So my grandparents are fantastic. My grandmother and my grandfather, fantastic people. They came into this country not really knowing the language, and my grandmother, dude, so I'm very blessed to be your grandson. She's amazing, and my grandfather as well. They're great people, but
Absolutely.
that's not. You can't just say just because they're great people that means we should just let everybody in. Kumbaya, campfire.
I never
like,
said everybody. I
else in.
said people who haven't committed violent crimes and bad crimes.
But when it's illegal immigration, like,
Hey, dude, I'm
you don't-
providing them a legal pathway. That's legal immigration.
that's your point. Yeah, I think that, you know, just because they haven't committed a violent crime, like, dude, there are people that haven't committed violent crimes in their countries, right? Because, you know, just like the Romans thought that Jesus was, you know, a Pharisee, and they were wrong. The same can be said about, like, different countries that hold different values than we do. So just because they didn't commit a violent crime in their country doesn't mean that doesn't mean they're good people. Doesn't mean that they should be worthy of entering our country. That's like the same thing of like somebody
So
that.
then what do you want them to have to go through?
That's what I'm
What
saying.
makes them worthy? If you don't think my process makes them worthy, give me a separate mechanism that would be able to identify who's worthy and who's not.
So dude, I'm not saying that I think your process is, you know, it's admirable because you understand it. Like, you understand, you know, the potential risks of immigration, of, you know, putting people in this country that are violent and stuff. So you understand that. The thing is that when it comes to making it more lenient to enter the country than not, and just as simple, did you go to jail? Have you been to jail? Like, you know, bad people that haven't been to jail, bro. Like, it's just like, why should they be let in just because they didn't spend time in prison? You know, I don't think that says much. So, I mean, if that's your only thing, then
Yeah,
no,
I mean, if
think
someone has
that's-
been held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, I wouldn't let them legally enter the country, would you?
Dude, he's freaking rich. When you're rich, you just
Wait.
know. I don't.
So someone
Dude,
who's rich, who's been held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, you'd let them legally enter our country?
Dude, you're asking, like, kind of, I don't want to say irrelevant, but they're just off the mark. Like, dude, like, obviously I don't know Trump personally. I don't know if he's done, you know,
I'm just asking you,
questionable things.
if someone is rich and they're trying to enter our country legally, and you get to determine whether or not they're allowed to legally enter the country, and every other way, everyone else says they're allowed legally, would you let them legally?
just because they're rich and they're illegal. Like, they're rich just because. Sorry, my bad.
Dude, it's like you're not listening to me. Okay, I'm talking
I'm
about
sorry.
a person going through the legal legal
Okay.
process.
Wait, so he's legal and he's rich. What's the problem? What do we?
No, they're going through the legal process. Would you let them legally enter the country if they were held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman?
Oh, I mean, if they hadn't completed the legal process, no, they should be kicked. You're saying they're going through the legal process.
Yes,
Are they a citizen
yes.
or are they not? Have they completed it? Have they completed it?
You get to determine whether or not they're allowed legally into the country. You are you are the immigration officer that
No,
determines
he's not allowed.
whether or not people are allowed legally into our country.
He's not allowed.
They
No,
are
he
not
hasn't-
currently in the country yet, and they are trying to legally enter our country. Would you let them legally enter our country if they were held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman?
No, what? No, absolutely not.
Okay. But you'd let them become president of the United States?
Wasn't Trump was born here, so I mean, like, that's kind of.
So, I'm asking, why would you say that someone shouldn't be allowed
It
to
wasn't-
legally enter the country, but they should be allowed to become president for the same thing?
Yeah, I think that, you know, at a certain point, when you have an option between two candidates and one just seems more fit to run the country, it's just like, dude, like, you think we're gonna kick every single congressman who's done who's engaged in that kind of thing? Is that what you want? Because you
Yeah,
have
don't
like
support
half.
them. Yeah. I don't support a single person held civilly liable of sexual abuse. Yeah.
But would you wipe the government clear of anybody who's ever done something like that? Because
Yes.
we would. I mean, like, in what way? Would you just jail
If
them
they-
all right now? Would you? Because if you think about it realistically, if you do that, there's reasons that doesn't happen. I feel like besides corruption, like if you were to say, dude, the amount of destabilization that would happen to our nation if every single congressman.
Oh
and woman,
yeah, if we kicked out rapists from the Oval Office, yeah, that would destabilize our nation.
Exactly.
No, it wouldn't. You're being ridiculous. Okay.
I mean,
it would not destabilize our nation to kick people out of Congress who were held civilly
If we do
liable
it
of sexual
quick-
abuse.
you have to understand, if we do it very quickly, then yeah, it would for a time.
No, it
we'd be
wouldn't.
A little bit.
No, it wouldn't. Our country is
I mean,
currently
like, it would have to
destabilized
be a
right.
slow
Our
pro-
country is currently destabilized right now with a person held civilly liable of sexual abuse as the president.
Yeah, no, I agree with what you're saying, and I agree that these people shouldn't be in office.
I believe
that
Trump should be impeached. Get that motherfucker out.
I don't think he's doing, like, that's the thing. I don't want to agree with you. I'm up here to disagree with you. So I don't think he's doing like a fantastic. I think that his immigration policy is what I agree with, but I think he's just being really. We don't have to talk about that. But yeah, dude, when it comes to like, people in power are corrupt. They do these things, so it's just like it would have to be a very slow process, and that's literally what a lot of people in America are trying to do. They're trying to put in people that actually are American, that believe in the country. They're not just corrupt people that are just
Like Trump.
I mean, oh dude, no, I think that he was the best choice for the candidate.
Name one corrupt person in Congress.
Oh, I just know that it exists. Like, it's, I mean, like, freaking, I don't know if Nancy Pelosi's in Congress, or like think she is, but like maybe not. Maybe maybe it was something there, but I mean, if you're gonna ask me to go through what each politician has done, I'm not gonna be able to come up with much, bro. I'm not gonna lie to you here. But as far as like, I would kick all those people.
Can you tell me what corruption is?
What is corruption?
Yeah.
You want me to assign a definition to corruption?
Yeah.
Okay.
Or at least in a general sense, what do you think is corruption? I'm not going to be super hyper specific with you. I'm just asking, like, in a general sense, how do you refer to corruption, or like what do you think would be corruption?
So I mean, corruption would be sort of going against the ideals of the party that you are, that has faith in you, that has good faith in you, going against their ideals for, not some sort of feat, whether not a feat, but a reward, like a monetary award, or it usually is for money, but like, just a benefit that they get, just going against the people. It's basically just doing things under the table for money that people don't know about that are illegal. But you're doing it in a government system, so you're utilizing the government system to make you more money, basically. Corruption in our government can be described as that.
Okay, so Trump dropping a meme coin, Trump using Truth Social in order to double his net worth, Trump literally getting a gold bar and a Rolex clock from Switzerland to then reduce tariffs on them.
Dude, at that point, he's just playing the game well. He's not really utilizing. He's
So
not doing
by the
anything
way, he defines corruption. I say how corruption under his definition would be applicable to Trump, and then he's like, you know what? Trump's just playing the game. What?
Well, he's not undermining the people of America when he's doing this.
Yes, he is.
He's not. He's
Yes, he is.
giving us an advantage over Switzerland. Like,
That's not an
different
advantage.
'cause he's-
How is that an advantage when he places a tariff on them to be able to get a gold bar and a Rolex clock? How does that benefit America?
I mean, like, you want to talk about tariffs now? I mean, is that like, I guess it would benefit America because it's a tariff on Switzerland. Like, I don't.
He reduced the tariff, genius. He
Oh, he
reduced the
reduced it.
tariff to
Oh.
get a gold bar and a Rolex clock.
It's not illegal though. Like, at that point, that's like
It's
rich
not illegal.
people-
That's his argument. His argument is that it's okay because it's not illegal. Right? Is that your view?
Well, it's not necessarily undermining American citizens. Like that's the same thing as like really rich people. They read
It is
the tax
undermining
code.
American citizens. You said tariffs would be beneficial to American citizens, so he's getting rid of something beneficial to Americans for a gift for
Well,
himself.
do you believe in tariffs, Parker? Like obviously
Well,
tariffs.
I believe tariffs aren't beneficial, so I actually think it's a good thing to reduce the tariffs. But the issue
So
is
then
that he's the one who imposed the tariffs in the first place. Genius.
I love when you say genius. It's so funny, bro. You're like it's so funny.
It's the best way I can say it without getting flagged by TikTok. Okay.
Yeah,
It is the best way I
can
can say it without getting flagged by TikTok. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, look, if he's not doing anything against the American, I mean, like, look, tariffs are up in the air, so we can't just say tariff is a binary good or not good. Like, you know what I mean? So it's not like, it's not like people solely using their place in government to do favors for other people under the table. That's not known. Like Trump is public about this. If he would have been, very private about it and did it under the table and in secrecy, that's a different story. You could raise some eyebrows there. But since he didn't, I don't think that's it's not the same as the corruption that I'm talking about. Or like, that's not really corruption, I don't think, in general.
It is corruption based on the definition you provided. What benefit does
No,
that
it's
have
not.
what benefit does that have for America?
It doesn't really, I mean, like, what is it, like a coin or something? Like a stock? Is that what it is? If people see what's rising, they could flag it and, like, I don't know, buy into it. So, I mean, like, people potentially can make money off it. Like, it's trade, essentially. Like, it's not, it's not like a binary good or evil act.
People
So, I
can
mean, I
make
don't
money
think
off of what? The tariff being implemented?
Isn't there now like a higher? See, that's the thing. You're walking me into a territory where I don't really know much about, but like, it doesn't some value of something go up when this happens, and people could is this not like a coin we're talking about, or the gold? I guess like.
A gold bar and a Rolex clock to reduce tariffs. That is.
Dude, this sounds like it.
Hold up. That is clearly going to be like Donald Trump engaging in corruption and getting gifts and bribes to reduce tariffs.
Oh, but is it for himself or for America?
That was for himself.
Oh, see, that's where I wouldn't. See, I'm an open-minded guy. Like, you know what I mean? Like, at that point, I would, raise an eyebrow and be like, okay, I mean, if it's not benefiting America, it's only benefiting him. Well, I mean, at the same time, you're going to clock a guy for getting his bread. You know what I mean? Like, that's like saying like a really rich guy who avoids taxes because he knows the game, he knows how to read tax code. That's like saying that he's unethical for doing so. Like, I don't think that's true. He just knows he's a guy that's knowledgeable and knows how to make more money than less. So I don't think we should penalize that.
You don't want to penalize Donald Trump getting bribes from foreign countries?
I mean, like, bribes to do what, though?
Reduce tariffs here.
So, I mean, like,
So he imposes tariffs on countries just so that he can get bribes?
Yeah, so, I mean, he's kind of acting on what he thinks is the not beneficial for the average American citizen to, I guess, put a little more money in his pocket. Because in his eyes, right, tariffs are good. So, I mean, in that case, no, I think that's, maybe it could be. I don't think it was under my definition, but I think you could sort of label that as some sort of, corruption, I guess. But, like, regardless, bro, immigration to me is a very,
Can I ask you this question?
Yeah.
Name one immigration policy the Democrats support that you disagree with.
Oh no. It's the overall more leniency than not of illegal immigration that I don't agree with.
Hey, dude, they're not that lenient. Democrats still deport those that have not committed violent crimes and bad crimes. That's something I disagree with them on. They just want to make the legal process go quicker. So tell me, what about their immigration policy do you disagree with?
That's the thing. I'm not even saying that I don't agree with Democrats on this. I'm saying my opinion in terms of saying that less illegal immigration is better, and we should have the least amount of illegal immigration possible, and the most vetting, I think, for legal immigrants as possible. I'm not here to quote Democrats, and you know what I mean. That's not my point. So
Hey,
I
dude,
mean, you're
Democrats
name
still want to deport undocumented immigrants. Okay, that still happens under Democratic policy. So if you don't know how
and
you
you don't agree with that?
hey,
You don't agree with that?
dude, I disagree with the Democrats' immigration policy. I just agree with them more comparative to Republicans. So the point that I would make is that if you can't mention any of the immigration policy that you actually disagree with on behalf of Democrats, how could you use immigration policy to say that you support Trump?
I think that that's irrelevant. I'm not even. I know that Trump has a more harsh immigration policy, so I'm going to go with him versus Kamala Harris. That's all it is. I'm not saying that I'm going to write a annotated bibliography on Democratic policy.
But if
That's
you
not
don't
what
know
I'm
the
saying.
distinction between how it's harsh, that doesn't mean that you're going to support it, because there are definitely harsh things that you could do that you disagree with.
Well, are you going to tell me that Democrats let less illegal immigrants into the country than Trump?
I would say specifically that they would be able to focus on, violent crimes and bad crimes to a greater extent comparative to Republicans, as they have a priority.
So they would let less immigrants into the country, is what you're saying.
I don't think they have a difference on terms
Oh,
of.
sorry. They would let more. They would let more. Democrats would let more immigrants into the country, is what you're saying.
I don't think there's a difference in terms of undocumented immigrants. Hey, Chad, like there's like that one fucking that person's a troll. I'm just gonna block.
Are we
that one
being
person.
serious right
It's,
now?
but
Are
that's
we
a troll.
being serious right
It's a
now?
troll. I'm just gonna kick you because you're gonna act like an idiot. After I just explained that it was one troll. Just
Are you talking to me?
Yes.
Are you talking to me? Why me? I mean, I okay, yeah, sure. I mean, is there we kind of already conflated or not conflated, but we've kind of hammered the immigration thing. I mean, for me, it's just a set of, national values that we should aim to keep and not conflate with values of other nations. I don't think that contributes to the
How about
benefit of America.
Is there anything Trump could do that would get you to stop supporting him?
I mean, like, I support his immigration policy, and I support him versus
Yeah, thank you
Kamala.
I didn't know you support his immigration policy. Wow, thank you. Now, can you
I thought you
tell
were gonna be
me
nice to me.
one thing Donald
thought you were
Trump could do that could get you to stop supporting him? Jesus Christ, answer my question.
I thought you were going to be nice to me for a second.
No, dude, you're being ridiculous at this point. I've been way too nice to you, honestly.
Oh, okay. Jeez. No, okay, so with I mean, there's things that Trump could do for me to stop, I guess, supporting him, but I mean, I think when it's a comparative thing. Like, if he's up against someone who's lesser qualified to run the nation, if he proves to me that
again,
he's
is
not,
there anything Donald Trump could do against Kamala Harris in a presidential election that would get you to support Kamala Harris over Donald Trump?
yeah, if he doesn't align with my ideals anymore, if he doesn't align with what I think a
On
president
what?
should be.
Be specific.
I mean, if he goes ahead and says that he wants to run a Marxist society and change our nation to communism, if he does something like that. So, I mean, like,
If he called for the execution of some Democrats, would you still support him?
there's no way. There's no way.
If he did,
He
I'm just
called for-
asking you. If he called for the execution
Dude.
of some Democrats, would you still support him?
Okay, you're gonna explain this to me, so I guess it'll make sense. But no, I would not support him if he called for execution of Democrats. That's insane. I'm not gonna lie, that's crazy.
Okay, so he actually literally did. Okay, you can look at Truth Social.
No way, bro.
He reposted someone saying HANG them. George Washington would. I'm not making this up. This is totally real.
Wait,
Go to his Truth
what?
Social. Yeah, I can play you a video.
Bro?
Yeah, I'm not
This
trolling.
is such a mess. This is such a mess, bro.
you
Who
want me
would
to
you
show
have
you?
run the country? Who would you have run the country if it wasn't Donald Trump?
Kamala Harris. I'd prefer Kamala Harris.
Oh God, really? You would have name a Democratic person that you'd say I want him or her. But like I think there are better candidates for the Democratic Party besides.
I just
Kamala
told you I would.
Harris.
Okay, I mean, I agree with progressives to a greater extent, like AOC, but like the point I would make is that I would take Kamala Harris over Donald Trump in a heartbeat.
You don't think she's less like qualified? Like I don't
No,
know.
how
Like,
is
she was a-
what? Why is she? Why do you think she's unqualified?
I mean, like, Big Joe literally said he's gonna get a woman of color. Like he already, you know what I mean. So just whoever
That doesn't
mold.
mean he only picked her one because she's a black woman. But it means that one.
She's
he
not
was,
even
hey,
black,
listen,
bro. She's not even black.
She is
She's
black.
like-
She is black. What the fuck are you talking about? What the fuck are you? What do you mean she's not black? What the hell are you saying? Seriously, what the fuck? Come back into the app. I can't hear you when you're out of the app. Come back into the app.
Hold on. You hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. So I don't know. I thought that she was. I didn't know she was African American. I thought she was like black, Indian, like like a whole mix of
yes,
things.
she is black and she's also Indian. Yes.
Okay, I mean she's okay. So is she more Indian than black? What is she? Like is she?
Oh my god, bro, she is. Her dad, right, is Afro-Jamaican, and her mom is Indian.
Okay. I just saw it.
Okay, so
Okay.
biracial
Okay.
people exist.
I forgot about them. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, no. So okay, yeah, I got that. Now. Yeah, so he said it was a woman of color. Like he already, and that was before she was selected. It wasn't like, oh, I'm gonna select a woman of color.
No,
It's
so
not like a
he's
woman-
all he's doing is telling society a characteristic of the person that he's going to pick. Not that he's only picking someone that meets that criteria. And by the way, him picking someone who meets that criteria doesn't mean they're unqualified. You're assuming that black women are unqualified as a whole. If you make that argument.
but
No.
that's
If you're
the
making
same-
that argument, that's your assumption.
hold on. That's obviously not what I'm saying.
Your
I'm saying
argument was that
when
she was unqualified because Biden picked her
Dude.
because she's a black woman.
Okay, so you're gonna let me talk now? You're kind of just talking over me right now.
Yes,
But
I
like,
was clarifying. Jesus Christ.
Uh-huh. You're good. Dude, Christ, it's kind of harsh, but
Oh
it's
my
fine.
god, dude, you're such a little
No, I'm kidding.
snowflake, dude. It's
No, I'm kidding.
unbelievable, man.
No, that was a joke. But yeah, regarding that's like saying I'm only gonna select a left-handed candidate. Ultimately, your pool is now cut in half of qualified candidates. So do you think that they're so? Why are you shaking your head? This is just simple
No, because
logic. Like,
no,
do you
if
not think
you
that?
say I'm going to pick someone who is left-handed, that doesn't mean that you don't have someone selected already. It just means
Oh,
that
so
the
now you're
person you
changing
are
it. Now
going
you're
to,
changing
the
it.
person that you've picked, literally does have that quality.
Oh,
Okay.
so that's
And
what-
also,
that's what you
by the
think.
way, if you pick someone who's left-handed, there are plenty of qualified left-handed individuals. Okay.
I'm left-handed. I like left-handed people, but like, no, I'm just because now you're changing the goalpost. You were assuming originally that it was like, oh, it was before she was selected. He said that, but that doesn't change the how qualified she is. And I gave you a very simple logic. If you basically cut half the world and said you only have to choose from people with certain characteristics, then there'd be less qualified people. And then you just said whatever you just said. But like, yeah, like you're gonna
But
you
there
have a
still
lesser
are
pool.
qualified people that meet the criteria, right? So I don't know what your point is.
You can't.
You
but
said
can't,
you said that she was unqualified.
there's just a greater risk, sure, of her being unqualified, and I think that there.
Wait. So is she unqualified?
I mean, like, I would have to dive into her.
Do you even
Sort
know what her
of.
qualifications are?
Yeah, I know she ran. I think she was a governor. I want to say
A governor?
California. Not a governor, but you know what I mean. She ran something in California. I want to say, right? California.
Ran something in California is not a
Yeah,
point. Okay, she was attorney
she
general.
handled crime.
She
She handled
was
crime,
she was
yeah.
attorney general. She was district attorney. She
Right.
was a senator. Okay, so we
Mm-hmm.
can point to many things that she did that show that she's qualified. Can you name any of Trump's qualifications?
Well, I mean, in terms of government, dude, I'm not saying that. Yeah, bro. I mean, like, he was a very, very uber successful businessman. Like, he knows capitalism well. He kind of seems like he was going to be the one to be anti-corruption. He's just a businessman. He's an honest.
We already showed how he did corruption earlier. I'm asking qualifications,
Well,
not that
that's
he's
the
gonna
thing.
be doing. Wait. You saying he's gonna do the certain thing? That's not a qualification. I'm asking what are his qualifications. All you've said is businessman.
Yeah, I mean, like, no, I mean, like, that I could. He just has, like, a lot of money and a lot of success and knows capitalism very well. And, like, yeah, I mean, he has
Is that the
policies
only
that
qualification?
He doesn't have past government experience, but like, does that
So
necessarily?
he doesn't
mean
have
that they're-
qualifications.
But I mean, like, you think that just because somebody had the job of
Wait,
of,
you just said that Kamala Harris is not qualified, but then you mentioned multiple more qualifications that Kamala Harris has than Donald Trump. And by the way,
There are
him being a
more-
businessman, he inherited $400 million from his dad, and he bankrupted 6 different times, including at least 2 casinos.
Well, I mean, it's the people that were choosing the like. Did you notice there was really not much of a Democratic race? Like, it was really just Kamala Harris. There wasn't like a Democratic primary like there was a Republican. Like, they just didn't have any. I don't know why. Like,
Can I tell
really
you?
have no clue why. Yeah, please. I'd love to know.
Yes. So, Kamala Harris was the vice president, okay? On the incumbent ticket. The primary voted for the Biden-Harris ticket, which means if Biden steps down, Harris steps up. One, that's a set of circumstances that exist because we're running an incumbency, and that's what would happen regardless. Two, no one decided to run against her. Three, 80% of the Democratic Party was satisfied with her being the nominee, okay? People wanted her to be the nominee. What's your point? If you care about a primary process, if you care about democracy, why would you support a guy that called for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution, literally undermines the 2020 election results, said that the 2020 election was rigged with no evidence, when 60-plus courts indicated that he was wrong?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, obviously, those aren't good things, not gonna lie. You know, I would still choose him over Kamala, though. And, like, oh, I'm changing the goalpost, you're right, because I was saying he was qualified, right? Is that what you're saying?
Well, here, I want to play you this video of Donald Trump calling for the execution of some Democrats.
The president.
Hold up, and I want you to tell me, after watching this video, that you still support Donald Trump. Let's see if you do.
Oh, it's Dean!
Yep, Dean
Big
Withers.
fan of his. Big fan of his. Look at him. He looks so nice.
I know, right? All in a suit.
Yeah.
Of the United States of America, Donald Trump is now demanding the execution, more specifically the hanging, of any Democrat urging our military to ignore any unlawful order given to them by him. I can't believe that this is a real video. I never thought I would be reporting this headline in my life. And just to clarify, you heard me right. If you want members of our military to honor their oath and uphold the Constitution, then Donald Trump wants you dead. So here's everything that you need to know. Donald Trump posted this on Truth Social. He responded to a post published by the
Let me make it larger so that you can see.
Oh, dude, you're such a nice guy. Thank you.
Washington Examiner titled, Democratic Veterans in Congress Urge Service Members to Refuse Unspecified Unlawful Orders, by saying that this is really bad and dangerous to our country, and that their words cannot be allowed to stand. He then followed that up with a second post that reads, this is seditious behavior, punishable by death. And then he reposted a comment that reads, quote unquote, hang them, George Washington would. This is the most dystopian thing I've ever seen. Donald Trump is becoming a dictator, full stop. And Republicans...
Yeah, that's kind of crazy.
Is that a reason not to support him anymore? You said that you wouldn't support him if that was true. Now that you've seen that it's true, do you not support him anymore?
Dude, we live... I just can't call for the... I mean, like, I'm not going to be like, that's the greatest guy ever, that's a cool-ass dude. Like, not really.
But you'd still support
But, like,
him?
if I got to choose between him and Kamala Harris... then I'm going to choose the person I think is better fit to run the country. That's like separating the art from the artist.
Hey, dude, you before, when I just told you about it, said you wouldn't support him. And now that you've actually seen it's applicable to him, you say, oh, I'm still willing to support him regardless. You have a cult-like mentality.
blood.
Stop. You have cult-like mentality. You will literally support him regardless. You just said you wouldn't support him based upon that idea, and then now do still support him, given that you know that it's applicable to him.
It's like
so
you
only will not support him if you know that it's not applicable to him.
If you can get me a Republican candidate that's, of similar qualities, then like, yeah, when it comes to the greater good of a nation.
I'm sorry. I said over Kamala Harris earlier, and you said you still wouldn't support Trump.
Over Kamala? No, you didn't say that.
Yes, I did.
Really?
Yes, I did.
Oh, dude, I do not think Kamala would run a good...
You couldn't even name one policy of Kamala Harris's that you disagree with.
You're so right. You're kind of catching me here. But, I just don't agree with democratic, more liberal policies like immigration and...
Name one specific policy Kamala Harris advocated for that you disagree with.
No. So let me just say values, because I don't know specific policies, but values.
Okay, I'm going to just go on to the next person. This is such a waste of time, dude. Such a waste of time. Emily, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Get some W's for Emily in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. G, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Yes, thank you so much. My girlfriend got it for me. Benjamin, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Get some W's for Benjamin in the comment section as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. All right, thank you so much for the $5 as well. Thank you. Kathy, thank you so much for the $24.20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Honestly, I don't know at this point. I don't know. Samantha, thank you so much for the $1. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. April, thank you so much for the $5. Shelly, thank you for the $10. And Paul, thank you so much for the $33.33. Give me some W's for Paul in the comment section right now. Thank you so much for the $33.33. Thank you so much, Paul. Shannon, thank you for the $10 as well. Thank you so much. W's for Shannon. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Rachel, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you so much, Rachel. I think I'm fully caught up there. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Let's get the next person up here real quick, and then I do have a few people to thank on YouTube. Only do send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm sorry, Parker.
Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria. Again, listed on that TikTok screen. If you're on YouTube, again, hit that thumbs up, everyone. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
No, I'm just trying to get a W poll in the chat.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, I'm Tony.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
And what's your birth year?
2005, October 10.
And if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
I would vote for Trump.
Alrighty. I have a few people to thank, and then we can move on to our conversation. Give me a second. I have a few people to thank. Let's go into the next, onto the donations real quick. Give me 1 second. Tyler, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate some W's for Tyler in the comment section right now for the $5. Thank you so much. Mayflower, thank you so much for the $2. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. CC, thank you so much for the £5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for some W's for them as well in the comments. Mike, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Mike. I really appreciate the cognitive dissonance is on Olympic levels. I know, right? Hinata, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5 as well. Thank you so much, Hinata. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Silence, thank you for the $2. Is the only stream that's happening today? Yes, my stream is, this is my only stream happening today. I'm doing earlier today. We're going to hit 4 hours, and Dean will probably be on by the time I get off. Ibot, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. No, literally, though. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And they never acknowledge that, too. Thank you so much, Ebot. I really appreciate the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. Give some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. Proud, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5 as well. Thank you so much. No, I probably should have. Daniel, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $2. Thank you. Glam Pirate, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Honestly, true. Rabbit, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10 as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. No, definitely don't do that if you can't. I really appreciate it, though. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Alake, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Daves, thank you so much for the $5 as well. Thank you. Andy again with the $15. Thank you so much again. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Give me some W's for all the gifters in the comment section. If you want to support me as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. I still don't have my Cash App, everyone. It's still down, just letting everyone know. Baka, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. They said vote in Tennessee today, people. Absolutely. Absolutely. Alrighty. So, why do you support Donald Trump?
Well, I support his tax cuts policy a lot.
Okay.
His immigration policies. No.
Okay, what about his tax cuts? I can't hear when you swipe out of the app. Hello? Alrighty, we don't hear them currently. We might have to go into the next person. Hello? Okay, he just left. Alrighty, let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go on to the next individual. Again, everybody, only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Okay, let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Alrighty, do give it a second, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I love you, Burger. I love you.
Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Again, everyone, we are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Why does that matter, bro? You a bitch.
Okay, do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Okay. And if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
I'd probably vote for West.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi.
How old are you?
It's my birthday. Can you say happy birthday?
Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
And do you support Trump?
Yeah, I would say I do support Trump, yeah.
Okay, and what's your birth year?
2007.
And if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Probably Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Well, before I tell you why, can I just say one thing real quick? All right, so I already debated Dean 3 times, and I cooked him, and I'm about to go 4 for 4 and cook you.
I guarantee you didn't beat him at all, but that's embarrassing that you felt like you had to mention that.
All right, listen. So I support Trump because he most fits my ideological beliefs. I would say I'm more of an individualist in the center, but I lean more towards Trump because he fits my ideological beliefs.
Okay, and what ideological beliefs?
I'm something called a neo-libertarian phalangist.
Can you just tell me why you support Trump?
Because he most fits neo-libertarian phalangism as an ideological principle.
What's the last word? I don't even know what that means.
Neo-libertarian phalangist.
Yeah, I don't know what the last word is supposed to mean.
A phalangist is a type of national syndicalist.
Wait, so then that doesn't make any sense. That would be contradictory then.
What do you mean? What? So you're saying the movement
hold
which
on.
happened in
Let me
Spain
clarify.
in the-
Let me clarify. By syndicalism, are you referencing like a form of socialism?
Co-op, not socialism. Co-ops.
Co-ops are socialism. Okay.
Well,
So
not every socialist.
If you believe in co-ops, then you are to the left of the Democratic Party,
No,
not to
I'm
the right.
socially right.
Okay.
I'm socially right. I believe in
Okay,
a
so
secure border.
you vote for your social beliefs over your economic views?
Yeah, obviously, because I'm a neo-libertarian phalangist. I literally created
That doesn't make
I
any
have a
sense.
manifesto, I have
Wait, by the way,
merchandise.
that's an economic view, not a social view. So give me your social view, not your economic view then.
My social view is conservatism.
Okay, like be specific. Well, what specific social views do you have that are conservative that override your economic views? I don't even know why you'd come up and tell me your economic views if you don't even vote on them. That makes no sense.
Because it's part of neo-libertarian phalangism. I'm trying to explain my ideology to you because you asked me to define the word phalangism.
Okay, I think you're trolling. I'm just gonna kick you and go on to the
I
next
swear
person.
I'm not trolling. I'm not even kidding. Everybody.
I don't care. I'm pretty sure you are. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Again, everyone, we are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Am I on?
Yeah.
Oh, 18.
And do you support Trump?
No, I don't even know how I got on.
Okay. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen.
Don't kick
Yo, what's
me,
up? How old are you?
please. No, I just wanted to say I love you and Dean. Please don't kick me.
Appreciate you. Rachel, thank you so much for the money gun. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
40.
Do you support Trump?
Yep.
And if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who'd you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
He's an American first president.
Okay, name one America First policy of his that you like.
Every single policy he's ever done is the greatest thing.
Could you name a specific policy?
Sure. The investment into Venezuela.
Do you mean into Argentina?
Yeah, my bad.
That's not America First, because understand that the investment into Argentina would be a different country, right? Alrighty, let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
No, I'm a retired disabled veteran. I live in the state of Minnesota. Anyway, I don't like the way Tim Wall, he lets the Somalians steal all the money.
Wait, sir, so do you support Trump?
I support him, but then I don't support him because he's no help us. He's no good.
Okay. All right. Well, I appreciate you coming up. I am just looking for some debates with people who specifically do support Donald Trump.
Will prevail. Neo-libertarian phalangism will prevail.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
They'll give you the right one and then they'll...
All right, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, I'm 40.
What's your birth year?
1965.
That was horrible math. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Again, everyone, we are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello.
How old are you?
18. I know I sound English. I moved to America about 3 years ago, so
What
I have a
state do you live
British
in?
accent. Sorry, I'm from Ohio.
You live in Ohio? What's the time?
Fine, I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm British, but I really wanted to talk.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Would you rather be MAGA or a neo-libertarian phalangist? You can only pick one.
Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm so sorry. I did not mean to join.
You're good. You're good. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, I'm so sorry. I love you, Paka.
Appreciate you. Appreciate you. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen.
Gonna run?
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
25.
And what's your birth year?
2000, man. Are you gonna run or are you gonna?
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris.
I'm
Who would you
voting
rather
for
vote
my president, bro. Are you voting for the president? He's the president of the United States. Why do you not support?
Why do you support
president
Trump?
of the United States?
Why do you support Trump?
Why do you not support him?
He was held civilly liable for sexual abuse. He bragged about walking in the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without their consent. He said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. His big, beautiful bill cuts 420,000 children off of free school lunch and breakfast on average every month. Over 2.5 million people on average every month off of access to food stamps. And over 10 million people off their access to health insurance, while adding $3.4 trillion to the debt.
Do you get food stamps? Do you eat? Have you ate today, Parker? Have you ate?
No.
So, okay. I actually believe you because you're working. So actually, this is work, right? You get paid. How does this work? Do you pay taxes via this? How do you pay taxes, actually, Parker?
Why are you asking me about my taxes? Do you want to answer my questions?
Well, you're not answering my question. I was just wondering how you contribute to our society, since you're wondering how he contributes to our society.
Yeah, I pay taxes. I have a business, and I pay taxes.
Yeah, but you get donations from here, right? I just assume that this does not go to our taxes. I actually know it doesn't go to our taxes.
How?
A donation via PayPal does not go to your taxes, buddy.
Yes, it does. I pay taxes.
No, it it does not. So whatever state you live in, it literally does not go to your state, nor does it go to federal taxes.
I
Actually,
pay
working
state
class
and
like me.
federal taxes.
Hold on, Parker. Actually, working people like me probably pay more taxes than you. So I'm just wondering where you get all this this jargon from, this bigotry. Actually, to be honest.
Are you trolling?
No, I'm being dead serious, man. I pay more taxes than you, so I honestly don't feel like you should be on the internet talking crazy about our president.
Paying more taxes wouldn't mean that you have more of an opinion.
No, I guess to make a better, clearer example is that I would probably know more people that would even qualify for government assistance than you, and that you're advocating for something that you do not practice what you preach. In other words, brother, do you understand?
I do. I live in LA. I pay taxes in LA.
Yeah, but do you get government assistance in LA?
No.
Oh, okay. Would you say that you're a lobbyist, Parker?
No. Would you like to tell me why you support Trump?
How would you? Oh, well, because he doesn't support lobbyists like you. I'm pretty sure he doesn't pay you, does he? Does Trump pay you?
Give me something legitimate. I actually want to have a conversation about why you support Trump. I don't want to have some meta.
All right. I like how
dialogue.
all right. You're right, man. You're right. All right. I like how he handles business. Actually, I like his economic practices.
Name an economic view of Trump's you like.
Man, those tariffs, man. The way that they just make our economy it makes it flourish.
Can you tell me what a tariff is?
Yeah, pretty much a tariff would be if I just want to make it competitive, I would tax you to make you not be able to compete with me, just because I'm like that.
Okay, that's not what a tariff is. A tariff's a tax on an imported good. Okay. Is this supposed to be like trolling?
It's literally a tax, dude. If you're importing something, it's a tax.
Hey, dude.
What's up?
Are you trolling? Can you just admit right now?
Nah, bro, I'm being... All right. So a tariff is a tax on imports.
Okay,
Really
I'm sorry.
not even
There's
a tax.
no way you're this stupid. I don't believe it.
What are you talking about?
I don't believe that you are just going to do that and then laugh right after, right? And that's like a legitimate argument from you. Like, I don't believe that. Can you actually be serious?
All right, man. All right, we can calm down with the ad hominems. Again, I answered
These
your
aren't ad
question.
hominems. You came on my live saying that like I'm a lobbyist and that I'm not paying taxes. Like, instead of actually telling me why you support Trump.
Brethren, this is true. These donations do not. These does not contribute to our society. Okay, you get on here.
Is this
you
your
spread
method
your
of rage bait?
No. I'm just saying you have the First Amendment, brother. You can do this, but I'm just saying you get paid to do this, and it's kind of crazy because it could go to actual things, right? It could go to people being fed, like you complain about, but it gets donated to Parker. So I mean, I don't know.
You're assuming that people who donate to me don't spend their money on helping other people as well. You're also assuming I don't do that as well. Also, we're advocating for that here. Okay, and I do pay taxes, right? So I believe in the system and I pay taxes into the very system that I believe in.
Yes, Parker, but your labor does not directly contribute to society. That's pretty much the premise is what I'm saying. This person that works and puts my pavement on the ground, I respect that and I honor that because he made this road. Okay, Parker, all you did was just spread bigotry and jargon to all this generation for money, which is pretty much a lobbyist.
What bigotry
You're
and what
the
jargon?
definition of a lobbyist, brother.
What bigotry and what jargon?
Literally, your opening segue to why you don't support the president was just, and honestly, their headlines, okay? they're headlines, they're tabloids that you've read. Okay, I understand it, but again, it's lobbyist propaganda.
I'm waiting. What's the bigotry and jargon? Be specific.
Brother, did you not just hear what I said when you asked me why I support him? You just named all the headlines. I don't keep track of the headlines that you keep track of. So if you want to reiterate them, to get your clip, you could do that.
I'm asking you, what is the bigotry and jargon that I engage in?
Play the clip back, Parker. You'll hear it, brother. You literally accused him actually and did propaganda. You said all types of crazy things. You said how he messes with the economy, so forth and so forth.
Okay, can you tell me what bigotry is?
So yeah, bigotry would just pretty much be what someone would spew just because they hate an opposing side. Really nothing. It's just rhetoric.
Okay,
right? It's just rhetoric and
that's
jargon.
not what bigotry is.
Bigotry is literally it's hatred rhetoric. Would you agree with that, Parker?
I don't think that bigotry is just seen as hateful rhetoric. I don't think that when I'm saying I hate Nazis, that's bigotry. I don't think that's bigotry. So let's just be
But
clear
why are we
here.
talking about Nazis though? How do we, and then why do we then compare the president to that, right? Why would you do that, Parker? Would you say that is propaganda? Listen, I know you're in the hot chair right now. So I'll just kind of just take it down a notch. All right, I'm sorry, because you're used to just talking to children, and you're not really used to talking to a conscious, coherent person. So
Not doing that right now either. Would you like to actually give me a real argument? You just come up with my life. It sounds like you're trolling, genuinely. Okay. I'm
All right, so
giving
what do
you
you wanna
the
talk
ability
about?
to give me an actual argument or to just admit you're trolling. You can go for it if you'd like. I don't want to waste my time.
So this is trolling, but what you do every day and get paid is not trolling?
No,
And
obviously
it
not.
contributes to society?
This does contribute to society. Yes, it does. Can you stop
But if I'm
making
trolling,
dumb...
then how would...
Hey, dude, it sounds like you're just making points like that to either rage bait, troll, or, do random stuff. I genuinely want to have a dialogue about why you support
All right,
Trump.
man.
I don't
Do
care
you
about this
think...
meta conversation that you want to come up on my live stream and engage in.
All right, I understand. Do you think the government should supply stuff like healthcare and food like that? Just the regular necessity? Okay, do you understand that that's socialism and communism?
Can you define socialism?
Socialism would be like someone live streaming every day saying that they would like children to eat, but they don't do anything to make sure children eat. That sounds like socialism to me.
You didn't provide me a definition.
I
of
provided an
socialism.
example. I provided an example for
I want a definition. Also, I'm not a socialist, and saying that I don't do anything to provide for people is ridiculous. And obviously, you have no reason to believe that to be true. Now,
Where
go
does these
ahead.
donations go? Would you be comfortable?
They go into my
revealing
bank
that?
account.
Respect, brother. Respect. All right. So communism would pretty much be like the government saying, "Hey, you get chicken for the month," or "Hey, here goes some money to go get chicken for the month." Would you agree with that, Parker?
Communism is a stateless, classless, and moneyless society. There's no money in communism. If you're talking about socialism, socialism is when the workers control the means of production. Providing healthcare and food for the constituents of the population does not meet the definition
Cool.
of
You can read
socialism
AI.
nor communism.
Yeah. So that's not. You just said that. Did you just hear that? You just said in a communistic society, so China and Cuba, that they don't have any income, they don't have any currency. You just said that, and
They
and
themselves,
to a children, to a child, that
let
would
me just
sound.
let you know. China themselves does not consider
Uh-huh.
their economy communist nor socialist.
Okay.
They think that they're
Okay.
going to achieve socialism by 2050. That's actually what China themselves says. There is not
What
a
about Cuba,
current
though?
Cuba doesn't
What
consider
about any
themselves...
country that needs currency? Like you just said, again, rhetoric and bigotry. You just said a bold lie, brother. You just said that they have no currency, which one would believe that because obviously in this society that you're preaching, because you pretty much say and glorify how you do not like the government, but in this society, in a socialistic and communistic society, that's who's controlling everything. Literally, they're going to tell you
they're
what
not
you're going to
currently
eat.
communist. They're not. They ideologically are communist and want to achieve that as an end goal, but they are not currently in a communist society.
So if you cry every day about people not having assistance right now, then why would you want for them to be able to full strong hearts, like be able to control everything? Does that make sense to you, Parker?
I don't believe in controlling everything. I'm not a communist nor a socialist. And by the way, that's not what communism or socialism is. But I am advocating for people to have access to food and healthcare. Okay, and I think that that's an important, basic, fundamental right of every human being. Do you believe that there's a basic human fundamental right to healthcare and to food?
No. No, I don't. I don't believe that at all. I wouldn't even say I believe that religiously. Nowhere in the Bible does it say anything about that. It just says pray and ask for stuff, and you may receive it possibly. So I don't go around thinking
what are the first four
that
books
my
of the,
president
hey,
is gonna just give me food out of nowhere.
what are the
Like,
first
if
four
anything,
books?
I'm thinking God's gonna
Hey,
give me
hey,
food, brother.
What are the first
What's
four
up?
books of the New Testament?
What are the first new books of you got the Gospels, so you got Matthew, Mark, Luke, John. Like what?
Okay. Damn, you actually know.
Does that make you happy, brother? Why are you?
Yeah, I honestly just wanted to clarify that you even knew that because I thought you were probably trolling and saying that. But
Yeah, you just wanted the gotcha moment.
and it's
I get
the
it, but
gospel. It's just one.
where do you get your morale at? Actually, since we're speaking of this, because as I
It's a
mentioned, I get
description of
mine
psychological preferences. Can we talk about like your particular views on politics, please?
But this is that is politics, though.
You're saying
Sure.
Jesus would vote against people's access to food stamps? Is that what your view is?
I would say that the Bible actually called for a Christian to obey their government. It actually tells people, it talks about rulers, etc., etc. So it tells people how to behave.
So Jesus should have abided by Roman law?
Clearly, Jesus Jesus was abide by the law because he's, we obviously know who. First of all, do you believe in Jesus as your Lord and Savior, Parker?
No.
So I got to understand where you're.
I believe Jesus existed as a person, but not as a god.
Oh, so all right. So I can't even. So at this point, I have to gauge this conversation a certain way because you're not even a believer, and I'm having a Christian biblical conversation with a non-believer at this point. Can you acknowledge that, Parker? So at that point, that would reveal that that's a disingenuous conversation, Parker, and that you just revealed that.
Dana, thank you so much for the $1. Really appreciate it. Dana, thank you. Cassie, thank you so much for the $6.67 for $5 plus 33% for Uncle Sam. Thank you. Tom, thank you for the $25. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Jojo, I appreciate the $5 as well. Thank you. Thing is, I don't know, honestly. Benjamin, thank you so much for the $1. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Benjamin. Ruth, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Araceli, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $10 as well. Alex, thank you for the $1 as well. Thank you so much. Wombly with the $100. Thank you so much. Give some W's for Wombly in the comment section right now for the $100 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much, Wombly. They said what you do is infinitely valuable, Parker. Thank you so much. Give some W's for Wombly in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. That is so kind of you. Thank you very much. Heather as well. Thank you for the $5. Sean, thank you so much for the $20. I've not found a job yet. Nope, don't have any job. Thank you so much. Feisty, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Net Dynamic, thank you so much for the $10 as well. Tyler, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Mayflower, thank you for the $2. CC, thank you so much for the £5. I really appreciate it. Mike, thank you so much for the $10. Iron, thank you for the $1. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Literally buzzword after buzzword after buzzword with no substance. Totally. And then Taylor, thank you so much for the 50 cents. Thank you. And Ruth, thank you for the $10. Alrighty. You have anything of substance to say before I just go on to the next person, honestly?
Yeah, sure. Do you think it makes America look weak when you just pretty much say we have a dictator and stuff like that, and then you make those comparisons?
I don't necessarily think I said that he's currently a dictator, but I do think that he engages in actions that, historically speaking, dictators have done so, such as calling for the execution of his political opponents.
Yeah, when you say that, actually, you're just referencing a retweet, just for context.
I'm referencing a repost of his. He reposted HANG
Right.
then. George Washington would have. He also said that seditious behavior was punishable by death, and that he thinks that they engaged in said behavior.
Okay. I have another question. It's this artist, right? He ripped his ear off, all types of crazy stuff. He made that one. Have you ever seen the picture of the guy screaming and all that stuff in the ear? Right, the scream picture. When you look at that picture, would that pretty much make you want to do that? In other words, what I'm saying is just because of a retweet, do you really think that was serious? That's why I asked for context. And that's actually why I didn't.
Yeah, and even if it's not serious, I still think it's enough of a threat to say that you shouldn't support him.
All right, sure. I'll concede that. I'll concede that at one point. My next point would be how do you feel about
Wait,
like
you concede that point, so you don't support Trump?
No, I was saying because I was cooking you for so long, I would just let you. You know what I mean? I would just like let you have that.
You didn't cook me on a single point.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I really had you just sitting there, bro. You really had nothing to say because it was all true. But speaking, how do you think about the due process? Because
I gave you an argument, and you just said that you conceded.
What was your argument, Parker?
We were talking about how Donald Trump engaged in calling for the execution of some Democrats.
Via tweet, right?
Okay, would you be okay with Kamala Harris or Joe Biden calling for the execution of some Republicans via tweet?
Now, if they literally, in quote, tweeted that, I'd be like, man. But if it was a retweet...
Wait, so you'd be okay with them...
I'm like, man, what if their fingers...
You'd be okay with Kamala Harris and Joe Biden reposting someone calling for the execution of some Republicans?
I just said if they literally said that, then no.
If they reposted it?
If they reposted it, then I mean, it's a repost because they didn't even say it, right?
So if I reposted someone calling for the death of Donald Trump, you'd be okay with that?
That's a question that you should ask the Homeland Security. I don't know why you're asking me as
I'm
if I'm
asking
an agency.
you based upon your own view because I'm trying to see if you hold this consistently.
But I'm trying to tell you the agencies that I don't have, right? That doesn't, the relevancy is not there. That's why I was pretty much saying the tweet and all that, because it's really irrelevant once you realize that it's a tweet and that it was on social media. Like imagine you saying, okay, I'm gonna run for president, and we just run back all these clips. And
No,
then,
would you be
president.
okay with me
Like, would
reposting-
anyone take you serious, Parker?
Hey, I'm
Would
gonna
anyone
ask
take
you.
you
I'm
serious,
gonna
Parker?
ask you the question one more time, okay? And if you do not answer, I will kick you from the stream because you're clearly at this point. I'm just gonna consider you being unserious, okay? If I reposted Donald calling for the execution of Donald Trump, would you be okay with that?
Nah.
No, you wouldn't. Okay, but then why are you okay with it when Donald Trump does that in reference to some Democrats?
I don't recall I ever said I was okay with it.
Are you saying
I just said
you
that that
hold
was the
me to a
president.
higher standard than the president of the United States?
Why would I hold you to a higher standard? It doesn't even make sense, Parker. All I'm saying is, again, the context is that it was a retweet, and that if we're gonna be serious, did anything even happen after that retweet? You're talking about a man that almost got assassinated twice, Parker. You do realize that, right, Parker?
And you realize that that's not creating a better set of circumstances by calling for the execution of others? So, okay, if Kamala Harris or Joe Biden, after that happened, called or reposted someone calling for the execution of Donald Trump, would you say that a reasonable person would still support them?
Dude, didn't you and Dean make fun of that guy? Like, didn't you guys make fun of that man? And like, you guys, oh my gosh.
No, we didn't.
Oh my, a parade in your guys'
Would you
city.
like to respond?
Like, that was my response. Like, that was my response. I don't know.
Do I need to restate the question?
Sure.
After the assassination attempt against Donald Trump, if Kamala Harris and Joe Biden reposted someone calling for the execution of Donald Trump, would a reasonable person still support them?
No, but they can't.
No,
First
wait.
off, it's a
So are you-
hypothetical.
wait,
They
wait,
won
so
it,
then-
and
so
they
then-
can't.
So then, are
They
you
won
calling
it, and they can't.
Are you calling yourself unreasonable because you still support Donald
No,
Trump?
I'm calling you unreasonable.
Are you calling yourself unreasonable because you literally still support someone who called for the execution or reposted someone who called for the execution of some Democrats?
I'm calling you unreasonable for
No, answer my question. I asked you a specific question. I will mute you every single time you choose not to answer my question from now on. Okay? You have lost the ability to have your mic not muted anymore. Okay? Every single time you do not answer my question, I will mute you. Stop deflecting away from my questions. Respond to my question.
All right, what's up?
What was my question? Do you remember?
You said, would I support them if they did that to
No.
the
president? I said, does that mean you are unreasonable because you still support Donald Trump even though he called and reposted for people calling for the execution of some Democrats?
No, that's not unreasonable. He's my president.
Okay, so then you wouldn't say it would be unreasonable for Democrats to have reposted people calling for the execution of Donald Trump after his assassination attempt.
I would, because that's the president, and that's why they didn't do that. That's literally why they didn't do that, because they know what would have happened.
Okay, so it's only wrong to call for his execution because he's the president? Okay, so how about if it were other Republicans? If they called for the execution, if they reposted people calling for the execution of other Republicans, would you say that would be unreasonable to support them, given that they've done that?
First and foremost, in this hypothetical, it's all wrong. And then we're talking about a tweet, Parker. We're talking about a tweet, okay?
What did I tell you? And by the way, at that time, yeah, he wasn't president. That's a good point. That's a good point. He wasn't president at that time. Unmute your microphone and acknowledge that. He wasn't president at that time. Unmute yourself if you can figure that out. Jordan, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. That's fucking crazy. That's so crazy. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you so much, Jordan. That's crazy to hear. Dav, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Yama, thank you for the $5. Yes, don't worry. I definitely am staying hydrated. Thank you so much. Nancy, thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal. Thank you so much. How do you put up with these people? Honestly, I don't know sometimes. Phoebe, thank you so much. I really appreciate the €2. Thank you. Matthew, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Grudge, thank you so much for the $6.66. Thank you. And Heather, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much, Heather.
Are you done? Are you done now, Parker? Are you done censoring?
I mean, I'm going to keep muting you until you respond to my points. Are you done deflecting and pivoting?
I had already conceded this point, if you recall. And that's why, again, I was trying to have a genuine conversation, if you actually recall, the whole dialogue. I was trying to conversate with you.
No, you came on my live stream saying that I don't pay taxes. Okay, you were trying to engage in meta conversation.
I was just wondering, where these donations go to, how they contribute to our society.
My bank account. My bank account. Do you want to cry? Because if people donate to me, they choose to donate to me.
No, Parker, again, I was just wondering, because, again, we're wondering why people are not being fed, and then we wonder how these people are living lavishly, right? And how the rich actually...
You understand that that's because of Republicans that pass policies to restrict access to this.
Actually, around this time, this is when the working class actually pay less taxes, when a Republican gets into office. And you know that. That's why you're happy. That's why if you really do pay taxes, you really do run a business. It's probably why if you really do run a business, what I would imagine, because you said it, oh my gosh, you're eating off the expenses right now, brother. You got Trump in office. What are you crying about? Parker, what are you crying about, bro? What are you crying about, man?
I would rather pay more taxes myself to ensure that other people are taken care of. That's the society that I want to live in. And actually, Republicans advocate for policies that disproportionately increase taxes for working class Americans because tariffs have a regressive negative impact on lower and middle income individuals as they spend a greater proportion of their income on consumer goods, as that's an aspect of their cost of living, and cost of living takes up a greater percentage of their income, comparative to people who are rich. Whereas income taxes, disproportionately the revenue comes from people who make higher levels of income.
Bro, Parker, literally, again, as I just mentioned, right? The middle class pays more taxes than anybody. Anybody. The middle class pays more taxes than you. Some of them pay more taxes than me. So what are we complaining about? Not only that, right?
You said the middle class pays more taxes than you? Push the galaxy. And that's
not only that, right, Parker?
Policy. That's because of Republican policy.
No, that's because of how taxes work, Parker. That's how if
because
Parker,
of Republicans.
You do not, listen. For example, right? For example, you make money. We mentioned how you make money, right?
CC, thank you for the galaxy. Thank you.
Right. Thank you for the money, guys. Thank you for the money. You make all this money, Parker, and it does not go to taxes the way a construction worker would make money and it go pay taxes. Okay, can you acknowledge that, Parker?
Yeah, I pay more.
No, you would not pay more, and if you have a business. That's why you would oh my gosh, that's why you would not pay more if you have a business. You mentioned you have a business, so you pay less. You literally get taxed different. So what are you talking about?
I live in LA, man. I pay the highest tax
You sit here and you talk about individuals and you don't even get treated like an individual. So that sounds like privilege to me, Parker.
I pay myself a salary, so my income is treated as an individual. Yes, it is.
So you pay yourself a salary.
Yes.
How
That's
do you?
how
How
it
would you?
works. Wait, I'm sorry. Do you not know how taxes work? I pay myself a salary based upon the money that I make.
Yes, but that's like the basic way of paying yourself. You can take contributions. There's all types of way that you can set this up. But actually,
Contributions, you understand?
yes,
I
yes,
still
yes,
have
yes.
to pay income tax.
Yes, instead of paying yourself a whole salary like that, and in this equation, right, you pick the equation that you pay the most taxes, honorable, right? Cool, Parker. But I would just again like to mention how this does not contribute to society. It does not contribute to. Literally, you sit here, you do lobbyists, all this stuff, and for what? For the younger generation to sit here and have to listen to this?
So I'll tell you if you don't know, okay? It's to educate
right.
people, get them to critically think more. Hell, you needed that. You need that a lot, okay? It gets people to educate themselves so that they have more information. It gets people involved in the political process, right? I push the galaxy, thank you. You understand that those are all good things and pushes people more towards my ideological perspective. Okay, I contribute plenty to society. Okay? And I pay taxes.
So okay. So to me, unless if you actually do something like donate this money, right, rather than just paying yourself a salary, you have an actual organization that I know of that your following knows of.
Do you donate?
Other than that, that literally sounds like a cult.
Do you cult? Yeah, W Parker
Yeah,
cult.
you literally just described a cult, brother. Unless if you
Hey,
have
dude,
an
hey, dude,
organization.
W Parker cult. I know that you're hating on our
Listen,
Parker
yeah.
cult, but we love the Parker cult. That's amazing.
Unless if you have an organization that I know
Honeybee,
of.
thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Like, where does this go to? Where does this
Thank you.
go?
Angela, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much as well. Thank you. Can we some W's for Angela and Honeybee in the comment section right now? W Parker Colt in the comment section right now. We need to get some. Honestly, you know what? If I were to ever drop merch, I would drop the Parker Colt merch. That would be the merch that Parker would drop. Parker Colt merch. Would you buy Parker Colt merch?
Were you talking to me?
Yeah, I'm asking you. Would you buy Parker Colt merch?
It depends if it came with a tariff, then yeah. If it's exempted,
that
then
doesn't
no.
even make any sense.
Because I would imagine you have to export it and all that stuff. Because you probably
You
don't
mean
know how to make
import
that
it?
stuff.
Import it.
Bro.
Chelsea, thank you so much for the $3 for the Parker Colt.
Tomato,
Dudes. Thank
tomato.
you.
I'm smarter than
Caitlin, thank you
Parker.
for the $10. Thank you so much. I
Smarter
really
than you.
appreciate it. Thank you so much. I definitely will. I really appreciate it. And I'm so sorry to hear that about you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And I'm so sorry to hear that. Just know you always have people here for you. Julia, thank you so much for the $3 for the Parker Colt. Alyssa, thank you so much for the $5 for WoW. Officially in my
bro?
Wow. Alyssa said,
Ew.
"Wow, officially in my first Colt." Hashtag Parker Colt. Thank you so much. Catherine, thank you so much for the $5 for the Colt fees. Thank you very much. Candace, thank you for the $2 for the Parker Colt. Kelly, thank you for the $6.66 for Parker Colt dues in December
Who paid
2025.
you to go on Jubilee?
Thank you so much. Shalia, thank you so much for the $15. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I do not, though. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Anthony with the $5 for the Parker Colt fees. Katie, thank you so much for the $2 for the Parker Colt membership. Thank you so much. Jennifer, thank you so much for the $10. Angela, thank you so much for the $10 as well. Thank you so much. Gabby, thank you for the $10 for monthly donation to the Parker Colt. All hail Parker. Rainey, thank you so much for the $5 for the Colt dues.
Hey, now who paid you to go on Jubilee though?
Prior, I didn't get paid.
So, like,
one of the
who's
recent
paying
one,
you now?
one of the recent ones I got Jubilee gave me like a stipend that like actually kind of paid me. Like this last one I went on, but that's about it. Susan, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much, Susan. I really appreciate the $20. Alexis, thank you for the $6.68 for Hail Parker. Thank you very much. Kelly, thank you for the $20 for the Parker Colt. Thank you so much, Kelly. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Emily, with the $25 for December Parker Colt dues. Thank you so much.
Yeah,
I really
Parker,
appreciate
can
it.
you
Thank
just
you.
answer the question,
Megan
though?
with the 11
Like, how
cents.
do
Thank you so much.
separate-
Don't worry. Thank you so much, Megan. I really appreciate it. Heather, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you. They said this is my first Colt, but it's my most fun Colt. Yo, W
So
fun
how do you
Colt.
separate personal from your activism? Like, how do you separate the projects and the revenue? Like, how does one do that, Parker?
Tato, thank you for the $10. Thank you. And then Priscilla, thank you so much for the membership subscription. How do I separate what?
Yeah, so like, how do you like separate your personal, projects and your personal funds from this activism, this activism and advocating this stuff that you? How does one do this?
I have a bank account. Feisty, thank you for the five membership subscriptions. Thank you so much, Feisty. I really appreciate it.
I don't
Tato,
know,
thank you so
man.
much
The IRS is gonna have
for
a
the
field day with
$10.
that
Thank you
one,
so much.
man.
Heather, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for. I didn't know a single thing about economics before joining the cult. That's exactly why the cult's so beneficial. Jamie, thank you for the $15 for the Parker Cult merch. Thank you so much.
Let's talk about
Sky with the $5 for the Parker Cult. Let's go. Caitlin, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. They said definitely. They said tell people to check online registered sex offenders. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't know if they'd be able to specifically find that particular person, but yeah, definitely make sure to check those, of course. Bella, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. When does Stewie Griffin come to rapture us? Soon. Soon. Elizabeth, thank you for the $1 for dudes never heard of an accountant. That's so true.
No, I don't think you have, Parker. That's why I'm
James,
asking
thank you for the $5. Thank you. Mary with the $10. Thank
Parker,
you so much.
would you like to talk about economics now, or would you just like to just talk about bigotry?
Stormy, thank you for the $2 for the cold dues. Go ahead, bring up your points on economics, man. David, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it for Parker Colt. Thank you. Jeanette, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $1. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
So bad?
What's up?
Why do you like Marxism so bad?
Mary, thank you for the $10 as well. I'm not a Marxist.
That's literally all you talk about, bro. That's all your views come from. What are you talking about?
Can you define Marxism?
The most bullcrap view of economics. So I'm not. Listen to me. I'm not AI, right? But if I had to describe it, it's like someone that just took economics, like you, Parker, and then it's like, oh, can you explain the equilibrium? That's like Marxism to me. Like just because they know something.
Asking you to tell us what market equilibrium is Marxism. Yeah. Yeah, that's definitely Marxism.
Though,
yeah, you're totally right.
Though.
You're totally right. Asking people what market equilibrium is, that is Marxism, everyone. WF, thank you for the $2. So yeah, every single one of my economics professors, because they ask you that question, they specifically, they must be all Marxists, right?
All right, man. So yeah, again, to describe it, it's just communism. So the government would just control everything.
Okay,
it's just,
communism is not when the government controls everything.
Communism.
Okay, communism is not when the government controls everything. Communism is a stateless, classless, moneyless society in which the public owns the or controls the means of production.
Who's the public, Parker? Are you the public? Because I'm the public.
It's everyone within society.
Right. The Constitution is the public. That's what allows us to even do that, which is the government. That's the government, Parker.
So under the context of a society in terms of communism, there wouldn't be a monopoly on violence in terms of the state because it's a stateless society. So the only role of the government would be to provide for the constituents. Jess, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
And that's
thank you.
Richard,
Right, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much for the guest. Definitely doesn't understand what your job is.
And that's it.
That's it. Hold on.
They'll sit there and acknowledge it. And
Richard, thank you for the $10. For the guest, definitely doesn't understand. You can pay taxes without your job directly taking the money from your check. Literally, that's what an accountant is. Exactly. Mary, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Priscilla, thank you so much for the $2. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. And Jordan, thank you for the $5 as well. Again, thank you.
Are you done censoring me, bro?
No. Are you done crying?
So yeah, Parker. So what would you like to speak about, Parker?
Give me like a policy of Trump's that he influenced to get passed that you like.
I like how he's not letting people just, murder their child for no reason. I like how he does tariffs.
Sam, I think of the member subscription. Accordia, thank you for the $2 for the Parker Colt magnet.
Why are you interrupting
Absolutely. Because I feel like it.
When a boss
Mary,
speaks,
thank you for the $5. Thank you so much, Spencer, with the $5 as well. Thank you so much, Spencer.
Parker, when a boss is
thank
speaking,
you so much.
You're not allowed to do that.
Okay,
but anyways, yeah, I like how he...
So that must be you. You must be the one that needs to stop because I'm the boss. So just letting you know, Donald Trump literally murdered people off the coast of Venezuela with no evidence given to Congress that they had DRUGS in the first place. And even if they did, that's not a reason to murder them. Okay? So you're just totally okay with Donald Trump murdering innocent people that did not deserve to be murdered. Would you like to respond to that one? Is that pro-life of you?
Yeah, it's just hard when you do that, and I'm not able to do my phone correctly when you censor me, and you believe in the Constitution. But just to answer your question, nah, man, I mean, obviously, not to laugh, but obviously sending like a nuke and something like that, that's messed up. But again, how would we have due process? Like, what do you want him to do? To go just send a
Detain
drone
them.
over there and arrest
Detain them when they
and
get
then
to
to bring them to our country? Does
detain them.
that sound pragmatic,
Hey,
Parker?
when they get
Does
to
that
U.S.
sound
waters,
realistic?
when they get to U.S. waters, detain them. By the way, most of the stuff that would be coming from Venezuela would be C drug and would be M drug, being the green elevation one that's like literally legal in this country and plenty of different states. Okay, not even F drug that people were particularly referencing. And most of that goes to Europe and Africa, not to the United States. Okay? One, there wasn't even an argument that they were going to the United States. Two, if they went to the United States, you could detain them once they get to U.S. waters. Three, the type of DRUGS that they had are definitely not reason to unalive them. Okay? Donald Trump himself has pardoned someone who is a C drug trafficker. Did you know that? Donald Trump pardoned a C drug trafficker.
What does that mean? I mean, he's pardoned all types of violent and all types of people. What is the relevance to that, Parker? Just because he's a pardon a rapper or something
violent
like that?
No, he pardoned.
Just because
no.
my God, he's pardoned Kodak Black, Parker. What do we got?
No, he pardoned a C drug trafficker. Okay, so if you think that it's okay for him to unalive people because they would have trafficked C drug, then why is it justified for him to pardon someone who did do that? Like, answer that question. Is that even something that you could bring up? Elizabeth, thank you for the $20 for Go Parker Colt. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Elizabeth. Thank you. And BB, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10 as well. Thank you so much. Caitlin, thank you for the $10 as well. Thank you so much. I'm glad that we can. Thank you so much, Caitlin. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Is he going to unmute his microphone? Seems like he can't figure it out.
All right, man. Yeah, like I said, bro, my phone's messed up right now. I'm having technical difficulties, and you keep muting me. I'm not
All
able
you have to do is
unmute
click the
myself.
microphone in the bottom right.
I can't do that. If it was as simple as that, I would do that, Parker. All right? But I tried to have this dialogue with you.
Faye, thank you so much for the $4.20. Thank you so much for the user thinks your donations are like charity. I know, right? He can't unmute himself. Actually, this is pretty peaceful. He can't unmute himself, chat. This is pretty peaceful. All right. You can unmute yourself now. You got to come back into the app. I had enough time. Come back into the app if you're not scared, buddy. Honestly, I wouldn't mind if he left, to be honest. Yeah, he did. I love doing that. That's so fun. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Gary, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Parker get a job should be changed to Parker get a Colt. Yo, what's up? How old are you? And thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I don't like to brag about what we do for charity here. I'm not someone that likes to even bring that up, what I do. And only people know that because we did it online, but I'm not gonna bring it up in that circumstance because I don't care to prove it to him. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Trump is better than God.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, Parker. I'm 48. So you say you want higher taxes, but you want illegal immigrants to work illegally and take tax money from our very economy, right? You don't understand all about that, do you, Parker? Huh? They're hurting the economy by illegal working and employers hiring illegals and not paying taxes.
Hey, dude. I think your kid wants you real quick.
When is no transit order comes here?
Just hang on, Daddy's in a debate here because we got this little dweeb here
Hey, dude.
that doesn't
Hey, dude.
know anything about the economy.
Hey, dude. It's okay. You can go. You can go hang out with your kid for a second, and then I'll just unmute whenever you're ready. Don't worry about it. Just unmute whenever you're ready. Kid is priority. The child is priority. Let's get another person to help him out in the meantime.
So, Parker, you say higher the taxes, right?
Wait, hold up, hold up. Don't shush your kid. Just talk to them. I'm giving you time to do that, sir. It's okay.
Okay, so you say higher taxes, yet it's okay for illegals to work illegally and take tax money from the economy, just like employers are not paying those taxes also for those workers working, right?
Okay.
But that's okay.
So
They're not only committing one crime by coming into a country illegally, they're also committing a crime by tax evasion, which is punishable by law, and you can serve jail time for tax evasion, correct?
No, so not every undocumented immigrant... Hey, could you turn that off real quick? Not every undocumented immigrant is going to be evading taxes. They just left themselves. Okay. I just want to let him know that undocumented immigrants, I believe, should be given a pathway to citizenship if they haven't committed a violent crime or bad crime, which would allow them to pay even more taxes. But undocumented immigrants in 2022 paid over $100 billion in taxes because they can utilize an I-10. I don't know why he just left, but all right, we're going to go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yeah, he should be taking care of his kid in that circumstance. Like, that's just crazy, bro. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It'll help get it out to more people. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
And what's your birth year?
2007.
And if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
So that's something I'm kind of struggling with. So probably Kamala right now.
Artie, well, I do really appreciate you. I am just looking for people who, in that context, would still support Donald Trump. But I would recommend you to watch these live streams, as I probably will answer any question that you probably would have. As you know, all this information, is talked about on the stream all the time. And also, you can check out my YouTube videos. I post YouTube videos about it all the time. So if you want to specifically look for a particular type of argument, I have titles and stuff like that, and even even in descriptions of the videos that I post, there's a description of what happens in the video. You can kind of see what is talked about in the video, so you can see. How old are you? All right, let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next individual. If you're on YouTube, again, hit that thumbs up, everyone. It'll help get out to more people. Let's try to get to 2,000 likes, everyone. I bet we're on track to 2,000 right now. I think we're probably right now. Let's check. Let's check out what we're at. Let's check what we're at. We're at 1,500 likes. Let's try to get to 2,000 real quick, everyone. I'd really appreciate it. Let's try to get to 2,000 if we can. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Jacqueline, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you. Aries, Sun, Aquarius, Moon, and Scorpio rising. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alrighty. Let's go on the next individual. Let's go on the next individual. Do give it 1 second, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Oh, that was a troll. Okay, I'll just make sure to block you next time. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Oh. Alrighty. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay. Not okay. Thank you for the galaxy, by the way. Thank you so much. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that such a criteria list in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, bro.
Do you support Trump?
What?
And how old are you?
Oh, what did you say?
How old are you?
Again. 22.
You said what? You're a little bit far from your mic.
22.
And do you support Trump?
Yeah.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Yeah, it was from.
Okay, so just to confirm.
Okay, it's just really hard to hear them anyway. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Alrighty, do give it a second for people to get in here. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Alrighty. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
And do you support Trump?
Yes.
And what's your birth year?
99.
And if you could go 99 and you're 18? That does not make any sense. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
What's your birth year?
2007.
And what month?
January.
And if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump, duh.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Because we are Charlie.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Again, everyone, we are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on said TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
My bad.
You're good, don't worry. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
31.
Do you support Trump?
2,000%.
Okay, and if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Man, I could go back in time over and over and still vote for Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Well, I mean, look at what he's been able to do. Look at, for instance, what was it, just last week? They found $31 billion in additional income from just the tariffs. Now, even though that is the business owners or alleged business owners, I guess you could say, that are importing the goods, that are paying the tariffs, it's still, if you would agree, it's still essentially taxing the rich. So doesn't that like completely correlate with your entire ideology that the rich should pay more taxes? Well, effectively under the current tariff plan, that's exactly what's happening.
No, actually, under the current tariff plan, disproportionately lower and middle income individuals spend a greater proportion of their income on consumer products. So if there's an increase in the cost of consumer products because it passes down to the consumer, well, then that's going to negatively impact middle and lower income individuals to a greater extent who disproportionately were not being taxed prior because of how income tax is set up. Whereas Donald Trump's policy specifically, by reducing income tax, disproportionately gives most of the tax cuts to people who are rich.
No, so like for instance, if you look at the tariffs, like you can say sure that the price gets passed down, but so does inflation. I mean, inflation is a real thing. No matter what, we're seeing a rise in inflation year after year. The current rate of inflation is less than it was under Joe Biden. So then you're saying that like, oh well, we're having a higher cost. Like, well, actually, it's the complete opposite. Not only are we taxing the individuals with the money that are bringing these goods into the country to be resold here, they are also disproportionately the wealthier part of the country. I mean, if you have the money to import goods from China or Pakistan or wherever you're importing these goods from, you obviously have some funds available to you. With that being said, the money that they are paying via those tariffs are going to have a direct impact on what those that are making under that threshold are paying in taxes.
So importing a product does not mean you're necessarily rich. Secondly, this idea that we're taxing people who are disproportionately rich by imposing tariffs is also a ridiculous idea because you're taxing cost of production and distribution, which inevitably will get passed on to the consumer to a greater extent. Whereas with income tax, right, that's not taxing the lowest income in Americans because of standard deduction, but tariffs will be taxing those Americans and increase consumer products. Inflation has gone up since Trump got in office, comparative to what it was the end of the Biden-Harris administration, and it was specifically due to Donald Trump's tariff policy that is leading to this. Whereas under the Biden-Harris administration, the inflation that we saw was due to global inflation based upon supply chain issues resulting from the pandemic, and not because of the Biden-Harris administration policy.
Yeah, no, I completely disagree. I mean, if we look at the current rate of inflation right now, it's like, what, 3 point something%. Under Joe Biden, it was over 4%. So I mean,
No, it
to,
was
to
three.
say
It
that
was
we haven't
3%
seen,
when he left. It was 3% when he left, and it's a bit over 3% now.
I mean, I don't have the data in front of me, so let's just take it
I do.
for what
The
it
Bureau.
is. So
It's
you're
from the
saying that
Bureau
the
of Labor
entire,
Statistics.
so you're saying that the average of Joe Biden's inflation rate was 3%. Is that what you're saying?
No, I said at the very end of the administration because I did
Oh, okay,
acknowledge that there
got
was
you.
a
So
higher level of inflation under the Biden-Harris administration in the prior years, but not because of the Biden-Harris administration policy, but because of the supply chain issues relating to the pandemic that affected global inflation. So I don't think that the Biden-Harris administration policy was the cause of that because it happened globally.
no, but you would put that blame on Donald Trump if it would have happened under his authority, right? You would say, oh, well,
No,
that's
I
Donald
wouldn't.
Trump's fault because of X, Y, Z. Sure, you
No,
would.
no, I wouldn't, because again, that would be based upon things that impacted the entire world, which is not happening right now. And we know that Donald Trump imposed tariffs, which have inflationary pressure, because I understand how tariffs work.
Are you familiar with who, when, and why tariffs were implemented in the first place here in the United States?
Sorry.
Man, I
So
hope you're okay, man.
yeah, no, I'm just getting off of a sickness, and I still have mucus, but so I do, and I think that they historically speaking didn't work. If you're referencing the times like in like the 1800s and the Gilded Age, if you're trying to reference the level of tariffs we had as like a mechanism to like say that we could redo that today, that makes no sense because we didn't have Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, we didn't have food stamps, we didn't have any of these programs that people rely on today. So we wouldn't actually have a mechanism to fund it to the same degree.
Yeah, but again, though, of course we wouldn't have the same mechanisms in order to 100% fund the same way. But if you would look back in time and see, okay, well, why were tariffs implemented in the first place? Well, they were implemented because people were importing in mass numbers and things such as tobacco and tea products that could have been grown here locally, right? And then so they said, okay, well, if you're going to import this product rather than paying those of us who are making this product here, then you're going to have to pay a higher price in order to do so. So that way, the people that are here in the same industries have a fighting chance to at least produce profitable business. I don't know if have you ever heard of the term decent business done decently? You're an economics major. I'm sure you've heard that reference before.
Yeah, I've heard that, but I don't think that this is going to create better
So
conditions. I do think that like if we have a tariff imposed, it's going to cause the cost of production to increase, not only for American producers, but also for bringing in products from other countries around the world. So I think that costs go up across the board, and I don't think it creates better conditions for us. If you want to do targeted tariffs, I don't really have an issue with specific targeted tariffs to build up specialized like industries in the United States. But to say that you want them across the board is just very bad. It's inflationary. It makes conditions worse for consumers. And if you want to reference historical ideas of tariffs, how do you feel about the Smoot-Hawley tariffs?
I'm sorry, repeat that.
The Smoot-Hawley tariffs, how do you feel about those?
I have no idea. I've never even heard
So
of that
they were
reference.
implemented essentially like right before the Great Depression, and they were essentially the precipice for the Great Depression, right? Like they created conditions in which made the Great Depression worse off.
Okay, so 100%. There was a lot of different things that factored in the Great Depression, but if we're looking at like today's standard of what exactly the tariffs mean for the country, well, it means that those, for instance, me as a business owner importing a product, right? Like the product that I import, now that I'm paying a tariff on that as a business owner, right? The entire ideology of lowering production costs no longer has anything to do with importation of the product from whatever particular country I was importing it from. Now my goal as a business owner is to source that product here in the country. So to say that, oh well, historically that's not accurate, that's completely incorrect, because historically we've seen that whenever tariffs were initially implemented, not only did we not even have an income tax at that point in time, but they did cover 99% of the cost.
Wait, by the way, we did it.
That happened.
Wait. So
We
let me
did
just
not
clarify.
have it. We
When did
not have
income
it.
tax come into effect? What year?
I don't know the exact year. I can look it up for you if you would like.
Yeah, let me just clarify. 1913, right? That's with and that's before 1930, right? So that's before the Smoot-Hawley tariffs. If you're referencing the tariffs that existed under the Gilded Age, that's not good, especially because at that point in American history, there was lots of horizontal and vertical integration, and which led to vast monopolies, right? And tariffs decrease competition on a global stage. So tariffs actually would be to benefit those particular types of firms that want to stifle competition so that they can own more of the market. That is a horrible mechanism to look
that's
at.
being preached by somebody like that. So, for instance, like for me, like whenever you say that, you're like, for like let's take Amazon. Like Amazon has a clear what we would consider a monopoly. There's not very many people that are in that field. However, as an American citizen, I have the right to say, oh wait, I'm going to go buy a warehouse and I'm going to implement some robotic mechanisms in that warehouse to automate my process, and then now I'm going to compete directly with Amazon. Amazon didn't start off as one of the largest companies in the world. They started off selling books out of a garage. So to say like, oh well, you know, this, like, that's completely illogical. Everybody has the same opportunity to go be successful and to create wealth for themselves. It's just a matter of the mechanisms in which you choose to pursue that.
Okay, a few things here. So we can look at Bork's argument that was historically used, which doesn't apply to Amazon because they don't increase prices. So really, the only mechanism that where like historically we would limit monopolies through Bork's argument is if it led to like overall less social welfare. But because they keep the prices low, they're able to stay as a monopoly and then utilize their monopoly power in the marketplace in order to then increase costs for businesses on the other side. Right? So essentially, they're still utilizing monopoly power, but they're able to get around, right, the arguments of antitrust that we've had, which is actually something that Lena Khan was talking about and addressing under the Biden-Harris administration. So if you support actually addressing that and being able to limit the impact of what's it called, a monopolization from, you know, companies like Amazon, well then you should support the Biden-Harris administration, right, and literally Lena Khan.
No, I don't, because I'm a realist. I see realistic expectation.
Okay.
100%. You can't say that nobody in the world or nobody in the United States could go out right now and create an infrastructure in a company that would compete with Amazon. Now, it might not happen overnight, but with consistency, dedication, and decent business done decently, every single person in this country has the opportunity to create.
It's realist to advocate for regulations that limit monopolization.
Okay, but again, though, there is no monopoly. So, okay, so you're saying that Amazon...
Wait, so Amazon doesn't act... Wait, so Amazon doesn't act as a monopoly?
How are they acting as a monopoly? Are they preventing you from going out? Do they have things in place that prevent you?
It's not in the consumer market. I just told you it's amongst businesses on the other side of the perspective. That's what you're not understanding. It's not. Especially because... Wait, listen to this. This is something Amazon does. Let me tell you and explain to you something Amazon does. They specifically, under their setup, they actually externalize costs onto third-party vendors, right, to see what specifically is going to sell the best. And then based upon whatever sells the best, they release their own Amazon Basics version and then reduce the third-party vendor onto a different part of their market so that they can literally externalize costs and then internalize profits. Okay, that is a mechanism from a monopoly perspective that stifles competition.
Explain to me how you can't go do that. Explain to me how you can't implement the same business structure.
Wait, okay, that's like arguing against
That's monopoly, bro.
Wait, no, listen. Wait, hold up, stop. That's like saying vertical and horizontal integration are okay because you can also vertically and horizontally integrate. That's a horrible argument.
No, it's not. So
yes, it is. Wait, so then you want to get rid of do you want to get rid of antitrust? Wait, do you want to get rid of antitrust laws because you can just do the same monopoly practices as them?
Okay, so again, you're kind of moving the goalpost again.
Answer my question.
We're talking about a monopoly. What is a monopoly?
Answer my question before you ask me another.
Okay, repeat your question.
Do you know what I was talking about?
I mean, honestly, I was trying to get to my point where you keep bringing up sideline points just to try to off-track the conversation because
that wasn't a sideline point. Listen, a third-party vendor onto a different part of their market so that they can literally externalize costs and then internalize profits. Okay, that is a mechanism from a monopoly perspective that stifles competition.
Explain to me how you can't go do that. Explain to me how you can't implement the same business structure.
Wait, okay, that's like arguing against
That's monopoly, bro.
wait, no,
Monopoly
listen,
is
listen.
somebody who creates a
Wait,
whole-
hold up, stop.
No, monopoly is a whole-
That's like saying vertical and horizontal integration are okay because you can also vertically and horizontally integrate. Yeah, so you're essentially saying there should be no antitrust law because you can engage in monopolistic practices just as the monopolies do themselves.
Okay, so again, a monopolistic category would assume that you have a hold on the industry, meaning that you're not allowing competition. There's something that you directly do that hinders other people from entering that workspace. There is nothing that
I just gave you an
has
example
done
of
that
Amazon
prevents-
doing that. I literally just gave
There's
you an
nothing.
example.
How does Amazon prevent you from entering that space? Explain that to me.
Yeah. So
Do they have some type of litigation that says that you can't go purchase a warehouse and create any form of distribution?
So
No.
what they
Do
did,
do they
like
have
I
any
just
website that- Go ahead. Let's hear your point there.
Yeah. So there's a few things. One, they undercut the market because of the fact that they have a greater greater business structure to be able to do that. So undercutting allows for them to do so. Secondly, they also, like I said, externalize the costs and internalize the profits by saying that people on the market on Amazon can sell products up until essentially the point that they deem it's so profitable that they want to release their own Amazon Basics version, and then they literally reduce the place that they were on their platform to a lower place so that no one sees their product and they see the Amazon Basic product first so that they can internalize those profits.
Okay, so then if you don't like it, don't sell on their platform. That's not a monopoly. That's them using their platform to their best interest. That is any business 101. How to increase profit revenue and decrease cost. That is 100% within.
That's like you just arguing that any business is just going to do whatever monopolistic practice exists because it's the profit maximizing condition. And what I'm telling you is that we want to limit that from happening because it stifles competition and leads to worse sets of circumstances, not only for consumers, but also for producers in the long run.
Well, then maybe move to Switzerland because that's not how a capitalist economy works.
Switzerland is capitalist. What are you talking about? And yes, it does. You understand capitalist economies have antitrust laws? That was such a ridiculous argument for you to make. You think that capitalist economies don't have antitrust laws?
You're not creating an.
He thinks capitalist economies don't have antitrust laws, dude. Take an economics class.
You're not creating an argument for how it's a monopoly. All you're saying is, oh, well, they have things inside of their business that makes it harder for people to compete with them inside of their own fucking business. How does that make sense?
We're telling you how monopolies exist today after Bork's argument, and antitrust laws have existed historically because antitrust laws were supposed to limit monopolization, but yet there's still aspects of monopolies and oligopolies that exist within the context of our system and reduce and stifle competition to benefit themselves, right? That's what I'm arguing about, and I'm saying that antitrust laws need to apply that to that as well.
The best example of this would be Walmart versus Amazon. Before Amazon came out and is in full stride as it is today, monopoly had a pretty big stronghold on that space. Now we're seeing more and more people are ordering their products off of Amazon rather than going to Walmart. How has it hurt Walmart's profitability? Sure. Has Walmart gone out of business? Absolutely not. Now, what has Walmart done since then? Well, they've created their own Walmart app that allows people to do very similar things as is done on Amazon. For instance, you can go on the Walmart app and purchase just about anything. Even if things aren't sold by Walmart themselves, they are still available for purchase on the Walmart app. So explain to me how somebody who, again, has all of the same confines and rules and regulations as Amazon, who is literally direct in competition, how is that a monopoly? A monopoly is one person in an industry not allowing others to compete. There is plenty of competition.
No, that's actually not how monopolies are. Because then you would argue that there's no. Wait. Based on that definition, you'd argue no monopolies existed historically speaking because they didn't control 100% of each market. What are you talking about? Okay, monopolies. Okay, the way that we're using the term is going to be based upon concentration, right, of the level of industry within particular fields, which that concentration has essentially becoming more prevalent. Meaning that, like, there's going to be less competition, okay? So heightened concentration has led to less competition. These type of monopolistic practices are leading to worse conditions in the market. You saying that there has to be this one specific definition of monopoly that just means one company controls everything is not how typically we use it in the context of economics. I'm telling you literally what I learned in my economics class, okay? I'm not lying. I'm not making up something. I'm telling you literally what I learned in my economics class.
Okay, so let's use any example of business, right? So for instance, let's say telemarketing, right? There's huge sectors in the telemarketer space, Twilio, right? All kinds of people that pretty much own that industry, right? Now, there's several things that you cannot do if you get into the telemarketing field, such as you cannot become your own VoIP provider because people like Twilio have all of that space, right? So that means that in order to get regulatory abilities to even be able to be your own VoIP provider, you basically have to get approval through Twilio. Okay. Now that might be a little outside of like the economic realm. It's not something that
Can I,
is
can I bring
common.
us back onto
Right?
the topic?
Hold on. This is 100% on topic. Now, if when you're looking at a monopolized industry such as telemarketing, where there's only certain sectors that you can get into within that field and become your own entity, right? Because you're not going to go become a fucking top tier VoIP provider. You're not going to do it, right? You have to go through a top tier VoIP provider, right? That has nothing to do with the same guidelines that you are putting on the alleged Amazon monopoly. There is no monopoly there. You are able to go tomorrow and purchase an old Walmart or Target building and do everything that Amazon is doing. You're just not doing it. So that I would argue that's not a monopoly. That's just failure to.
Again, your argument's stupid because then you could say that about every antitrust law. Okay, you can just horizontally integrate just as J.P. Morgan did. Just do the same thing. Just do the exact same thing. Do the exact same thing. Just vertically integrate. Okay, do you understand that still doesn't change the criteria of what exists? That if they vertically and horizontally integrate, that there then could be no competition at a certain point once they control everything. Because in order for you to get into the market, you'd have to buy from them. Okay?
So then, how can Amazon make it with competition such as
Listen,
Amazon?
because we have we
Target.
have antitrust laws, and the age of
Okay.
monopolies has changed to the conditions in the market that exist with the regulations. Okay, so the type of monopolies that exist today are different than the type of monopolies that have existed historically. But the argument you're providing is an argument to say that we shouldn't have any antitrust law. Okay, let me bring us back on the topic. Okay, because this is technically. I mean, I don't think even Donald Trump has talked about this. I don't even think he knows this is happening. He's economically illiterate. Okay? Tell me, like, what you support of Donald Trump's economic policy, since we're talking about economics.
I mean, the big beautiful bill is a huge contribution to the economics of this country. Whenever we look at things such as the Child Tax Credit Act, the standard deduction increase, whenever we look at the 1032 exchange and the 1029s, there's so many different things that were incorporated to better the everyday life of the American citizen. The problem is we have people like you that say, "Oh, well, he's never done anything good," and the things that are good, you're just going to not bring them up. So that the people just continue this facade of, well, he's this terrible rapist because, in a civil court.
I'm sorry, shut up. You literally have devil horns on Kamala Harris as your profile picture. Shut the fuck up, dude. Shut the fuck up, dude. Embarrassing.
That's not true. You just lied. That's not true. They're ears.
Are those not horns?
No, sir. They're ears.
Oh, sorry. I apologize. They're ears. Okay.
Don't forget
wait,
the
so
hook.
why did you put ears on her?
I didn't.
Why'd you make that your profile picture?
Because it's a pretty accurate depiction of what the Democratic Party is.
No, and also like you're still the point's still true that you're still mocking her, right?
Sure. The same way that you mock Trump.
I don't have that as my profile picture, by the way. And also, I don't think that Kamala Harris is comparable to Donald Trump within that respect. But
no, I think she's far worse. She kept men in prison
ridiculous.
for no reason.
No, she's not.
Hid evidence.
Can I hold up? Stop. Let me address your points before you move on to a whole new argument. Can I do this real quick? You brought up the big beautiful bill. I want to respond to it. Okay. The big beautiful bill. You brought up the child tax credit, the standard deduction. What you're not referencing with this is that Kamala Harris wanted to keep all the tax cuts applicable to income earners under $400,000 a year, and she wanted to increase taxes on income over $400,000 a year. And she wanted to expand the child tax credit to an even greater extent than what existed under Trump. Under the TCJA, it went from $1,000 to $2,000, the child tax credit. Kamala Harris was advocating to increase it to $6,000 for the first year of a child's life, $3,600 through them being 5 years old, and $3,000 through them being 18.
Okay.
Okay, then why do you say that that's good for the average American when
Because
Donald Trump's
she can
policies.
say that she's going to do everything. She also said that she wouldn't hide evidence, and she also said that she swore an oath to the Constitution of the United States while she also kept innocent men in prison. I mean, she can say whatever she wants. I don't believe her.
Okay, wait. When did she? But by the way, what you're referencing in terms of keeping innocent people, the evidence that you're referencing, that was evidence that didn't change the conviction. Okay, she thought she would already listen. Listen, she thought she would already get a conviction without that evidence in the first place, which was true. They got a conviction, and then she literally changed her policy. She's like, okay, you know what? No matter what, I think we should have brought the policy up anyway. Okay, or not the policy, the evidence out anyway, even if we already thought we had enough to convict them. Okay, so one, you're making an irrelevant point. This is totally irrelevant to the argument about the tax policy. Okay, can we please talk about the tax policy? Okay, Donald Trump signs off on a tax policy that disproportionately benefits the rich. Kamala Harris wanted to keep all the tax cuts for income earners under $400,000 a year and wanted to increase tax on income earners over $400,000 a year, which would better conditions for working class Americans, reduce their taxes, and then also reduce the deficit and the debt.
I mean, it sounds good on paper, but whenever we look at what Donald Trump did, it's a far better tax credit. Whenever we look at where
that's wrong.
Most of the taxes in this country come from, where do most of the taxes in this country come from?
What tax credit's better?
The wealthy pay for. I mean, did you not hear what? Are you going to let me finish or what?
I said, what Trump tax credit's better?
I mean, all of them, every single one of them.
No, because again, Kamala Harris advocated to keep all the tax cuts applicable to income earners under $400,000 a year, and she wanted to expand the child tax credit even more than Trump. So what tax credit are you referencing?
That's completely ridiculous. Okay, it's ludicrous to say
No,
that.
it's
We're
not.
going to decrease all of the taxes for the people that make under $400K a year. The people that make over $400K a year,
if we pass
paying a majority of the taxes.
Wait, if we could pass the whole bill with all of those tax cuts for working class Americans and also tax cuts for rich Americans, why couldn't we pass the exact same bill but without the tax cuts for rich Americans? What the fuck are you talking about?
A majority of the taxes.
Wait, answer my question. What the fuck are you talking about? How could we pass the tax plan that cuts taxes for lower income Americans and higher income Americans, but we couldn't do the same tax cut, but just removing the part that does tax cuts for the rich?
Let me ask you this: what's the standard deduction currently?
Can you answer my question before you ask me a separate one?
This is in direct correlation to your question. What is the standard deduction currently?
Let me look.
Under Trump.
Is it like 20,000, something like that?
I think it's
24,000.
I think it's 24,000. Now, what is the average income?
That's for married. That's for married taxpayers. For single taxpayers, it's 12,000.
Okay, so what is the average income?
The average income?
Sorry, I called
average or
what's
median?
The income.
In personal
Median
or household?
Income. What's the median income?
Median personal income?
Mm-hmm.
This goes up to 2024. About 45,000.
Okay, so now married couples, right? Let's say that one works, one don't, or let's say they both work, whatever it is, right? They're all automatically able to deduct $24,000. Now, single household incomes are able to
Wait, this is
deduct
personal income.
$12,000.
Wait, this is not household income. Stop. This is personal income, not household income.
Did you not hear what I said of like whenever you take the married example and then we take the personal example, right?
So reference the personal. So the standard deduction is
I referenced both,
$12,000.
that's fine.
And the
Okay,
median
so
income
let's say
for
just one,
personal
12,000,
income is
right? So
$45,000.
$40,000 minus 12,000, right? And then now you're only getting taxed at what percent? You take that $40,000 number, you minus that 12,000, right? That brings you to what? Come on, do some math.
33,000.
Okay, fantastic. Now, what tax bracket does that put them in?
Probably the first tax bracket.
Holy shit. So you're saying that they are actually saving money on taxes due to Donald Trump? Holy fuck, they're paying less in taxes than they were before. You see, you take everything at like such a...
One, you didn't compare the different standard deductions. Two, Kamala Harris wants to keep all the tax cuts for income earners under $400,000 a year, which would include the standard deduction. Are you not listening to me, dude?
No. No, Donald Trump increased the standard deduction. Are you just blind to the facts?
Wait, say that again?
Donald Trump increased the standard deduction. That did not happen under Kamala Harris. I think he doubled it.
Let me check. What was standard deduction under Obama? Yeah, pretty close.
Yeah, so I mean,
Yeah.
to say like he's not doing anything for the country is crazy.
Pause. I never said he did nothing. I just am acknowledging that the tax cuts would be applicable to income earners under $400,000 a year. Okay? That all of those tax cuts, Kamala Harris would have kept, which includes the standard deduction. And then she also wanted to expand the child tax credit, which would have given more tax cuts. So I never said Donald Trump did nothing for the tax policy. I just said everything that Donald Trump did for working class Americans, Kamala Harris would do even more.
Well, of course she would write his coattail and see all the good things that he did and elect to keep those things. But she would also do things like, for instance, you're saying like, oh, well, she's going to raise the taxes for those that make over $400,000 a year. Well,
yeah.
Let's use me personally. I don't know how much you make a year, but that would fuck me up. Like I would now have to go
shut
find
the
more
fuck up,
deductions.
you absolute whiny baby. Shut the fuck up. It would fuck you up.
Okay,
What are you
let me-
talking
let
about?
me finish my point.
It's
Let me
it's
finish my-
only a tax increase on your income over 400,000. Shut the fuck up.
Okay.
How much money do you make in a year?
Well, I own several businesses. So under which one?
Personal income.
Last year I paid myself $622.
Okay, so you would make you'd only pay the extra taxes on 200,000. Okay, not on the 400,000 before that.
Sure.
Only on the 200,000 above that, and you would pay what, a few percentage points more. The few percentage points more
What
that
is
you
a
pay
few
in that is
percent- what is a
fine.
few
You're gonna be
percent-
okay.
What is a few percent of a couple of $100,000, Bob?
Yeah, that's still
Yeah, no,
not
it's-
much
it doesn't
comparative to the
matter. It's
couple
taking
hundred
money out
grand.
of my
Dude, you
family's
made
fucking
622 grand. Stop complaining about 3%, dude. On 200 grand.
I'm gonna listen. Are you familiar with what the Boston Tea Party, what they were protesting, of what percentage they were protesting? 2%. So you're saying that our forefathers?
Hey, dumbass, that was taxation without representation. Do you know the difference between taxation and taxation without representation? Apparently, you don't know history.
Okay, well, again, you're just trying to say like, oh well, there was an outside fucking point to that. Like, yeah, of course there was other outside points that played a cause, but it was also because of the taxes. Like they didn't just go throw the fucking.
No, it was because of taxation without representation, genius.
Again, if you let me finish the point,
No, because you're making a dumb point. You did not listen in history class.
Obviously, you didn't pay attention. Why in the first place did they go throw the fucking tea over the bow? Why? For what?
Because they were mad about the fact that there was taxation without representation.
Fantastic. Now, of that representation part of it, what was going on at that particular part between Great Britain and the fucking United States colonies where they said that we are not getting representation, so we have a problem with it? What was the fucking rule? What was the founding cause of that argument?
Like, are you the Declaration of
What
Independence?
Sarah didn't pay attention in history class? What is it?
Are you talking about the Declaration of Independence?
Nope. I'm talking about why did they have a problem with the taxation without representation in which that they were
Because they
paying
didn't
all
have
the-
representation
What was the representation that they were not getting?
in the context of the parliament.
Yes. If you don't know, just say you don't know. It's okay.
I just told you.
No, you didn't.
They didn't get representation or the ability to vote or have any type of
What-
body
so you
that
can't-
would represent
you can't
them.
use representation to define representation. That's like using woman.
Hey, dude, they didn't have the ability to vote for people that would represent them and be a part of the government in the UK.
That's what I was looking for. That's what I was looking for. Yes. So
That's what representation is, you absolute genius, dude. What are you talking
I
about?
told you to define the word, bro. Are you fucking serious?
I
was
know
just
what
trying to make sure that you-
I know what representation means.
Perfect. Now, whenever we look
Why
at
are you
that
asking me that?
if you would quit interrupting me and let me get to the point, I would be glad to fill you in. I mean, are you ready?
Dude, you're complaining about $6,000, dude. When you would have gotten that probably if you have children. Do you have children?
And that $6,000 could have been used to put towards my son's trust fund or
Wait.
towards my
Oh, wait. You would
fucking-
get wait. I'm sorry. You would get a child tax credit increase. Therefore, you would make more money from the child tax credit increase in the first year of your child's life than you
Well, my
would
son's not in the
specifically
first
in that.
year, so that wouldn't help me at all.
Do you have more than one child?
No.
No? Okay. So I mean the point is that there's not much of a distinction, and you're saying it was destroying you. You're such a fucking whiny baby. You're gonna be fine either way, and you're trying to build up the trust fund. What are you talking about? Isn't that is that non-taxable?
Yeah, it's a credit, sure. That's what I'm saying, though.
So then what are you complaining about,
instead of using
dude?
that credit,
Oh my god, dude, this guy's such a whiny little baby, dude. It's unbelievable. You're like, oh my god, I want to increase taxes on working class Americans so that they don't have the ability to pay their fucking bills because I'm gonna have to pay a little bit of extra few thousand on the 200 grand over 400K that I made. Oh no, no, no! I have to pay. I have to pay a little bit more on the 600 grand that I paid. No! 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 Working class Americans should pay more so that I don't have to pay more when I make 600 grand in a year. Make the working class pay more. Me, I need to pay less. I don't have enough money to put in my kids' trust fund.
Dude, I already pay 44% a year. I pay federal and state taxes.
Okay. So?
Okay, so that's substantially more than the people that you're talking about are paying. Just the amount that I paid in taxes last year was more than most Americans.
Wait, I have a question.
I can't say most, but
I have a question. Is your name?
Hey,
Hey, is your name Tommy?
No, my name is not Tommy.
Okay, that was just something Dean asked. Embarrassing. It's so embarrassing that you're like, oh my god, the few extra thousand that I'm gonna have to pay on my $600,000 a year income. No.
Let me ask you this:
I'm gonna have to pay 47% instead of 44. No.
How do you think wealth is built?
No. What's up?
How do you think wealth is built, Mr. Economics?
I think it's going to be by consumer base buying the products that businesses make, right? And trading in the context of the market, which then creates subjective value increases for both people that engage in the market transaction.
Okay, what about the people that don't have a product?
They buy products, they still benefit from that from a subjective value sense.
Okay, so that's not what I'm saying. What about the people that make their money not buying or selling a product?
Not buying or selling it? Okay, through income? I just told you, they still do so because when they make their income, they benefit from engaging in that. That's another market transaction.
The wealthy build wealth by investing in assets and then allowing that asset to create a revenue stream, right? So whenever we look at things such as real estate, right, where you would take a percentage of your income and then you would go put that percentage of your income down on a property, mortgage that property so that you now have debt. That debt is making you money though, right? So you're saying that a measly $6,000. Yeah, well, what you don't know is that stops me from...
This is your personal income that you took out, that you paid yourself in salary, you whiny baby. If you wanted to keep it in your business, you wouldn't have paid yourself in salary. What a whiny baby. You don't even know how your own business operates?
Are you sure that you understand how business works?
Yes. I run a business myself.
Then you can understand what misappropriation of funds is. Wait, I can't misappropriate my business funds, buddy.
You mean you can't spend your money on business expenses?
It's not a business expense.
It is a business expense.
To go buy an investment property under not my company.
Okay, so then if it's not your company and you want to personally buy it, then it's not through the context of your company, right? It would be
but I'm still saying that with my personal
going
income,
to buy
right? But I'm using my personal income for that, right? I'm misappropriating my business funds. I'm using my personal income.
I honestly don't care that you have $6,000 less. I would care more that people in the working class. I would care that people in the working class have that money, like through the child tax credit, through the housing tax credit that Kamala Harris is advocating for, the $25,000 tax credit for first-time home buyers for new homes, and the $6,000 child tax credit for the first year of a child's life, $3,600 through them being 5 years old, $3,000 through them being 18. Right, that's what I would care more about. I care more about the working class getting that money, and that will put more upward pressure on causing people to then buy investment properties.
Yeah, no, it's crazy how you keep using hypotheticals that are never going to happen. Like, oh well, if Kamala Harris, well, she didn't get fucking elected.
These aren't hypotheticals that wouldn't happen. These are things that she advocated for that she would have gotten passed in this context. You're saying that she wouldn't have got these things passed, yet Donald Trump would get his policies passed? That's so embarrassing.
That she didn't get elected.
Okay, she didn't get elected. I'm saying if she was elected, genius,
Yeah, well, fucking if, ands, and buts don't mean nothing.
No
bud.
shit. That's what we're talking about right now. We're talking about what it would have been if a Democrat was in office. Are you that
Yeah, well,
enabled
we've
to
seen what
engage
would
with the
happen.
conversation?
We've seen what would happen already under Joe Biden, bro. They didn't fucking do any of that shit. She had to say so to get in there and advocate for everything that she said.
Because they vote on that in 2025, genius. And by the way, there was an expansion through the American Rescue Plan under COVID emergency policy to increase the child tax credit. But you didn't know that one, did you?
I'm sorry, I was reading one of your cult members. Can you repeat that?
So the American Rescue Plan increased the child tax credit under COVID emergency policy, but the tax he just left. What the hell? Why did you just leave? The tax policy ends in 2025. That's what it was. So that's when they were going to vote on it again. Why did he just leave? Send a guest request back. You runner? What a runner, dude. What was his name? Why did he just run? Anti-liberal? I think that was his name. Come back into the app. He's so scared. He literally just ran. Allison, thank you so much for the $10. Zoe, thank you so much for the $2. I really appreciate it. Thank you. They said, please let everyone know that Planned Parenthood is matching all donations up to $225K for Giving Tuesday. Oh, that's great. That's amazing. Thank you so much for telling us. Kaylin, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Shelly, thank you for the $10 as well. Thank you. I have some people to thank on YouTube real quick. Then we'll go on to the next person real quick. I think Dean was going to join us here for like a few minutes here as well. Royland, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. And thank you so much for the $5. Royland again with the $5. Really appreciate it. Simon, thank you for the $5. Jacqueline, thank you so much for the $5. Air, thank you so much for the $5. Jewel, thank you so much. Really appreciate the £2. Emily, thank you for the $5. Gary, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you so much. I think I'm fully caught up. Let's go on to the next person real quick. Is Anti-Liberal in the guest box again? Yes, he is.
Yeah, my bad, man. I tried to go to the bottom of the chat.
Did you accidentally swipe out? That makes sense.
Yeah. My bad.
I was like, why did he just leave? Did he get banned? I didn't see you get a message to get banned, so that's why I was like, what?
No, I was just trying to get to the bottom of the
You're
chat.
good, don't worry. What was the point you were trying to make?
You were actually talking.
Fuck, do you remember what I was saying?
In reference to the Child Care Act.
Oh, yeah. So they did so under the American Rescue Plan. They expanded the child tax credit. But they vote on it in 2025 for the whole new tax plan. That's what happened here under this admin. So they would have voted for that if Harris were in office.
So, okay, so that's what I was saying, though, is like, if we look at, like, obviously it was a 10-year plan under Donald Trump, so they had no authority to be able to change the tax plan there. That's not what I was saying at all. What I was saying is she would have been able to advocate under Joe Biden. Joe Biden was the initial person running, right? Like, Kamala Harris came in after. So if that was like a part of the Democratic's plan and it was such a good idea, then obviously she would have been advocating that to Joe Biden of like, listen, Joe, we need to preach on this because this is what Americans need. But she didn't do any of that. She let Joe Biden essentially walk himself off a cliff.
She did. The American Rescue Plan. I just told you the American Rescue Plan.
Can I finish or?
If you address what I said.
I mean, I heard what you said about the American Rescue Plan, but you weren't letting me finish my point.
That's something that she advocated for to get them to change policy. I can also reference the Inflation Reduction Act, the bipartisan infrastructure bill.
The Inflation Reduction Act, the Child Care Act, all of these things are things that they did not actively advocate for. And if they did,
yes, it is.
Then I never seen it.
Yes, they advocated for it.
I seen it after she became the primary.
Wait. They did advocate for it. You just did not actually like look at what they were saying. Two, all right, the policies were literally passed based upon her tie-breaking vote for the Inflation Reduction Act. You know that, right? Like, she was the deciding vote.
Okay. And did it reduce inflation?
Well, the name is a little bit misleading. It slightly reduces inflation in the long run. It's mainly about investing in renewable energy and reducing costs for pharmaceutical drugs.
Okay, so in calling something an Inflation Reduction Act and then it doesn't reduce inflation is crazy, right? And then the second point that I would make is...
If that's your best critique is, I don't like the name. The name is so bad. No, don't use that name.
Well, it's misleading. It's misleading. It's basically was specifically named so that people like you would be like, oh, it's a great thing.
Dude, I'm sorry. Your critique of the policy cannot just be the name.
It
has
didn't
to
even
be a
get to
part
the
of the
critique.
Name one provision in the policy you disagree with.
You didn't let me get to the critique.
Name one provision in the policy you disagree with.
Okay, so again, like now I can get into the actual critique if you would allow me. Just because I didn't like the name of something, that's not the critique that I was making. I was saying like that's just misleading to say like, oh well, it's the induction or the Inflation Reduction Act. Like no, it's not. It's built for you to try to implement things such as renewable energy sources. Like oh, we're gonna turn the USA green. Like that's improbable. It doesn't even make sense. You could take 100 square miles of Arizona and literally power the entire United States, but the electricity would not travel far enough in order to do that. So you have to have strategically placed power plants all across the United States to meet the energy needs that we have.
It's
You
not
could
just
never
solar.
do that.
And by the way, the Inflation Reduction
can't do it
Act
with
doesn't
solar.
say we're just using only renewable energy. It's the necessary investments into the infrastructure for renewable energy that will make us less energy dependent on foreign nations, and it will invest in the new idea of energy production that will allow for us to address the modern era, right? Rather than focusing and relying upon fossil fuels. You understand that we're not saying 100% move off of fossil fuels right now. We're saying, right, this is transitionary.
Yeah. So again, though, like, look at the transitionary phase, right? What was that? What was that phase? What was it, like 10 years or something? Like we're going to transition to renewable energy by 10 years, or what was it, 2020 or 2050 or some shit, right? Either way, whatever the time frame was, isn't enough. It's impossible. You can't convert over to renewable energy, even in 51% of the country. It's impossible. The reason for that is because the energy itself does not travel through the power lines far enough for that to be applicable. And then if you put solar panels in places such as Colorado or the North United States where it snows, half the year it's not going to work. Now we can move into wind power. Like, there's crazy wind farms all over Texas and Oklahoma and Kansas, right? What are the exact consequences of those? Well, we see birds and other animals being hurt and unalived because of it. We see.
Oh my God! Act like you care about birds. Shut the fuck up, dude. I'm sorry. Windmills.
Giving you an example.
Or actually, wind turbines. Wind turbines specifically, right, are important things for being able to build up our energy production. You don't give a shit about the birds. And also, what about all the birds that are impacted by pollution or impacted by fossil fuels? Do you care about that?
Bro, you didn't let me finish the fucking point there. The birds isn't the major part of it, but what is a major part of it is the electrical current that's running under the ground that's built into the fucking wind turbine that now allows that conductive electricity to run through your ground. And what happened? Have you ever seen? I don't know how much you know about agriculture, but have you ever seen a farm that has power lines running through it, and everywhere else in the entire farm it'll be lush green, vibrantly green grass, and then right underneath that power line it's like brown grass? Do you know why that is?
I'm sorry, so you want to get rid of power lines in rural areas?
Do you know why that is?
Yeah, get rid of power lines. Yeah, get rid of power lines in rural areas. Yeah, definitely. Sounds like a great idea.
What you're saying doesn't make sense. You can't transfer even 51% of the country to renewable energy. They don't have the means.
Well, by the way, the Inflation Reduction Act doesn't even claim that. Name one provision within the Inflation Reduction Act that you disagree with.
The energy.
Wait, name one aspect, one provision in the Inflation Reduction Act that you disagree with, rather than, oh, I just disagree with us doing this amount of renewable energy.
I just gave you one, and you just refused.
What was the
to hear
provision?
the point.
What was the provision?
I told you, renewable energy, right?
That's not a provision.
And to convert to even 51%.
This isn't a provision.
Of the whole United States
this is not a provision.
Okay, so then, because I don't know the provisions, is renewable energy not mentioned in the Inflation Reduction Act?
It is, but you're not telling me a specific.
Shit balls, Batman.
This guy's so disingenuous. It mentioning renewable energy does not mean that's a provision. You're just saying renewable energy. That's not a provision. Okay, that's like me saying, oh, it says fossil fuels, so they just want to do fossil fuels. No, it says fracking, therefore they just want to do fracking. No. That's one aspect of the bill, dude. Tell us a provision within the bill that you disagree with. If you can't tell us a bill...
He obviously doesn't know one. Hey, Tommy.
You're like...
Tommy, how you doing?
What did you say, Mr. What Dean?
Yeah, I said Tommy.
My name is not Tommy, bud.
Are you sure?
Positive. Would you like to see my driver's license?
Sure.
Okay. Give me 1 second.
I don't know why you'd show us your driver's license. Just show us your face, bro. Like, why would you show us your driver's license? We don't need to see your driver's license.
I'm just gonna show you the name.
Just show me your face.
I'm not gonna show you my whole driver's license, buddy.
We don't care to see your driver's license. We want to see your face, bro.
No. The only way that you can know my name is if I show you my driver's license.
Can't you just show us your face? And then wouldn't he be able to tell based on that?
My camera's fogged up.
Jacob, thank you so much for the $5. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Sure, though. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it, Jacob. Thank you. Thank you. Allison, thank you so much for the $10 as well. Thank you so much.
Well, I don't know if you can see it too well, but my name is not Tommy.
Can you just show us your face, bro? I don't know why you did that.
I'm not. Why? Because you said my name was Tommy. My name is not Tommy. I just proved to you without a shadow of doubt.
We're not
that my name is
asking,
not
dude.
Tommy.
Just show your face.
No.
Well, why would you show your name but not your face? Why would you show your government name but not your face?
What does it matter? I just proved to you that my name is not Tommy.
Dude,
I mean, I don't know.
You understand that's a
It was-
nickname on TikTok that you were utilizing at the time, probably. Okay?
Yeah. I mean, I've debated this guy a handful of times. He's really disingenuous. He doesn't like to be proven wrong. The first time I debated him, it was about like what percentage of an undocumented immigrant's income they set out of the country.
Hey, respectfully, you're full of shit, man. I've never even talked to you before.
And if you'll just give me a minute.
I mean, to spew more propaganda.
And then he gave me a source for his claim, and then I was able to debunk the shit out of it using his own source, and they're still arguing it. And then the second time I had him up on the live, Santana was there, and we got onto a conversation about Black Americans. He was just being incredibly racist. And I mean, I guess it's possible that this is somebody else. However,
100%, dude. I've never
if it is
spoken
somebody
to you.
else, they have an identical voice. They seemingly have identical life experience.
I'm sick as fuck right now, and you're saying they haven't.
They seemingly have
constantly-
identical life experience of owning businesses, and they also have identical interests insofar as being pretty well educated on propaganda talking points surrounding the economic policy of the Trump administration. So I mean, I'd say that there's a high likelihood this is the same person.
Now, would you like to put your money where your mouth is, Mr. Liar?
Would I like to put money where my mouth is? Well, I mean, I don't really know how I
You just
demonstrate
made this
that.
claim of I'm this fucking guy, Tommy. Clearly not Tommy, but I mean, would you like to bet on it, Mr. Dean?
Well, I'm not really sure how it could be falsified further.
Well, I mean, for one, I proved to you that my name is not Tommy. For two, I've never spoken to you outside of this particular live here, so 100% you're full of shit. You can go look on my account, whatever you want. I mean, I've never spoken to you before, so. And then, like you said, he has an identical voice. Dude, I'm sick as a dog right now. I've been throwing up and coughing my ass off for fucking 5 days in a row right now. So to say someone has an identical voice to me is fucking crazy.
I don't know, man. I'm going to stick by that conviction.
I mean, you stick by all falsehoods as I've seen here, so okay. Now, you want to get back to the point, or are we gonna continue debating whether or not I'm this fucking random person named Tommy?
Show your face, or I'll kick you.
Okay, fucking kick me. I'm not gonna show your cult leaders my fucking face.
Cult leaders? What does that even mean, bro? My cult? W Parker cult? Can we have some W's for the Parker cult in the comment section right now? W's for the Parker cult in the comment section right now. Tommy's big mad. Let's get one more person up here, and then I think Dean said he would go live here pretty soon.
Yeah, I'm getting ready to hop on. I still need to, make up my thumbnail and everything, but I hope that I join from it before I do.
All right, bet. Well, we will go live until you go live, and then we'll send everyone over to you. And then maybe I'll join for a little bit. I think I have a little bit of time today.
Yeah, man, feel free. Always fun. Always fun to have you.
W Parker Colt in the comment section. Oh, Dean, I gotta tell you, I got someone to say that they didn't want Arabic numerals to be taught in school the other day.
Yeah, I saw that.
That
I
was
saw
so
that you
funny.
posted. Yeah, that was pretty funny. Yeah, no Arabic numerals. No Arabic numerals.
Can't
Get
teach
that-
those.
get
Those
that-
are unnecessary.
Get that shit out of here. This is America. We need to teach America.
How old are you?
42.
Do you support Trump?
I can't lie, but no, I don't support him.
Alrighty, base. Let's go on the next individual real quick. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria. List in the TikTok screen. What happened to that one guy that was super angry at me right away when joining, and then literally left randomly? Beverly, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much for the Colt. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. The Colt dues are coming in today, everyone. The Colt dues are coming in.
Oh, something else. Dude, I saw somebody react to the whole Zoran Mamdani Arabic numerals bit by saying that this is America, and because it's America, nobody should be quote-unquote speaking Muslim. Therefore, we shouldn't have the Arabic numbers.
Dude, that's just so crazy, man. That's so crazy. That's such a crazy thing to say. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 22.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
What's your birth year?
2003.
And
July.
what month? July? Okay, if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Because his beliefs, he believed that trans people are not what they claim to be. And I don't think trans women are women or trans men are men. I think it's a delusion.
I have a question. What state do you live in? You sound British.
No, so my parents are, well, my dad is Caribbean and my mom is from Chicago. I stay in Chicago.
Okay. Yeah, I was just curious. For some reason I thought you sounded British. What was the reason you said you support Trump?
His beliefs and my beliefs. So trans people not being.
Okay. So a few things. What policy do Democrats support that has anything to do with that?
Basically same-sex marriage. I don't think it's right, and I think Trump was against it, so I'm against it as well.
Okay, so what's wrong with same-sex marriage?
It's morally wrong. So it's unnatural. So basically, a man and a man cannot make a child, and a woman and a woman cannot make a child. So therefore, it is not natural.
Oh, okay.
Natural is basically something that humans can basically interfere with.
Can I ask you a question? So, would it be unnatural for me to get married to someone who was born without a uterus, who is still biologically female?
I mean, if they're still biologically female, then that means it's normal.
Wait, but they can't have children. So, under your view, it's unnatural because we can't have children.
So you're basically saying that just because one person doesn't have something that makes it not a description or a definition for all women?
No, it's not a description or for all women, but for this particular woman, right, in this particular relationship.
That's what you're saying. You're saying just because she doesn't have a uterus, all women cannot have uterus?
That's not the claim I'm making. I'm making the claim that in this relationship, would it be wrong for you to get married to that particular person rather than getting married to someone who is fertile?
You just said she's biologically women, right?
She's biologically female, but is not fertile.
All right, then she's a female, biologically female. She just has a disability.
So again, what you're not understanding is based upon the definition you provided. You said marriage is wrong if you cannot produce children from having intercourse. I gave you an example of that being true. You did not consider it to be wrong. So why is it wrong in reference to someone who is in a gay relationship, but not in reference to someone who's in a relationship with someone who's infertile?
I said it's not natural. It's not natural. It's morally wrong.
Yeah, what does natural mean?
That's not the way of life. It's something that humans cannot interfere with. It's basically nature. And if you don't mind, could I ask you a question?
You said something that doesn't exist in nature? Is that what you said?
No, I said it's nature and stuff that humans can basically interfere with.
Wait, repeat that one more time. Sorry, I wasn't understanding.
Nature is like basically nature that humans cannot interfere with.
Nature that humans cannot interfere with. Okay, so do you know that penguins have gay relationships and then literally raise children in those relationships?
You can't compare human beings to animals because they don't have.
But you just said natural. You just said natural.
So can I ask you a question, if you don't mind? So what were the two genders of the first people on Earth?
Who were the two genders of the first two people on Earth?
Or the first, the two sex.
Actually, by the way, you know the first two humans on Earth could have been male or female? We don't know? It wasn't Adam. I don't believe in Adam and Eve.
It had to be male and female.
No, because there's going to be. No, there's going to be some.
So how did the world get populated?
No, listen. There's going to be some transition, right, between different species at a particular point, it's not necessarily the case that there's just going to be two people that existed and then everyone results from those two people. I don't believe in Adam and Eve.
I mean, I'm not claiming that it's Adam and Eve. I'm just saying in order for the population to start, it had to start with at least two people, so a male and a female, right?
There had to be reproduction between them in order for that to happen? Is that what you're saying?
Yes. Yeah.
Sure, what's your point?
Exactly. So that's what I'm saying. So if it started off with male and female, someone had to say, hey, I'm going to like my same gender. And that's why it turns into interference with mankind. So it's not natural, it's unnatural.
I don't see how it's interference with mankind. You just didn't really justify that. So then, do you think it's a choice to be gay?
Yeah. I mean,
okay.
Yeah.
So could you choose to find me sexually attractive right now?
Yeah, if I wanted to, I could say, hey, Dean, you're a very handsome guy.
My name's Parker.
I want to.
So could you choose to find your own mother sexually attractive?
Say that again.
Could you choose to find your own mother sexually attractive?
If I wanted to, but I choose not to. I never said that
wait, so to clarify, you have to actively choose not to find your mom sexually attractive?
Do you know what is free will?
No, I'm just asking, do you have to actively choose to find your mom not sexually attractive? Because I don't have to make that choice. I just don't.
Yeah, we make choices every day.
Okay. So the next question.
Do you know what is free will?
Wait, hold up. Could you choose to find a dog sexually attractive?
Free will? Yes, I could do anything.
I just want to let you know there's no possible reality where I could choose to find a dog sexually attractive. That's all you, man. That's all you.
Why is your comment section? Why is your comment section calling me sick? Like I said, I would do it. All I said is I have the free will. You guys have the free will.
Yeah, because no one else in the live has the ability to choose to find a dog sexually attractive. That's crazy.
I never said I did it. I just said
you just said that you just said that you have the ability to.
Everybody has. I could do. Parker,
go
could
ahead,
you
Dean.
not say, "Hey, that dog is cute"?
What? We're talking about sexually attractive. There's a difference between calling a dog cute and saying it's sexually attractive. You weirdo.
So would you be?
How am I a weird?
So,
what did you say?
Could you choose to find a combination mixture of dog shit and horse feces sexually arousing?
If a sick person decides to, then
no, we're asking you. Could you do that?
Anybody can. It's called
no,
free
I
will.
can't. No, we can't.
Free will.
Dude.
We cannot.
Dude, come on, man. You know you're being disingenuous.
No, I'm just speaking facts. It's called free will. No matter how.
Yeah. This guy has a superpower. He can find dog shit sexually attractive.
Dude,
what the fuck is that? That's crazy.
Bro, Parker, how am I weird?
We have free will insofar as we could freely choose to engage in actions well within our like abilities or potential action set. So although we have free will, I can't freely choose to jump to the moon and back, right? Because that's not right an action available within the potential actions that I could possibly engage in.
You choose not to do it, but you could do it.
What could I choose to fly like Superman?
It's not possible for a human being to fly.
Okay, so that's the point that I'm saying. It's not possible for me as a human being to find dog shit sexually attractive. That's not possible for me to choose, okay?
I'm just trying to show you, I'm just trying to say, hey, we all have free will. I could choose to jump off a bridge. I could choose to backflip over a car. It's called free will. Would I want to do it? No.
Dude, those are actions you can choose to engage in. We're talking about sexual attraction.
Yeah, I could choose who I'm attracted to. So you're telling me I could sleep with a man and not be
Have you ever had
sexual?
a crush that didn't like you back?
Huh?
Have you ever had a crush that didn't like you back?
I mean, nah. You?
Yes, obviously I've had crushes that didn't like me back. Obviously, I feel like that's a very typical human experience. Have you ever had an ex-partner, ex-boyfriend, ex-girlfriend that you were still really deeply in love with and really attracted to, but they didn't want to be with you?
No.
No? Okay. Well, I mean, I feel like you're just being disingenuous.
So you're reading my mind.
Both of the two things that I just described are very typical human experiences, right? I understand that maybe not everybody's been in a relationship before. I'm not gonna say that's highly unlikely, but definitely right? I feel like most people have either had a crush that didn't like them back, or have had an ex-partner that they were still in love.
But that's a claim. I could make the same claim, but is it true? You don't know who I am. You don't know me, so you can't
Well,
make
so
it.
my claim was that like most people have had this experience, which I feel like is true.
But what does it have to do with me?
Yeah. Well, have you ever like wanted to be with somebody that didn't want to be with you?
No. What, you want me to say yes so it could?
Have you ever like just wanted to be with anybody ever?
Yeah.
And like every time you've wanted to be with somebody, they also wanted to be with you.
Yeah, because I only got like in like at least one relationship before.
So like you've never been rejected?
No.
No. Okay. I don't know. I find that unlikely.
I mean, you can't read my mind, so.
Well, that's why I'm saying I find it unlikely. If I could read your mind, then I'd say I find that to be certainly false. But because I can't read your mind, I'm just saying that I find it unlikely. Unless like you're like aromantic, asexual, I would argue that that's like an unlikely experience.
Yeah, so I just want to get back to like the real like. So what makes a trans woman a woman, or what makes a trans?
Wait. No, you were arguing that gay marriage is wrong. Okay, we were trying to show you that you were trying to argue that it was unnatural, and we were showing you that based upon your definition, one, it's not unnatural, and two, right, this idea that you have that it's a choice that people can choose to be gay is a ridiculous idea. If it was a choice for people to find sexual attraction, well then plenty of women would choose to not find men sexually attractive. But they can't do that. You know how many women in the comment section would choose to stop finding men sexually attractive if they could do that?
They could.
No, they can't. You tell them that. You tell them that right now. All the women in the comment section right now that would right now choose to not find all those other disgusting men not sexually attractive anymore.
Yeah,
right? They would choose to do it.
You don't have discipline, ladies. You don't have discipline. So if you have
so you're just saying that they don't have discipline. Okay, so that's just a sick thing to say. That's a ridiculous thing. Everything in life is not a choice. That's a ridiculous thing to say.
Buddy, Charlie Kirk already cooked both of y'all boys. Y'all got cooked. Stop.
What type of pivot was that?
You got cooked? You were talking over Charlie Kirk voice the whole entire time.
That was such a pivot? What type of pivot was that? Are you okay?
I'm just saying, Charlie Kirk cooked. I just wanted to say that for the longest.
Okay. Name one point he beat me on. Trans
women are women.
Okay. He actually got destroyed on that because he couldn't define what a man was because under his definition, right? All he could say is you're looking at one. He couldn't give me an actual definition because when he said XY chromosomes, well, that's not actually applicable because God the Father, who we use he him pronouns to refer to, does not have XY chromosomes.
Hold on. Don't mute me on me. All right. So basically, you're saying
that was just for fun.
You're saying because not all women have XX chromosomes make that not a description for a woman?
No. The point I was making is that he utilizes.
I mean, it is a valid.
No. Listen. He utilizes gender in a non-biological sense in reference to God, utilizing his preferred pronouns and calling him a father, even though he has no biology that represents that.
Jesus Christ did come down.
We're talking about God the Father, which is prior to incarnation. I clarified that in the debate if you watched it.
Jesus is God. And you pivot.
We're talking about prior to incarnation, genius.
What? You pivoted in the debate. He wasn't even talking about that.
Well, yes, we were. He asked. The first question he asked me was, what is a woman? I answered it, and then I asked him what a man was, and I showed him, based upon his own definition of a man, that he doesn't utilize a biological sense of the term, and then all he could say is, oh, you're looking at one. Right? The meme that he would do is he'd ask someone what a woman is, and then they'd just say, oh, you're looking at one, or oh, it's people over there, or things like that without providing a definition. That's exactly what he did. He got dunked on.
You're just talking over his voice the whole entire time. It's like, bro.
Because he wasn't making sense. So your only argument against me was I was talking over him? That's not an argument, okay?
You wouldn't even let him talk, and then when
I did.
You let him talk, you would pivot. Yes,
I did, and I dunked on him. He got dunked on. You can't even name a single point he beat me on. You can't even name a single point he beat me on.
Yeah, he said he defined what a woman was, and then you just pivot. You turn it into.
I answered the question right away, and then I asked him. Wait. I answered the question right away, and then asked him the same question. Okay, and he couldn't do it.
Yes, he did.
No, he didn't.
Yeah. What the heck? Bro,
Dude.
I watched the whole thing.
I did too. And I literally showed him how he wasn't using a biological sense of the term.
Well, anyway, bro, you guys, I don't know. Dean is a better debater as well. Dean is better.
You just gonna pivot every single time you get dunked on? They just left. What? Dude, that's so embarrassing. That's so embarrassing. You left after getting cooked and then just said, Dean's actually a better debater. You know what? That's so true.
I'm a better debater than you. You're done, kid. You're done, pal.
I know, right? I'm cooked. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 22.
Do you support Trump?
Yep.
What's your birth year?
2003.
Okay, and you said you're how old again?
22.
And if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Because he supports systematic violence to a lesser degree.
Like such as?
Oh, I completely disagree.
Taxation. Or not that he supports it, he's benefited from, I should say.
So taxation.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Okay,
did you know that?
Taxation is theft, systemic violence.
So tariffs are also theft. You understand that he imposed the greatest level of tax increase that we've seen in U.S. history by imposing tariffs?
But he doesn't benefit from them. Like,
Yeah, he did. He actually reduced tariffs on Switzerland so they could get a gold bar and a Rolex clock.
Okay, but Kamala Harris, she was a district attorney and worked for the government for a long time.
Was that an
accepting
argument or
paychecks
something?
from
What type
money.
of pivot was that?
Well, because, fuck it.
Are you just going to run away now? Or you got nothing else? No, he literally ran away.
By the way, I'm almost ready to go live. Just still working on the thumbnail.
Alrighty, for sure. We'll make sure to send everyone to you once you do. If you want to support me or Dean Ever in Venmo, PayPal, Linktree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. My Cash App is still down, everyone. Just letting everyone know, my Cash App is still down. It's very unfortunate. Very unfortunate. Let's get this
Cash
next
App
person
is
up
down?
here.
What do you mean?
Yeah, it's been down, and I sent an appeal, and I haven't got it back yet.
What is it down for?
Literally no reason. They just closed it, and then just said, "Oh, appeal it if you can."
Oh yeah, no. Remember when that happened to me like a year and a half ago, 2 years ago? Yeah,
They did the same thing. They did the same thing to my old lady.
King, how old are you?
Oh, I'm 50, brother. How you doing? Sorry.
And do you support Donald Trump?
I support Donald Trump on one thing, but not on everything.
No, like if you could go back in time and you could
I
either
don't-
vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Neither.
Okay. We are just looking for people who in that context would vote for Donald Trump, everybody. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. Everyone's trying to get to 3,000 likes. I'd really appreciate everyone. Shelly, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much for first Colt. Kind of nervous. Thank you so much. Carly, thank you so much for the $5.
Oh,
Cordelia, thank you
I
for
didn't mean to
$1.
come up here.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I didn't mean to come up here.
Okay. Let's go on the next individual real quick. Do give it a second, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Oh, Dean, I also lost my main account yesterday. You probably already noticed that, but I lost it for 3 days.
Do you have the account warning yet?
What's up?
Do you have the account warning yet?
No, I don't actually.
Okay, yeah, I've been having to do like the restarts because of it again.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna have to do. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
27.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump. Trump?
Well, Trump? Okay, so why do you support Trump?
Because I'm a fucking idiot.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alrighty, let's go on the next individual quick. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Again, everyone, we are just looking for some debates. Oops. Alrighty. Again, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everyone. I think right now we're at actually about 2,000 likes, everyone. So let's try to get to 3,000 if we can, everyone. 3,000 before we end the stream. I doubt we'd be able to, but I'd appreciate it. Marku, thank you so much for the $11 on PayPal. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it, Marku. Thank you. Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up,
I know
how old are
you
you?
guys are about to go off live. I'm gonna use the opportunity to say I love you. I love you, Dean.
Appreciate you very much. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everyone.
How do you still like so much energy like 4 hours in?
I don't know, man. Honestly, I was losing energy halfway through, and somehow I gained it. Yo,
Oh,
what's
I
up, how old are
remember
you?
that. Yeah, you look really done earlier.
It's because I was just getting trolls, and I wasn't actually getting debates for like a while. And I was a bit overstimulated when I first hopped on. I'm also not getting elevated, so that definitely...
Ah. Dude,
definitely
maybe
made it worse.
elevation help.
It does. It really helps. I'm not gonna lie. Yo, what's up, how old are you? Why not? One, I'm sick, and two, I'm honestly just trying to reduce it.
Hey, good for you, man.
Yeah. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, what's up, man? I'm 22. I'm from Oregon State.
And do you
How old
support
are
Trump?
you? I do.
And if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump. Again and again. And if I could poll what you guys like to call undocumented citizens, obviously, if I could poll one of them and vote multiple times, I would do it for Trump again and again and again if I could.
You just said that you'd break federal election laws for Trump.
Well, that's what all these liberals like to do. And
Wait, so you're saying because other people do it, you want to do it too?
So then would you use that as a reason to commit murder because other people commit murder?
If you jump off the cliff, if your buddy does.
Well, I mean, it seems like
Okay, you're not going to pull that shit on me.
Seems like I'm
You're not going
clipping
to
you
be
right
pulling
now.
that
man.
shit on me.
Wait, honestly, Parker, I'm ready to go live. You want to bring Henry over to my stream?
Yeah, we can do that.
Okay, but I'll be back in like 30 seconds.
Yeah, bring him over. Yeah, bring him
Gotcha.
over.
Yo, Henry. I have a question.
Yo,
do you think I'm paid by the DNC?
I don't know. I'm not the one. I'm not looking at your bank account every day. I don't look at that. I don't know. How would I know?
Okay, I was just curious. Do you think I have a real job?
I don't know. I don't know. Do your hands ever get dirty?
Nope.
Sounds like a liberal job, but I guess it is still technically a job, not a real man job, though.
What's a real man job?
Henry, I have calluses.
Something where you.
I have calluses on my hands. Does that make me a real man?
What do you got, calluses on your hands? Because you got a little Planet Fitness and curl them little 10-pound dumbbells, bud.
Look at those two calluses on those knuckles. Look at the two calluses on those knuckles. Am I a real
Yeah,
man?
well, how'd you get those from? You're jerking it too much?
No, man, I got them from benching 225 like a real man, Henry. Can you bench 225? Are you drinking on too many of those little soy lattes, Henry?
I've done 225 for 15 reps.
Yeah,
I can't
in
do
your
that right now.
dreams,
They're
pal.
probably-
In your dreams, pal.
Hey, I'll send you a video on it. I'll send you a
dreams.
video.
Oh, how are you recording yourself if you were benching 225, buddy?
Buddy, have you ever heard of someone else videoing for you?
Wait, but
Listen,
Henry,
chat,
you're
listen,
trying
chat,
to
this is
you're
what-
acting
this
like
is
you
what-
have friends. You don't have friends, buddy, in your dreams,
Listen,
buddy.
chat. This is what your little liberal hosts like to do.
Use 135, buddy.
Yeah, I curl that.
You curl 135 in your
Yeah, I
dreams,
would.
buddy.
135
I would be able
curls.
to. I could pick you up and lift you over my head and press you multiple times I want. So I'm way bigger than you in real life.
I don't think.
Hey, Henry, how do you feel I'm more of a
What
real
size-
man than you?
Hey, what size shoe do you wear? What size shoe?
Hey, Henry, how do you feel I'm more of a real man than you?
I wear size 13.
I wear size 14.
No, you don't. Stand
Yeah,
up, show me.
because
Put
you're
your
not a
feet up.
real man. You don't have real man feet like me.
All right, I'm ready to hop on live, Henry.
I'm ready to have a real debate. So say something smart for once. Holy shit.
Hey, Henry, do you want to continue this conversation over on my live stream?
Yeah, buddy, go ahead. Send me the little invite. I'll click accept.
Okay, are you following me?
No, I don't follow.
Well, I'll tell him where to go, dude. I'll tell him where to
dipshits,
go.
bud.
All right. Well,
Go
Henry,
to your
just
little account
you can.
there and wait.
Listen, Parker can tell you where to go. I just worry that you're not going to be able to follow his instructions.
Where do I go?
Just hit the little follow button. Just hit the little follow button next to my name right below. You can unfollow me
Okay.
after, okay?
Yeah, no, that's actually exactly what I was about to say. I'll follow you for now, and then I'll unfollow you right after I'm done debunking your whole worldview.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah, that's
buddy.
fine. That's fine, Henry.
Okay,
Okay.
we'll see.
Yeah. Okay.
We're gonna go do that now. All right.
Go ahead,
I'll
Dean.
see you soon, Henry. See you soon, Parker.
See you soon.
Yeah.
Yeah, Henry, I have a question, man.
Yeah, buddy. Go ahead.
Why don't I have a real man job?
Well, you sit up here. Listen, I'll give it to you. I'll condemn that one. I'll concede or whatever the hell you little debaters say. You got a job, buddy. Congrats.
Oh. You just said I don't have a real man job. So what is a real man job?
Something that I don't know, actually. I think it's probably, I don't know.
POT, thank you so much for the $5 for the real man
Certainly
job.
not
I
what you're
really
doing,
appreciate
though.
it. Thank you so much. Thank you for it. Mark, I really appreciate the
Certainly
$5
not
as
what you're
well. Thank
doing.
you so much for the real man job. Chris with
Over
the
here begging
$10
for
for the
money.
real man job. Thank you so much, Chris. Can we get some W's for Chris for the real man job in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Rainey, thank you for the $5 for the cold dues. Ben, thank you so much. I really appreciate the
keep
membership
begging
subscription.
for
Thank
money,
you so
buddy.
much. Thank you.
Holy Chad, do you ever get tired of this guy?
No, they don't actually.
Jeez, dude.
And wait,
Little
what?
sheep.
You think I'm begging for money right now?
Sounds like it. Holy, dude.
Watch this then. Actually, everyone,
Am I
please do not send me any money. Do not send me a single dollar right now. Please don't do it, everyone. Stop sending me money. Please, everyone. Don't do it.
Dude, I like that more.
Don't do it. Don't send me any more money. Please don't.
I like
Please
that more.
don't. Please do not send me any more money. I don't want any more money. No, Siri, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much, Siri. Oh my God, no, stop sending me money.
Hey, buddy, I
Siri,
only
no,
got time.
please, don't, no.
Buddy, I
Squid,
only
thank you
have
for the
time.
hand heart. Oh my God, no, no, no. Susan with the $10. No. Manny Maniac, thank you for the $2. No. Scribble with the $2 for not sending money. No. 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 Anna, thank you for the $5 for you can't stop me, Parker. No. No. Stop sending me money. Priscilla, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. Please stop. No. T, thank you for the $2.50. No. Please stop. Carmen with the $2 for the fake money. Please stop. Please stop. He told me to stop, everyone. He told me to tell everyone not to send me donations. Cassie, thank you for the $10. Jenna with the $10. No. They're telling me I'm robbing them. No, I'm not. Stop sending me your money. Stop it right now. Rainey, thank you for the $2. Don't tell me what to do, Parker. No. No. Taylor, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. No, don't send me money. Stop it. AB with the air dancer. Please, no. Oh no. Sarah with the $1 for no. Natasha with the $20 for no. Stop right now, please. Thank you so much. They said, fuck you, Henry. You
Yeah, this is absolutely
Molly,
pathetic.
thank you for the $10 for not the real money. No. Carmen with the $2. Thank you so much. Anna with the $5. Alex, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. Eric with the $5. Tricky with the $2 for I didn't want to. No, my gosh, they're literally, they won't stop. I told them, Henry, I told them not to send me money. Dosito, thank you for the $5. Minnie with the $20. Thank you so much for when you say don't, I must. Samantha, thank you for the $2. Lucas with the $20. Thank you so much. Stop right now. Please, please, please keep it. Do not do it. He told me to stop. I'm trying to stop. Natasha, thank you for the $3 for fuck off Henry. Oliver with the $15 for take my fake money. No.
Hey, buddy, this is real pathetic.
Sarah with the $1. No. No. Please stop.
This is the most pathetic thing I've ever seen, dude.
Please
This is
stop.
seriously the most pathetic thing I've ever seen in my
Henry,
life. Hey,
Henry,
I
I'm
don't have
telling them
time
to
for
stop
these
right now,
shenanigans.
Henry. Henry, I'm telling them to stop right now, and they won't. They won't stop. WRS, thank you so much for the $5. Simon, thank you for the $2 for Here's No Money. Cheesy, thank you for the $2. Linda with the $10, thank you so much. Emily, thank you for the $10. Shelly with the $5, thank you so much. Jen with the
This is
$1.
embarrassing.
Kelly with the $2. Oh my God, no!
Someone clip this. Send it to his
Pop,
parents
thank
or
you for the
something.
$10 for stop getting into my account, Parker. No! Rachel with the $2. Natasha with the $3. No! I told them, Henry. I promise you, man. I told them. I told them to stop. Henry, actually, I think this is you causing this.
Hey, little buddy.
Wait, Henry, are you sending me money right now?
Little buddy. Hey, I don't.
Payton with the $50. Payton, thank you so much for the $50. Thank you so much for Henry's crust. Yes, that's crazy. Morgan, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Dwayne with the $5 to piss off Henry.
Am I gonna go debate your little
Alex,
buddy?
thank you so much for the $2. Thank you so much. This is embarrassing, Parker. I know. He keeps doing it. Priscilla, thank you so much for the $2 as well. Thank you. Sarah, thank you for the 50 cents. Amy, thank you for the $5. Run away, buddy. Run away. Dean's waiting.
Are you gonna join? Am I gonna have to debunk both of you? Or are you gonna come join, or are you gonna stay here with your little crowd?
I'll come join.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna hop over to his live then and start making him fucking cry in front of all your little viewers. All right?
Is that what you were just doing?
Him down.
Henry, you were literally just crying on my live stream.
Okay, goodbye. Goodbye.
Oh, run away.
Goodbye.
Run away. Run away.
See you on his.
Run away, Henry. Run away.
Debate me on his. Come debate me on his.
Run away, Henry. Jesus Christ. Lauren, thank you for the $5. Heather, thank you for the $10 as well. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. Amy, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you. Taylor, thank you so much for the $1. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. I really appreciate it. Everyone, thank you for coming through to the live. Dean right now. Look up Dean Withers, Parker raid. Spam Parker. Spam, what should we do? What should we do? What should we spam? We should spam something unique. Spam L. Henry. Let's spam some L. Henrys in his chat, okay? I want to see some L. Henrys. Alrighty, we'll be right back, everyone. I love y'all. I'll see y'all soon.